Paris, capital of modernity. David Harvey. Contents. Introduction, Modernity as Break 1. Part 1 Representations, Paris 1830 to 1848 1. The Myths of Modernity, Balzac's Paris 23-2. Dreaming the Body Politic, Revolutionary Politics and Utopian Schemes, 1830 to 1848. 58. Part 2 Materializations, Paris 1848 to 1873. Prologue 88-4. The Organization of Space Relations 102-5. Money, Credit, and Finance 113-6. Rent and the Propertied Interest 121-7. The State 137-8. Abstract and Concrete Labor 149-9. The Buying and Selling of Labor Power 169-10. The Condition of Women 179-11. The Reproduction of Labor Power 190-12. Consumerism, Spectacle, and Leisure 204-13. Community and Class 219-14. Natural Relations 240-15. Science and Sentiment, Modernity and Tradition 248-16. Rhetoric and Representation 261-17. The Geopolitics of Urban Transformation 287. Part 3 Coda 18. The Building of the Biasixica of Saker-Kerr 303. Introduction. Modernity as Break. One of the myths of modernity is that it constitutes a radical break with the past. The break is supposedly of such an order as to make it possible to see the world as a tabula rasa, upon which the new can be inscribed without reference to the past or, if the past gets in the way, through its obliteration. Modernity is, therefore, always about creative destruction, be it of the gentle and democratic, or the revolutionary, traumatic, and authoritarian kind. It is often difficult to decide if the radical break is in the style of doing or representing things in different arenas such as literature and the arts, urban planning and industrial organization, politics, lifestyle, or whatever, or whether shifts in all such arenas cluster in some crucially important places and times from whence the aggregate forces of modernity diffuse outward to engulf the rest of the world. The myth of modernity tends toward the latter interpretation, although, when pushed, most of its advocates are usually willing to concede uneven developments that generate quite a bit of confusion in the specifics. I call this idea of modernity a myth because the notion of a radical break has a certain persuasive and pervasive power in the face of abundant evidence that it does not, and cannot, possibly occur. The alternative theory of modernization, due initially to Saint Simon and very much taken to heart by Marx, is that no social order can achieve changes that are not already latent within its existing condition. Strange, is it not, that two thinkers who occupy a prominent place within the pantheon of modernist thought should so explicitly deny the possibility of any radical break at the same time that they insisted upon the importance of revolutionary change? Where opinion does converge, however, is around the centrality of creative destruction. You cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs, the old adage goes, and it is impossible to create new social configurations without in some way superseding or even obliterating the old. So if modernity exists as a meaningful term, it signals some decisive moments of creative destruction. Something very dramatic happened in Europe in general, and in Paris in particular, in 1848. The argument for some radical break in Parisian political economy, life, and culture around that date is, on the surface at least, entirely plausible. Before, there was an urban vision that at best could only tinker with the problems of a medieval urban infrastructure, then came Haussmann, who bludgeoned the city into modernity. Before, there were the classicists like Ingres and David, and the colorists like Delacroix, and after, there were Courbet's realism and Manet's impressionism. Before, there were the romantic poets and novelists, and after came the taut, sparse, and fine-honed prose and poetry of Flaubert and Baudelaire. Before, there were dispersed manufacturing industries organized along artisanal lines, much of that then gave way to machinery and modern industry. Before, there were small stores along narrow, winding streets or in the arcades, and after came the vast sprawling department stores that spilled out onto the boulevards. Before, there was utopianism and romanticism, and after there was hard-headed managerialism and scientific socialism. Before, water carrier was a major occupation, but by 1870 it had almost disappeared as piped water became available. In all of these respects and more, 1848 seemed to be a decisive moment in which much that was new crystallized out of the old. So what, exactly, happened in 1848 in Paris? There was hunger, unemployment, misery, and discontent throughout the land, and much of it converged on Paris as people flooded into the city in search of sustenance. There were Republicans and Socialists determined to confront the monarchy and at least reform it so that it lived up to its initial democratic promise. If that did not happen, there were always those who thought the time ripe for revolution. That situation had, however, existed for years. The strikes, street demonstrations, and conspiratorial uprisings of the 1840s had been contained and few, judging by their unprepared state, seemed to think it would be different this time. On February 23, 1848, on the Boulevard des Capucines, a relatively small demonstration at the Foreign Ministry got out of hand and troops fired at the demonstrators, killing 50 or so. What followed was extraordinary. A cart with several bodies of those killed was taken by torchlight around the city. The legendary account, given by Daniel Stern and taken up by Flaubert in Sentimental Education, focuses on the body of a woman. One before largely silent crowds gathered in the streets. According to Stern's account, a boy would periodically illuminate the body of the young woman with his torch, at other moments a man would pick up the body and hold it up to the crowd. This was a potent symbol. Liberty had long been imagined as a woman, and now it seemed she had been shot down. The night that followed was, by several accounts, eerily quiet. Even the marketplaces were so. Come dawn, the tocsin sounded throughout the city. This was the call to revolution. Workers, students, disaffected bourgeois, small property owners came together in the streets. Many in the National Guard joined them, and much of the army soon lost the will to fight. Louis Philippe hastily appointed first Louis Mole and then Adolphe Thiers as prime minister. Thiers, author of voluminous histories of the French Revolution, had held that position earlier in the July monarchy but had failed to stabilize the regime as a constitutional monarchy along British lines. Thiers is thought to have advised the king to withdraw to Versailles and marshal forces loyal to himself and, if necessary, to crush the revolutionary movement in Paris. The aged and demoralized king, if he heard, did not listen. He abdicated in favor of his 8-year-old grandson, leaped into a coach, and fled to England with the Queen, disguised as Mr. and Mrs. Smith. By then the city was in the hands of revolutionaries. Conservative deputies fled, and a brief attempt to set up a regency for the new king in the National Assembly was brushed aside. Across town, a provisional government was declared at the Hôtel de Ville. A group of 11, including Lamartine, a romantic poet with Republican and Socialist sympathies, and Louis Blanc were acclaimed to head a provisional government. The population invaded the Tuileries, the king's erstwhile residence, and sacked it, destroying furnishings and slashing paintings. Common people, even street urchins, took turns sitting on the throne before it was dragged through the streets to be burned at the Bastille. Many people witnessed these events. Balzac, although anxious to get on his way to Russia to be with his beloved Madame Hanska, could not resist a trip to the Tuileries to see for himself. Flaubert rushed to Paris to see events at first hand from an artistic point of view, and wrote a lengthy, informative, and, some historians accept, accurate version of it into Sentimental Education 20 years later. Baudelaire was swept up in the action. But Georges Eugene Haussmann, then sub-prefect at Blaye, near Bordeaux, and later the mastermind behind the transformation of Paris, was, like many others in provincial France, surprised and dismayed when he heard the news 2 days later. He resigned, and refused reappointment by a government he considered illegitimate. The provisional government held elections in late April, and the Constituent Assembly met in May to officially proclaim the Republic. Much of provincial France voted right, much of Paris voted left, and some notable socialists got elected. More important, spaces were created in which radical organizations could flourish. Political clubs formed, worker associations sprang up, and those who had been most concerned about the question of work procured an official commission that met regularly in the Luxembourg Palace to look into social and political reform. This became known as the Workers' Parliament. National workshops were created to offer work and wages to the unemployed. It was a moment of intense liberty of discussion. Flaubert brilliantly represented it thus in Sentimental Education. As business was in abeyance, anxiety and a desire to stroll about brought everybody out of doors. The informality of dress masked the differences of social rank, hatreds were hidden, hopes took wing, the crowd was full of goodwill. Faces shone with the pride of rights won. There was a carnival gaiety, a bivouac feeling. There could be nothing such fun as the aspect of Paris on those first days. Visited all, or almost all, of the red and the blue, the frenetic and the severe, the puritanical and the bohemian, the mystical and the boozy, the ones that insisted on death to all kings and those that criticized the sharp practice of grocers, and everywhere tenants cursed landlords, those in overalls attacked those in fine clothes, and the rich plotted against the poor. Some, as former martyrs at the hands of the police, wanted compensation, others begged for money to develop their inventions, or else it was a matter of Phalaenstein plans, projects for local markets, systems to promote public well-being, and then there would be a flash of intelligence amid these clouds of foolishness, sudden spatters of exhortation, rights declared with an oath, flowers of eloquence on the lips of some apprentice lad wearing his sword sash next to the skin of his shirtless chest. To appear reasonable it was necessary always to speak scathingly of lawyers and to make use of the following expressions as frequently as possible: every man must contribute his stone to the edifice, social problems, workshops. 2. But the economy went from bad to worse. Debts remained unpaid, and bourgeois fears for their property rights as owners, rentiers, and employers fueled sentiments of reaction. Minor agitations in April and May deepened the fears, and the last of these ended with several radical leaders under arrest. Retribution against the left was in the making. The national workshops were failing to organize productive work but kept workers from returning to their earlier employments. The Republican government, with the right wing in a clear majority, closed them down in June. Significant elements within the populace rose up in protest. In Guidella's classic description, the men were starving, and they fought without hope, without leaders, without cheers, shooting sullenly behind great barricades of stone. For 4 days Paris was alight with the dull glow. Guns were brought up against the barricades, a great storm broke over the smoking town. Women were shot without pity, and on a ghastly Sunday a general in parley with the barricades was shamefully murdered. The Archbishop of Paris, with a supreme gesture of reconciliation, went out at sunset to make peace and was shot and died. It was a time of horror, and for 4 summer days Paris was tortured by the struggle. Then the rebellion broke, and the Republic survived. 3. The National Assembly had dismissed the government and placed its faith in Louis Cavaignac, a bourgeois Republican general with much experience in colonial Algeria. Given command of the army, he ruthlessly and brutally put down the revolt. The barricades were smashed. The June days did not put an end to matters. Centrist Republicans were now discredited, and the National Assembly was increasingly divided between a monarchist right and a democratic socialist left. In between there arose the specter of Bonapartism in the guise of the nephew, Louis Napoleon. Still officially exiled in England, he had been elected to a seat in the Assembly in June. He refrained from trying to take his seat but indicated ominously in a letter that if France called him to duty he would know how to fulfill it. The perception began to take hold that he, and only he, could re-establish order. He was re-elected in another election in September. This time he took his seat. With the new constitution creating a president on the American model, to be elected by universal suffrage, Louis set about campaigning for that position. In the election of December 10 he received 5.4 million votes against 1.4 million for Cavaignac and a derisory 8,000 for Lamartine. But the presidency was limited to 4 years and Louis did not command much support in the assembly. Louis began to display a capacity to keep law and order and suppress the Reds while showing scant respect for the Constitution. Most of the socialist leaders had been driven into exile by the summer of 1849. Cultivating popular support particularly in the provinces, and even more importantly among Catholics and within the army, Louis Napoleon plotted his way to the coup d'état of December 2, 1851. The assembly was dissolved, the main parliamentary figures were arrested, the sporadic resistance was easily put down in Paris. In spite of some surprising pockets of intense rural resistance, the new constitution was confirmed by a huge majority of 7.5 million votes against 640,000 in the plebiscite of December 20. Louis Napoleon, to cries of Vive l'Empereur, rode triumphantly around the city for several hours before entering and taking up residence in the Tuileries Palace. It took a year of further cultivation of popular support for the empire to be declared. Republicanism and democratic governance had been tried, and had failed. Authoritarianism and despotism constituted the answer. For Haussmann, with clear Bonapartist sympathies, resumed his prefectural role in January 1849, first in Var and then in Auxerre. Invited to Paris to receive a new assignment, he just happened to be at a soirée at the Élysée Paris on the evening of December 1, 1851. Louis Napoleon shook his hand, informed him of his proposed new appointment, and asked him to present himself early in the morning to the Minister of the Interior to receive his instructions. That evening Haussmann discovered that the existing minister had no idea what he was talking about. At 5 o'clock the next morning Haussmann presented himself and found the Duke of Morny, half-brother of Louis Napoleon, now in charge. The coup d'état was in process and Morny correctly presumed that Haussmann was with them. Haussmann was reassigned first to the frontier region with Italy but then to his favored region of Bordeaux. And as the Prince-President toured the country in preparation for the declaration of empire, he culminated with a major speech at Bordeaux in October 1852. Haussmann's ability to mobilize spectacle to imperial purposes during the Bordeaux visit was duly noted. In June 1853 he was reassigned to Paris. On the day that Haussmann took his oath of office, the emperor handed him a map, so the legend spun by Haussmann in his Hésed, on which were drawn in outlines of 4 different colors the plans for the reconstruction of the street system of Paris. This was, according to Haussmann, the plan that he faithfully carried out over the next 2 decades. We now know this to be a myth. 5. There had been considerable discussion about, as well as practical efforts toward the modernization of Paris under the July monarchy. During the 1840s innumerable plans and proposals were discussed. The emperor, after being elected president in 1848, had already been party to urban renewal initiatives, and Berger, Haussmann's predecessor, had begun the task in earnest. The Rue de Rivoli was already being extended, as was the Rue Saint-Martin, and there are Elisix and Marville's photos and Daumier's trenchant commentaries on the effects of the demolitions from 1851 to 1852, a year before Haussmann took office, to prove it. 6. Furthermore, the emperor appointed a commission under Count Simeon in August 1853 to advise upon urban renewal projects. Haussmann claimed it rarely met and produced only an interim report marked by banal and impracticable recommendations. It in fact met regularly and produced an elaborate and extremely detailed plan that was delivered to the emperor in December 1853. Haussmann deliberately ignored it, though what influence it had on the emperor is not known. Haussmann, furthermore, did both more and less than the emperor wanted. The emperor had instructed him to be sensitive to existing structures of quality and to avoid the straight line. Haussmann ignored him on both counts. The emperor had little interest in the delivery of running water or in the annexation of the suburbs, but Haussmann had a passion for both and got his way. Haussmann's memoirs, upon which most accounts have hitherto relied, are full of dissimulation. There is, however, something very telling about Haussmann's denials. They reveal far more than egoism and vanity. They signal in part what it was that Haussmann had to struggle against. He needed to build a myth of a radical break around himself and the emperor, a myth that has survived to the present day because he needed to show that what went before was irrelevant, that neither he nor Louis Napoleon was in any way beholden to the thinking or the practices of the immediate past. This denial did double duty. It created a founding myth and helped secure the idea that there was no alternative to the benevolent authoritarianism of empire. The Republican, democratic, and socialist proposals and plans of the 1830s and 1840s were impractical and unworthy of consideration. Haussmann devised the only feasible solution, and it was feasible because it was embedded in the authority of empire. In this sense there was indeed a real break in both thought and action after the disruptions set in motion by 1848 had done their work. Yet Haussmann also acknowledged, in an exchange of letters with the emperor that prefaced the publication of the first volume of the Histoire Générale de Paris, that the most striking of modern tendencies is to seek within the past for an explication of the present and a preparation for the future. 7. If the break that Haussmann supposedly made was nowhere near as radical as he claimed, then we must search for the new in the lineaments of the old. But the emergence of the new can still have a not-to-be-denied revolutionary significance. Haussmann and his colleagues were willing to engage in creative destruction on a scale hitherto unseen. The formation of empire out of the ruins of republican democracy enabled them to do this. Let me preview the sorts of shifts I have in mind. Hitler had been one of the main architects at work on the transformation of Paris under the July Monarchy. A new avenue to link the Arc de Triomphe and the Bois de Boulogne had long been moved, and Hitler had drawn up plans for it. The street was to be very wide by existing standards, 120 feet. Hitler met with Haussmann in 1853. The latter insisted there be 440 feet between the facing buildings with an avenue 360 feet wide. 8. Haussmann thus tripled the scale of the project. He changed the spatial scale of both thought and action. Consider another instructive example. The provisioning of Paris through Les Halles had long been recognized as inefficient and inadequate. It had been a hot topic of debate during the July Monarchy. The former prefect Berger, under orders from Louis Napoleon as president, had made it a priority to redesign it. Figure 7 shows the old system, where merchants stored their goods as best they could under the overhanging eaves of the houses. Louis Napoleon suspended work on Baltard's new building of 1852, known locally as the Fortress of Les Halles, as a totally unacceptable solution. "We want umbrellas made of iron," Haussmann told a chastened Baltard in 1853, and that, in the end, is what Baltard gave him, though only after Haussmann had rejected several hybrid designs. The result was a building that has long been regarded as a modernist classic. In his memoirs, Haussmann suggests he saved Baltard's reputation that occurred in construction between the 1820s, when many of the arcades were built, and Les Halles and the Palais de l'Industrie of the 1850s. Something so awful in 1852 could produce such a work of genius 2 years later, Haussmann immodestly replied, "Different prefect. Then go to the Palais de l'Industrie, built for the Universal Exposition of 1855, and see a cavernous space that goes far beyond Baltard. Now compare these new spaces with the arcades that had been so important in the early 1800s. The form and the materials are the same, but there has been an extraordinary change of scale." The architectural historian Lawyer, in his detailed reconstruction of architectural and building practices in 19th-century Paris, enunciates the principle at work exactly. "One of capitalism's most important effects on construction," he writes, "was to transform the scale of projects." 9. While Haussmann's myth of a total break deserves to be questioned, we must also recognize the radical shift in scale that he helped to engineer, inspired by new technologies and facilitated by new organizational forms. This shift enabled him to think of the city as a totality rather than as a chaos of particular projects. In a seemingly quite different register, Consider the radical break that Flaubert supposedly accomplished in his writing. Before 1848, Flaubert was a miserable failure, he agonized, to the point of nervous breakdown in the 1840s, over how and what to write. His explorations of Gothic and Romantic themes produced abysmal literature, no matter how hard he worked at polishing his style. Even his best friends considered the first draft of his Temptation of St. Anthony a total failure, and in 1849 clearly told him so. Bulhet then advised a shocked Flaubert that he should study Balzac and suggested, according to Stiegmuller, that if Flaubert were to write a novel about the bourgeois, emphasizing their emotional rather than their material concerns and employing a good style of his own, the result would be something new in the history of literature. 2 years later, Bulhet suggested that Flaubert take up the tragic suicide of a provincial doctor's wife and treat it in the manner of Balzac. Flaubert swallowed his pride and dutifully worked on this from 1851 to 1856. Madame Bovary, when published, was widely acclaimed as the first major literary sensation and masterpiece in Second Empire culture. Tenet is even sometimes depicted as the first great modernist novel in the French language. However that may be, Flaubert finally came into his own only after Romanticism and Utopianism were put to the sword in 1848. Emma Bovary commits suicide, the victim of banal romantic illusions, in exactly the same way that the revolutionary romantics of 1848 had, in Flaubert's view, committed suicide on the barricades. Wrote Flaubert of Lamartine, "The people have had enough of poets and poets cannot cope." Flaubert downplayed his debt to Balzac, but he perceptibly recognized the dilemma. To accomplish something lasting, he wrote, one must have a solid foundation. The thought of the future torments us, and the past is holding us back. That is why the present is slipping from our grasp. 11. That apostle of modernity, Baudelaire, lived with this dilemma daily, careening from side to side with the same incoherence with which he slid from one side of the barricades to the other in 1848. 12. He had already signaled rejection of tradition in his Salon of 1846, urging artists to explore the epic qualities of modern life, for their age was rich in poetic and wonderful subjects, such as scenes of high life and the thousands of uprooted lives that haunt the underworld of a great city, criminals and prostitutes. The marvelous envelopes us and saturates us like the atmosphere, but we fail to see it, he then wrote. Yet he dedicated his work to the bourgeoisie, invoking their heroism. You have entered into partnership, formed companies, issued loans, to realize the idea of the future in all its diverse forms. Though there may be a touch of irony in this, he is also appealing to the Saint-Simonian utopianism that sought to harness the qualities of visionary poet and astute businessman to the cause of human emancipation. Baudelaire, caught in his own struggle against tradition and the aristocrats of thought, and incidentally also inspired by the example of Balzac, proposed an alliance with all those among the bourgeoisie seeking to overthrow traditional class power. Both, he hoped, could nourish the other until supreme harmony is ours. 13. But that alliance was not to be. How, after all, could artists depict the heroism in those uprooted lives in ways not offensive to the bourgeoisie? Baudelaire would be torn for the rest of his life between the stances of flaneur and dandy, a disengaged and cynical voyeur on the one hand, and man of the people who enters into the life of his subjects with passion on the other. In 1846 that tension was only implicit, but 1848 changed all that. He fought on the side of the insurgents in February and June, and perhaps also in May. He was horrified by the betrayal wrought by the bourgeoisie's party of order but equally distressed at the empty rhetoric of Romanticism. Disillusioned, Baudelaire switched to the socialist Pierre Proudhon as hero for a while, then linked up with Gustave Courbet, attracted by the realism of both men. In retrospect, he wrote, 1848 was charming only through an excess of the ridiculous. But the evocation of excess is significant. He recorded his wild excitement and his natural and legitimate pleasure in destruction. But he detested the result. Even return to the secure power of tradition then seemed preferable. In between the high points of revolutionary engagement, he helped edit reactionary news papers, later writing, "There is no form of rational and assured government save an aristocracy." After his initial fury at Louis Napoleon's coup d'état, he withdrew from politics into pessimism and cynicism, only to confess his addiction when the pulse of revolution began to throb. "The revolution and the cult of reason confirm the doctrine of sacrifice," he wrote. 14 He even came to express sporadic appreciation of Louis Napoleon as someone cast in the role of warrior poet as king. There is a contradiction in Baudelaire's sense of modernity after the bittersweet experience of creative destruction on the barricades and the sacking of the Tuileries Palace in 1848. Tradition has to be overthrown, violently if necessary, in order to grapple with the present and create the future. But the loss of tradition wrenches away the sheet anchors of our understanding and leaves us drifting, powerless. "The aim of the artists," he wrote in 1860, "must therefore be to understand the modern as the transient, the fleeting, the contingent in relation to that other half of art which deals in the eternal and immovable. The fear," he says, in a passage that echoes Flaubert's dilemma, "is of not going fast enough, of letting the spectre escape before the synthesis has been extracted and taken possession of." 15 But all that rush leaves behind a great deal of human wreckage. The thousand uprooted lives cannot be ignored. There is an eloquent evocation of this in his story of the old clown in Paris' spleen. Paris is there depicted as a vast theater. Everywhere joy, money-making, debauchery, everywhere the assurance of tomorrow's daily bread, everywhere frenetic outbursts of vitality. The fate imperiale of the Second Empire is in full swing. But among the dust, shouts, joy, tumult, Baudelaire sees a pitiful old clown, bent, decrepit, the ruin of a man. The absoluteness of his misery is made all the more horrible by being tricked out in comic rags. The clown was mute and motionless. He had given up, he had abdicated. His fate was sealed. The author feels the terrible hand of hysteria, gripping his throat, and rebellious tears that would not fall blur his sight. He wants to leave money, but the motion of the crowd sweeps him onward. Looking back, he says to himself, "I have just seen the prototype of the old writer who has been the brilliant entertainer of the generation he has outlived, the old poet without friends, without family, without children, degraded by poverty and the ingratitude of the public, and to whose booth the fickle world no longer cares to come." 16 For Marx, 1848 marked a similar intellectual and political watershed. Experienced from afar in exile in London, the events of 1848-1851 in Paris were to be an epiphany without which his turn to a scientific socialism would have been unthinkable. The radical break often evinced between the young Marx of the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 and the mature Marx of Capital was, of course, no more radical than were Haussmann's or Flaubert's shifts, but it was nonetheless significant. He had been deeply affected by Romanticism and socialist utopianism in his early years, but was scathing in his dismissal of both in 1848. While there may have been a historical moment when utopianism had opened up new vistas for working-class consciousness, he wrote, it was now at best irrelevant and at worst a barrier to revolution. It is understandable, given the chaotic ferment of ideas produced in the 1840s in France, that Marx would have a strategic interest in boiling down oppositional thought to a much more rigorous and tougher synthetic science of socialism. But for the Marxist movement later to assume a radical break, as if nothing that happened before was relevant, has been a serious error. Marx took all manner of ideas from thinkers like Saint-Simon, Louis Blanqui, Robert Owen, and Etienne Cabet, and even when he rejected others, he shaped his conception as much through critique and opposition as through plucking thought out of thin air. His presentation of the labor process in Capital is shaped in response to Fourier's idea that unalienated labor is defined solely by passionate attraction and the joy of play. To this Marx replies that it takes commitment and grit to complete major projects, and that the labor process, however noble, can never entirely escape the arduousness of hard work and collective discipline. Marx in any case held, and this he took from Saint Simon, that no social order can change without the lineaments of the new already being present in the existing state of things. If we apply that principle rigorously to what happened in and after 1848, we would see not only Flaubert, Baudelaire, and Haussmann, but also Marx himself, in a very particular light. But the fact that Haussmann, Marx, Flaubert, and Baudelaire all came into their own so spectacularly only after 1848 gives support to the myth of modernity as a radical break, and suggests that it was the experience of those years which had something vital to do with subsequent transformations in thought and practice in a variety of settings. This, it seems to me, is the central tension to be addressed. How far and in what ways were the radical transformations achieved after 1848 already prefigured in the thought and practices of earlier years? Marx, like Flaubert and Baudelaire, was greatly influenced by Balzac. Paul Lafargue, Marx's son-in-law, noted that Marx's admiration for Balzac was so profound that he had planned to write a criticism of La Comédie Humaine as soon as he should have finished his economic studies. 17th whole of Balzac's oeuvre, in Marx's judgment, was prescient about the future evolution of the social order. Balzac anticipated in uncanny ways social relations that were identifiable only in embryo in the 1830s and 1840s. In drawing back the veil to reveal the myths of modernity as they were forming from the Restoration onward, Balzac helps us identify the deep continuities that underlay the seemingly radical break after 1848. The covert dependency of both Flaubert and Baudelaire upon the perspectives he developed shows this continuity at work even on the terrain of literary production. Marx's explicit debt spreads the continuity across political economy and historical writing. If revolutionary movements draw upon latent tensions within the existing order, then Balzac's writings on Paris in the 1830s and 1840s stand to reveal the nature of such. And out of these possibilities, the transformations of the Second Empire were fashioned. In this light I examine Balzac's representations of Paris in Chapter 1. Daumier's art, of which I make considerable illustrative use here, exhibited similarly prescient qualities. Frequently compared to Balzac, Daumier produced incessant commentary on daily life as well as politics in Paris that forms an extraordinary source. Baudelaire once complained that viewers of Daumier merely looked at the joke and paid no mind to the art. Art historians have subsequently rescued Daumier from dismissal as a mere caricaturist and focused on the finer points of his art, though given his prolific output, the work is generally acknowledged as of uneven quality. But I am here more concerned with the subjects he chooses and the nature of the jokes that he shared with his audience. What Daumier so often does is to anticipate, and thereby render very visible, processes of change in an embryonic state. As early as 1844, he satirized the way the new dry goods stores were organized, and anticipated the experience of the department stores of the 1850s and 1860s. Most of his commentaries on clearances and demolitions are from 1852, before the more massive demolitions occurred. He had, then, an uncanny ability to see not only what the city was, but what it was becoming, well before it got there. 18. This issue of how to see the city and how to represent it during phases of intense change is a daunting challenge. Novelists like Balzac and artists like Daumier pioneer ways to do it in interesting but indirect ways. It is a curious fact, however, that although there are innumerable studies and monographs on individual cities available, few of them turn out to be particularly memorable, let alone enlightening about the human condition. There are, of course, exceptions. I have always taken Karl Skorsk's Fin de siècle Vienna as the model to be aspired to, no matter how impossible to replicate. 19. An interesting feature of that work is precisely how it manages to convey some sense of the totality of what the city was about through a variety of perspectives on material life, on cultural activities, on patterns of thought within the city. The most interesting urban writing is often of a fragmentary and perspectival sort. The difficulty then is to see the totality as well as the parts, and it is on this point that Fin de siècle Vienna works its particular magic. This difficulty is pervasive in urban studies and urban theory. We have abundant theories as to what happens in the city but a singular lack of theory of the city, and those theories of the city that we do have often appear to be so one-dimensional and so wooden as to eviscerate the richness and complexity of what the urban experience is about. One cannot easily approach the city and the urban experience, therefore, in a one-dimensional way. This fragmented approach to the totality is nowhere more brilliantly articulated than in Walter Benjamin's study of Paris in his Arcades project. 20. This has been the focus of considerable and growing interest in recent years, particularly after the appearance of a definitive English translation of the Arcade study in 1999. My aim is, of course, quite different from Benjamin's. It is to reconstruct, as best I can, how Second Empire Paris worked, how capital and modernity came together in a particular place and time, and how social relations and political imaginations were animated by this encounter. Benjamin scholars should, I hope, find something useful in this exercise. I do, of course, make use of many of Benjamin's insights, and I do have some rough ideas as to how to read him. The fascination of his Arcades project for me rests upon the way in which he assembled a vast array of information from all sorts of secondary sources and began to lay out the bits and pieces, as if they were part of some giant kaleidoscope of how Paris worked and how it became such a central site for the birth of the modern. He plainly had a grand conception in mind, but the study was unfinished and its overall shape therefore remains elusive. But, like Skorsky, Benjamin does return again and again to certain themes, persistent threads that bring together the whole and render some vision of the totality possible. The Arcades operate as a recurrent motif. Benjamin also insists that we do not merely live in a material world but that our imaginations, our dreams, our conceptions, and our representations mediate that materiality in powerful ways, hence his fascination with spectacle, representations, and phantasmagoria. The problem for the reader of Benjamin is how to understand the fragments in relation to the totality of Paris. Some, of course, would want to say it just doesn't fit together and it is best to leave it at that. To superimpose thematics is to do such violence to experience that it is to be resisted at all costs. I have much more faith in the inherent relations between processes and things than to be satisfied with that. I also have a much deeper belief in our capacities to represent and communicate what those connections and relations are about. But I also recognize, as any theorist must, the necessary violence that comes with abstraction, and that it is always dangerous to interpret complex relations as simple causal chains or, worse still, as determined by some mechanistic process. Resort to a dialectical and relational mode of historical geographical inquiry should help avoid such traps. A work of this kind necessarily depends heavily on archival work done by others. The Parisian archive has, however, been so richly mined, and the secondary sources are so abundant, that it takes a major effort to bring innumerable studies done from different perspectives into a dynamic synthesis. Reliance upon secondary sources is in some ways limiting, and always poses the question of reliability and trustworthiness, to say nothing of their compatibility. I have frequently read these sources against the grain of their own theoretical framework, but the archival work on Paris has, from no matter what perspective, been carefully done, and I have striven to retain the integrity of substantive findings. To put things this way is also to go against the grain of much contemporary academic practice, which concentrates on the discursive constructions that permeate supposedly factual accounts in order to understand the latter as cultural constructions open to critique and deconstruction. Such interrogations have been invaluable. From this standpoint, to speak of the integrity of findings is highly suspect, since integrity and truth are effects of discourse. It is useful to know, for example, that the statistical inquiry into Parisian industry of 1847 to 1848 was riddled with conservative political economic presuppositions that, among other things, classified workers subcontracted at home as small businesses and which sought to foreground the importance of the family as guardian of social order. 22 And Rancière's challenge to the myth of the artisan distressed at the desquiling, degradation, and loss of nobility of work as a prime actor in class struggle has to be taken very seriously. 23. But a work of synthesis, of the sort I am here attempting, must perforce construct its own rules of engagement. It cannot stop at the point of endless deconstruction of the discursive elaborations of others, but has to press on into the materiality of social processes even while acknowledging the power and significance of discourses and perceptions in shaping social life and historical geographical inquiry. For this the methodology of historical geographical materialism, which I have for several years been evolving, provides, I believe, a powerful means to understand the dynamics of urban change in a particular place and time. 24. I emphasize, however, my deep indebtedness to the long-standing tradition of serious scholarship that has mined the Parisian archive so well and reflected on its meanings for so long from so many diverse perspectives. The extraordinary facilities in the Bibliothèque historique de la ville de Paris and the collection of visual materials now assembled in the Photothèque de Musées de la ville de Paris made the preparation of this work much easier as well as pleasurable. The study of Paris in Part 2 is a revised and extended version of the essay in Consciousness and the Urban Experience. The coda, the building of the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur, is slightly revised from the same volume. It had initially appeared in the Annals of the Association of American Geographers in 1979. The study on Balzac is a revised and extended version of earlier efforts separately published in Cosmopolitan Geographies, edited by Vinay Darwadkar, and in After Images of the City, edited by Joan Ramon Resina. Chapter 2 and this introduction are wholly new. Part 1. Representations, Paris 1830 to 1848. Chapter 1. The Myths of Modernity. Balzac's Paris. Balzac has secured the mythic constitution of the world through precise topographic contours. Paris is the breeding ground of his mythology. Paris with its 2 or 3 great bankers, Paris with its great physician Horace Bianchon, with its entrepreneur César Birotteau, with its 4 or 5 great cocottes, with its usurer Gobseck, with its sundry advocates and soldiers. But above all, and we see this again and again, it is from the same streets and corners, the same little rooms and recesses, that the figures of this world step into the light. What else can this mean but that topography is the ground plan of this mythic space of tradition, as it is of every such space, and that it can become indeed its key? Walter Benjamin. Modern myths, Balzac observes in The Old Maid, are less well understood but much more powerful than myths drawn from ancient times. Their power derives from the way they inhabit the imagination as indisputable and indiscussible realities drawn from daily experience rather than as wondrous tales of origins and legendary conflicts of human passions and desires. This idea, that modernity must necessarily create its own myths, was later taken up by Baudelaire in his critical essay The Salon of 1846. He there sought to identify the new forms of passion and the specific kinds of beauty constituted by the modern, and criticized the visual artists of the day for their failure to open their eyes to see and know the heroism around them. The life of our city is rich in poetic and marvelous subjects. We are enveloped and steeped as though in an atmosphere of the marvelous, though we do not notice it invoking a new element, modern beauty. Baudelaire concludes his essay thus: the heroes of the Iliad are pygmies compared to you, Vautrin, Rastignac and Birotteau, and you, Honore de Balzac, you the most heroic, the most extraordinary, the most romantic and the most poetic of all the characters you have produced from your womb. 1. Balzac painted in prose, but could hardly be accused of failing to see the richness and the poetry of daily life around him. Could you really grudge, he asks, spending a few minutes watching the dramas, disasters, tableaus, picturesque incidents which arrest your attention in the heart of this restless queen of cities? Look around you as you make your way through that huge stucco cage, that human beehive with black runnels marking its sections, and follow the ramifications of the idea which moves, stirs and ferments inside it. 2. Before Baudelaire issued his manifesto for the visual arts, Balzac had already placed the myths of modernity under the microscope and used the figure of the flaneur to do it. And Paris, a capital city being shaped by bourgeois power into a city of capital, was at the center of his world. The rapid and seemingly chaotic growth of Paris in the early 19th century rendered city life difficult to decipher, decode, and represent. Several of the novelists of the period struggled to come to terms with what the city was about. Exactly how they did so has been the subject of intensive scrutiny. 3. They recorded much about their material world and the social processes that flowed around them. They explored different ways to represent that world and helped shape the popular imagination as to what the city was and might become. They considered alternatives and possibilities, sometimes didactically, but more often indirectly. Through their evocations of the play of human desires in relation to social forms, institutions, and conventions. They decoded the city and rendered it legible, thereby providing ways to grasp, represent, and shape seemingly inchoate and often disruptive processes of urban change. How Balzac did this is of great interest because he made Paris central, one might almost say the central character in much of his writing. But the human comedy is a vast, sprawling, incomplete and seemingly disparate set of works, made up of some 90 novels and novellas written in just over 20 years between 1828 and his death in 1850, at the age of 51. Exhuming the myths of modernity and of the city from out of this incredibly rich and often confusing oeuvre is no easy task. Balzac had the idea of putting his various novels together as the human comedy in 1833, and by 1842 settled on a plan that divided the works into scenes of private, provincial, Parisian, political, military, and rural life, supplemented by a series of philosophical and analytical studies. 4. But Paris figures almost everywhere. So there is no option except to track the city down wherever it is to be found. Reading through much of the human comedy as an urbanist is a quite extraordinary experience. It reveals all manner of things about a city and its historical geography that might otherwise remain hidden. Balzac's prescient insights and representations must surely have left a deep imprint upon the sensibility of his readers, far beyond the literati of the time. He almost certainly helped create a climate of public opinion that could better understand the political economy that underlays modern urban life, thus shaping the imaginative preconditions for the systematic transformations of Paris that occurred during the Second Empire. Balzac's supreme achievement, I shall argue, was to dissect and represent the social forces omnipresent within the womb of bourgeois society. By demystifying the city and the myths of modernity with which it was suffused, he opened up new perspectives, not only on what the city was, but also on what it could become. Just as crucially, he reveals much about the psychological underpinnings of his own representations and furnishes insights into the murkier plays of desire that get lost in the lifeless documentations in the city's archives. The dialectic of the city and how the modern self might be constituted is thereby laid bare. Balzac's utopianism. The only solid foundation for a well-regulated society, Balzac wrote, depended upon the proper exercise of power by an aristocracy secured by private property, whether it be real estate or capital. 5. The distinction between real estate and capital is important. It signals the existence of a sometimes fatal conflict between landed wealth and money power. Balzac's utopianism most typically appeals to the former. What the literary theorist Frederick Jameson calls the still point of Balzac's churning world focuses on the mild and warming fantasy of landed property as the tangible figure of a utopian wish fulfillment. Here resides a piece released from the competitive dynamism of Paris and of metropolitan business struggles, yet still imaginable in some existent backwater of concrete social history. 6. Balzac often invokes idyllic pastoral scenes from the earliest novels onwards. The Peasantry, one of his last novels, opens with a long letter composed by a Parisian royalist journalist describing an idyllic Arcadian scene of a country estate and its surroundings, contrasted with the ceaseless and thrilling dramatic spectacle of Paris, and its harrowing struggles for existence. This idealization then frames the action in the novel and provides a distinctive perspective from which social structures can be observed and interpreted. In The Wild Ass's Skin, the utopian motif moves center stage. Raphael de Valentin, seeking the repose that will prolong his threatened life, felt an instinctive need to draw close to nature, to simplicity of dwelling and the vegetative life to which we so readily surrender in the country. He needs the restorative and rejuvenating powers that only proximity to nature can bring. He finds a spot where nature, as light-hearted as a child at play, seemed to have taken delight in hiding treasure, and close by came upon a modest dwelling house of granite faced with wood. The thatched roof of this cottage, in harmony with the site, was gay with mosses and flowering ivy which betrayed its great antiquity. A wisp of smoke, too thin to disturb the birds, wound up from the crumbling chimney. In front of the door was a large bench placed between two enormous bushes of honeysuckle covered with red, sweet-scented blossoms. The walls of the cottage were scarcely visible under the branches of vine and the garlands of roses and jasmine which rambled around at their own sweet will. Unconcerned with this rustic beauty, the cottagers did nothing to cultivate it and left nature to its elvish and virginal grace. The inhabitants are no less bucolic. The yelping of the dogs brought out a sturdy child who stood there gaping, then there came a white-haired old man of medium height. These two matched their surroundings, the atmosphere, the flowers, and the cottage. Good health brimmed over in the luxuriance of nature, giving childhood and age their own brands of beauty. In fact, in every form of life, there was that carefree habit of contentment that reigned in earlier ages, mocking the didactic discourse of modern philosophy. It also served to cure the heart of its turgid passions. 7. Utopian visions of this sort operate as a template against which everything else is judged. In the closing phases of the orgy scene in The Wild Ass's Skin, for example, Balzac comments how the girls present, hardened to vice, nevertheless recalled, as they awoke, days gone by of purity and innocence spent happily with family in a bucolic rustic setting. This pastoral utopianism even has an urban counterpart. Living penniless in Paris, Raphael had earlier witnessed the impoverished but noble life of a mother and daughter whose constant labor, cheerfully endured, bore witness to a pious resignation inspired by lofty sentiments. There existed an indefinable harmony between the two women and the objects around them. 8. Only in The Country Doctor, however, does Balzac contemplate the active construction of such a utopian alternative. It takes a supreme act of personal renunciation on the part of the doctor, a dedicated, compassionate, and reform-minded bourgeois, to bring about the necessary changes in a rural area of chronic ignorance and the myths of modernity. 27. Impoverishment. The aim is to organize harmonious capitalist production on the land by way of a collaborative communitarian effort that nevertheless emphasizes the joys of private property. Balzac hints darkly, however, at the fragility of such a project in the face of peasant venality and individualism. But again and again throughout the human comedy we find echoes of this utopian motif as a standpoint from which social relations can be understood. Balzac looked for the most part to the aristocracy to provide leadership. Their duties and obligations were clear: those who wish to remain at the head of a country must always be worthy of leading it, they must constitute its mind and soul in order to control the activity of its hands. But it is a modern aristocracy that must now emerge, and it must understand that art, science, and wealth form the social triangle within which is inscribed the shield of power. Rulers must have sufficient knowledge to judge wisely and must know the needs of the subjects and the state of the nation, its markets and trade, its territory and property. Subjects must be educated, obedient, and act responsibly to partake of the art of governance. Means of action, he writes, lie in positive strength and not in historic memories. He admires the English aristocracy because it recognized the need for change. Rulers have to understand that institutions have their climacteric years when terms change their meaning, when ideas put on a new garb and the conditions of political life assume a totally new form without the basic substance being affected. 9. This last phrase, without the basic substance being affected, takes us back, however, to the still point of Balzac's pastoral utopianism. A modern aristocracy needs money power to rule. If so, can it be anything other than capitalist? What class configuration can support this utopian vision? Balzac clearly recognizes that class distinctions and class conflict cannot be abolished. An aristocracy in some sense represents the thought of a society, just as the middle and working classes are the organic and active side of it. Harmony must be constructed out of the apparent antagonism between these class forces such that a seeming antipathy produced by a diversity of movement nevertheless works for a common aim. Again, there is more than a hint of Saint-Simonian utopian doctrine in all of this. The problem is not, then, the existence of social differences and class distinctions. It is entirely possible for the different types contributing to the physiognomy of the city to harmonize admirably with the character of the ensemble. For harmony is the poetry of order, and all peoples feel an imperious need for order. Now is not the cooperation of all things with one another, unity in a word, the simplest expression of order? Even the working classes, he holds, are drawn towards an orderly and industrious way of life. 10. This ideal of class harmony fashioned out of difference is, sadly, disrupted by multiple processes working against it. Workers are thrust back into the mire by society. Parisians have fallen victim to the false illusions of the epoch, most notably that of equality. Rich people have become more exclusive in their tastes and their attachment to their personal belongings than they were 30 years ago. The aristocrats need money to survive and to assure the new social order, but the pursuit of that money power corrupts their potentialities. The rich consequently succumb to a fanatical craving for self-expression. 11. The pursuit of money, sex, and power becomes an elaborate, farcical, and destructive game. Speculation and the senseless pursuit of money and pleasure wreak havoc on the social order. A corrupt aristocracy fails in its historic mission, while the bourgeoisie, the central focus of Balzac's contempt, has no civilized alternative to offer. These failures are all judged, however, in relation to Balzac's utopian alternative. The pastoralism provides the emotive content and a progressive aristocracy secures its class basis. While the class perspective is quite different, Marx could nevertheless profess an intense admiration for the prescient, incisive, and clairvoyant qualities of Balzac's analysis of bourgeois society in The Human Comedy and drew much inspiration from the study of it. 12. We also admire it too because of the clarity it offers in demystifying not only the myths of modernity and of the city but also its radical exposure of the fetish qualities of bourgeois self-understandings. Paris and its provinces, the country in the city. While Balzac's utopianism has a distinctively landed, provincial, and even rustic flavor, the contrast with actual social relations on the land and in the provinces could not be more dramatic. Innumerable characters in Balzac's works undertake the difficult transition from provincial to metropolitan ways of life. Some, like Rastignac in Old Goriot, negotiate the transition successfully, while a priest in César Birotteau is so horrified by the bustle of the city that he stays locked in his room until he can return to Tours, vowing never to set foot in the city again. Lucien, in Lost Illusions and the Harlot High and Low, never quite makes the grade and ends up committing suicide. Still others, like Cousin Bet, bring their peasant wiles with them and use them to destroy the segment of metropolitan society to which they have intimate access. While the boundary is porous, there is a deep antagonism between provincial ways and those of the metropolis. Paris casts its shadow across the land, but with diminishing intensity the further away one moves. Brittany as depicted in the Chants is like a far-off colonial outpost, and Burgundy and Angoulême are far enough away to evolve autonomous ways of life. Here the law is locally understood and locally administered, and everything depends on local rather than national power relations. The distinctive pattern of class relations in the provinces is brilliantly laid out in the peasantry. Balzac here sets in relief the principal types of a class neglected by a throng of writers and addresses the phenomena of a permanent conspiracy of those whom we call the weak against those who imagine themselves to be the strong, of the peasantry against the rich. That the weak have many weapons is clearly revealed. Balzac portrays this indefatigable sapper at his work, nibbling and gnawing the land into little bits, carving an acre into 100 scraps, to be in turn divided, summoned to the banquet by the bourgeois, who finds in him a victim and an ally. Beneath the idyllic rusticity there lies an ugly significance. The peasant's code is not the bourgeois code, writes Balzac. The savage and his near relation, the peasant, never make use of articulate speech, except to lay traps for their enemies. 13. The struggle between the peasants and the aristocracy is fiercely joined, but the real protagonists in the action are a motley crew of local lawyers, merchants, doctors, and others hell-bent on accumulating capital by usurious practices, monopoly controls, legal chicanery, and the weaving of an intricate web of interdependencies and strategic alliances. This group is locally powerful enough to defy or subvert the central authorities in Paris, to hem in aristocratic power, and to orchestrate events for their own benefit. The peasants are inevitably drawn into an alliance with local bourgeois interests against the aristocracy, even though they stand not to benefit from the outcome. The bourgeois lawyer Rigaud, variously described as the vampire of the valley and a master of avarice, holds oppressive mortgages and uses them to extract forced labor from a peasantry he controls with secret wires. Cordicus, a peasant, borrowed money from Rigaud to purchase a small estate, but never manages to pay more than the interest on the loan, no matter how hard he and his wife work. Constantly threatened with foreclosure, Cordicus can never go against Rigaud's will. And Rigaud's will is to use the power of the peasantry, in particular their chronic and ghastly impoverishment, their resentments, and their traditional rights to gleaning and to the extraction of wood as a means to undermine the commercial viability of the aristocratic estate. Says one perceptive peasant. Frighten the gentry at the eggs so as to maintain your rights, well and good, but as for driving them out of the place and having the eggs put up for auction, that is what the bourgeois want in the valley, but it is not in our interest to do it. If you help divide up the big estates, where are all the national lands to come from in the revolution that is coming? You will get the land for nothing then, just as old Rigaud did, but once let the bourgeois chew up the land, they will spit it out in much smaller and dearer bits. You will work for them, like all the others working for Rigaud. Look at Cordicus. 14. While it was easier for the peasantry to go against the aristocracy and blame them for their degraded condition than to resist the local bourgeois upon whom they depended, the resentment of local bourgeois power was never far from the surface. For how long, then, could it be controlled, and did not the bourgeoisie in both Paris and the countryside have reason to fear it? Insofar as the countryside is a site of instability and class war, its threat to the Parisian world becomes all too apparent. While Paris may reign, it is the countryside that governs. 15 Parisians of all classes lived in a state of denial and distrust of their rural origins. The complex rituals of integration of provincial migrants into the city can be explained only in such terms. Having viciously picked apart the small-town provincialisms of Angoulême in the opening part of Lost Illusions, Balzac describes excruciating scenes as Lucien and Madame de Barguetin moved to Paris to consummate their passion. Taken to the opera by the well-connected Madame d'Espard, Lucien, who has already spent much of the little money he has on clothes, is scrutinized variously as a tailor's dummy or as a shopkeeper in his Sunday best. When it transpires that he is actually the son of an apothecary and really has no claim to his mother's aristocratic lineage, he is shunned altogether, including by Madame de Barguetin. The latter fares little better at first. In Paris she appears to Lucien as a tall, desiccated woman with freckled skin, faded complexion, and strikingly red hair, angular, affected, pretentious, provincial of speech and above all badly dressed. The butt of barbed comments from many at the opera, she is saved because everyone could see in Madame d'Espard's companion a poor relation from the provinces, and any Parisian family can be similarly afflicted. 16 Under Madame d'Espard's tutelage, Madame de Barguetin is quickly initiated into Parisian mores, though now as Lucien's enemy rather than his lover. Balzac frequently recounts scenes of ritual incorporation into Parisian life out of provincial origins, no matter whether it be of a merchant, an ambitious young aristocrat, or a well-connected woman. Once incorporated, they never look back, even if they are ultimately destroyed by their Parisian failures. The avid denial of provincial origins and of provincial powers thereby evolves into one of the founding myths of Parisian life, that Paris is an entity unto itself and that it does not rely in any way upon the provincial world it so despises. It is in Cousin Bet that we see how costly such a denial can be, A woman of peasant origins uses her wiles to destroy the aristocratic family whose status she so envies. Paris depended crucially upon its provinces but avidly sought to deny that fact. The rushing stream. The contrast between the leisurely pace of provincial and rural life and the daily rush in Paris is startling. Consider the wide range of metaphors that Balzac deploys to convey the sense of what Paris is about. The city, he writes, is endlessly on the march and never taking rest. It is a monstrous miracle, an astounding assemblage of movements, machines, and ideas, the city of 1,000 different romances, a restless queen of cities. In the rushing stream of Paris, events and people tumble pell-mell over each other. Even negotiating the street can be intimidating. Everyone, conforming to his own particular bent, scans the heavens, hops this way and that, either in order to avoid the mud, or because he is in a hurry, or because he sees other citizens rushing along helter-skelter. This frenetic pace, with its compressions of both time and space, in part derives from the way Paris has become a vast metropolitan workshop for the manufacture of enjoyment. It is a city devoid of morals, principles, and genuine feeling, but one within which all feelings, principles, and morals have their beginning and their end. What Simmel later came to define as the blasé attitude so characteristic of the city of modernity is spectacularly evoked. No sentiment can stand against the swirling torrent to events, their onrush and the effort to swim against the current lessens the intensity of passion. Love is reduced to desire, hate to whimsy, in the salon as in the street no one is de trop, no one is absolutely indispensable or absolutely noxious. In Paris there is toleration for everything, the government, the guillotine, the church, cholera. You will always be welcome in Parisian society, but if you are not there no one will miss you. 17. The chaos of commodity markets compounds the confusions. The Rue Perrin-Gasolin is one byway in the labyrinth, forming, as it were, the entrails of the town. It swarms with an infinite variety of commodities various and mixed, stinking and stylish, herrings and muslin, silks and honey, butter and tools and above all a host of little shops, of which Paris no more suspects the existence than most men suspect what is going on in their pancreas. 18. To find out how this Paris works, to get beneath the surface appearance, the mad jumble, and the kaleidoscopic shifts, to penetrate the labyrinth, you have to break open the body to find therein the soul. But it is there, at the core, that the emptiness of bourgeois life becomes all too evident. While the dominant forces at work are interpreted in various ways, behind them loom figures like Gigonnet the discounter, Gobseck the banker, and Rigaud the money lender. Gold and pleasure lie at the heart of it all. Take these two words as a guiding light, and all will be revealed because, we are told, not a cog fails to fit into its groove and everything stimulates the upward march of money. In Paris people of all social statures, small, medium and great, run and leap and caper under the whip of a pitiless goddess, necessity, the necessity for money, glory, or amusement. 19. The circulation of capital is in charge. In particular, the monster we call speculation takes over. Eugénie Grandet records a key historical moment of conversion. The miser who hoards gold becomes the rentier who speculates in interest-bearing notes, thereby equating self-interest with monetary interest. Marx may have had Grandet in mind when he wrote, "The boundless greed after riches, this passionate chase after exchange value, is common to the capitalist and the miser, but while the miser is merely a capitalist gone mad, the capitalist is a rational miser." 20. So it is with Grandet. But it is speculation of all sorts that rules. The working classes speculate as they wear themselves out to win the gold which keeps them spellbound, and will even take to revolution, which it always interprets as a promise of gold and pleasure. The bustling, scheming, speculating members of the lower middle classes assess demand in Paris and reckon to cater for it. They forage the world for commodities, discount bills of exchange, circulate and cash all sorts of securities while making provision for the fantasies of children, spying out the whims and vices of grown-ups. They even squeeze out dividends from diseases as they offer spurious remedies for real and imagined ills. 21 Cesar Bairotio, a perfumer, pioneers the use of advertising to persuade everyone of the superiority of his product, thus driving out all rivals. At an even grander level, speculation in house property and land rents reshapes the city. Paris may be a monster, but it is the most monomaniacal of monsters. It falls for 1,000 fantasies. At one moment it takes to bricklaying like a lord enamoured of the trowel. Then it falls into the slough of despond, goes bankrupt, sells up and files its petition. But a few days later, it puts its affairs in order, sallies forth in holiday and dancing mood. It has its day-to-day manias, but also its manias for the month, the season, the year. Accordingly, at that moment, the whole population was demolishing or rebuilding something or returns from real estate speculation may, however, be slow and erratic. We even witness something we now call gentrification, in building fine and elegant houses with a porter's lodge, laying footpaths and putting in shops. Speculative builders, by the high rents that they charge, tend to drive away undesirable characters, families without possessions, and every kind of bad tenant. And it is in this way that districts rid themselves of their disreputable population. 23 Grand financiers stand ready not only to ruin honest bourgeois investors like Bairotio but also, as with Baron Nucingen, to swindle poor people out of their money. Do you know what he calls doing a good stroke of business, asks Madame Nucingen of a shocked Goriot. He buys undeveloped land in his own name, then has houses built on it acting through men of straw. These men draw up the contracts for the buildings with all the contractors and pay them with long-dated bills. They hand over possession of the houses to my husband for a small sum, and slide out of their debt to the duped contractors by going bankrupt. 24. The guiding strings of power in this new society lie within the credit system. A few clever financiers occupy nodal points in networks of power that dominate everything else. Balzac exposes the fictions of bourgeois power and values. This is a world where fictitious capital dominated by bits of paper credit augmented by creative accounting holds sway, where everything dances to the tune of expectations and anticipations with only accidental relationship to honest toil. This fictive, always out for quick success. He here offers to sell shares to those prepared to lose money and advises a salesman that he will realize a lot more profit if he grinds up his product into powder, or turns it into a lotion and sells it as a remedy for some ailment. When told the sack contains corn, he merely replies, "So much the better." World carries over into personal behaviors, to adopt all the trappings of wealth, particularly to assume the clothing of its outward signs, and to go into debt to do it, is a necessary prelude to achievement of wealth. Fiction and fantasy, particularly the fictions of credit and interest, become reality. This is one of the key founding myths of modernity. And this is what all the sophisticated social facades and all the chaotic turbulence of the rushing stream conceal. Balzac peels away the fetishism and exposes the fictions to reveal the utter emptiness of bourgeois values within. Dancing in this way to the tune of Her Highness political economy may even have revolutionary implications. The needs of all classes, consumed by vanity, are overexcited. Politics no less fearfully than morality must ask itself where the income is to come from to meet these needs. When one sees the floating debt of the treasury and when one becomes acquainted with the floating debt of each household which models itself on the state, one is shocked to see that a half of France is in hock to the other half. When accounts are settled, the debtors will be far ahead of the creditors. This will probably signal the end of the so-called era of industry. The rich bourgeoisie has many more heads to cut off than the nobility, and even if they have the guns they will find their adversaries among those that make them. 25. In 1848 the truth of this became all too evident. The Inferno and its moral order. Though the surface appearance is of atomistic and chaotic competition between individuals in a relentless struggle for gold, power, and pleasure, Balzac penetrates behind this chaotic world of appearance to construct an understanding of Paris as a product of constellations and clashes of class forces. In The Girl with the Golden Eyes he deploys an amazing mixture of metaphors to describe this class structure. Dante's vision of spheres in The Descent into Hell is first invoked, for it is not only in jest that Paris has been called an inferno. The epithet is well deserved. There all is smoke, fire, glare, ebullience, everything flares up, falters, dies down, burns up again, sparkles, crackles and is consumed. It is forever vomiting fire and flame from its unquenchable crater. 26 Balzac rapidly shifts metaphors, and we find ourselves first ascending through the floors of a typical Parisian apartment building, noting the class stratification as we go up, then viewing Paris as a ship of state manned by a motley crew, and then, finally, probing into the lobes and tissues of the body of Paris considered as either a harlot or a queen. But the class structure throughout is clear. At the bottom of the pile is the proletariat, the class which has no possessions. The worker is the man who overtaxes his strength, harnesses his wife to some machine or other, and exploits his child by gearing him to a cogwheel. The manufacturer is the intermediary who pulls on guiding strings to put these puppets in motion in return for promising this sweating, willing, patient, industrious populace a lavish enough wage to cater to a city's whims on behalf of that monster we call speculation. Thereupon the workers set themselves to working through the night watches, suffering, toiling, cursing, fasting, and forging along, all of them wearing themselves out in order to win the gold which keeps them spellbound. This proletariat, amounting to 300,000 people by Balzac's estimate, typically flings away its hard-earned wealth in the taverns that surround the city, exhausts itself with debauchery, explodes occasionally into revolutionary fervor, and then falls back into sweated labor. Pinned like Vulcan to the wheel, there are nevertheless some workers of exemplary virtue who typify its capacities raised to their highest expression and sum up its social potentialities in a kind of life in which mental and bodily activity are combined. Still others carefully harbor their incomes to set up as small retailers encapsulated in Balzac's figure of the haberdasher who achieves a rather different lifestyle of respectable family life, sessions reading the newspaper, visits to the opera and to the new dry goods stores. He is typically ambitious for his family and values education as a means to upward mobility. 27 The second sphere is constituted by wholesale merchants and their staffs, government employees, small bankers of great integrity, swindlers and catspaws, head clerks and junior clerks, bailiffs, solicitors and notaries' clerks, in short the bustling, scheming, speculating members of that lower middle class that assesses demand in Paris and reckon to cater to it. Burned up with desire for gold and pleasure, and driven by the flail of self-interest, they, too, let their frantic pace of life ruin their health. Thus they end their days dragging themselves dazedly along the boulevard with worn, dull, and withered faces, dim eyes and tottering legs. The third circle is, as it were, the stomach of Paris, in which the interests of the city are digested and compressed into a form which goes by the name of affairs. Here, by some acrid and rancorous intestinal process, we find an upper middle class of lawyers, doctors, barristers, businessmen, bankers, traders on the grand scale. Desperate to attract and accumulate money, those who have hearts leave them behind as they descend the stair in early morning, into the abyss of sorrows that put families to the torture. Within this sphere we find the cast of characters who dominate within the whole corpus of Balzac's work and about whom he has so much critical to say. This is the class that now dominates, even though it does so in self-destructive ways that encompass its own ruinous practices, activities, and attitudes. 28 Above this lives the artist world, struggling to achieve originality but ravaged, not ignobly, but ravaged, fatigued, tortured and incessantly harassed by creditors, so that they succumb to both vice and pleasure as compensation for their long nights of overwork, as they seek in vain to conciliate mundane dalliance with the conquest of glory and money with art. Competition, rivalry, and calumny are deadly enemies to talent, Balzac observes. 29. This now hegemonic middle class lives and works under the most appalling conditions, however. Before we leave the four social tiers on which patrician wealth in Paris is built, should we not, having dealt with moral causes, make also some sounding about physical causes? Should we not point out a deleterious influence whose corruptive action is equal only to that exerted by the municipal authorities who so complacently allow it to subsist? If the air of the houses in which the majority of the middle-class citizens live is foul, if the atmosphere of the street spews out noxious vapors into practically airless back premises, realize that, apart from this pestilence, the 40,000 houses of this great city have their foundations plunged in filth. Half of Paris sleeps nightly in the putrid exhalations from streets, backyards, and privies. 30. These were the living conditions that Haussmann was summoned to address more than 20 years later. But the working conditions of the middle class were no better. They live in insalubrious offices, pestilential courtrooms, small chambers with barred windows, spend their day weighed down by the weight of their affairs. All of this makes for a tremendous contrast with the great, airy, gilded salons, the mansions enclosed in gardens, the world of the rich, leisured, happy, moneyed people. Yet, in Balzac's dyspeptic account, the residents of this upper sphere are anything but happy. Corrupted by their search for pleasure, bored, warped, withered and consumed by a veritable bonfire of the vanities, curiously preyed upon by the lower classes who study their tastes in order to convert them into vices as a source of profit, they live a hollow existence in anticipation of a pleasure that never comes. This was the class in whom Balzac invested all his utopian hopes, but perhaps exactly for that reason it assumes the ugliest of actual personas, pasteboard faces, those premature wrinkles, that rich man's physiognomy on which impotence has set its grimace, in which only gold is mirrored and from which intelligence has fled. 31. Balzac summarizes thus, hence it is that the phenomenal activity of the proletariat, the deterioration resulting from the multiple interests that bring down the two middle classes described above, the spiritual torments to which the class of artists is subjected and the surfeit of pleasure usually sought by the grandees, explain the normal ugliness of the Paris population. 32. Thus are the kaleidoscopic experience and cadaverous physiognomy of the city understood. The seeming rigidity of these class distinctions is offset by the rapid shifts that occur as individuals participate in the high-stakes pursuit of money, sex, and power. Lucien, for example, returns to his provincial origins penniless, powerless, and disgraced at the end of Lost Illusions, only to reappear in Paris re-empowered by his association with the arch-criminal Vautrin, who orchestrates his liaison with the wealthy mistress of Nucingen, the banker, in a harlot high and low. Rastignac lives among the impoverished but genteel boarders and students in Old Goriot but circulates among the nobility. Each social sphere projects its spawn into the sphere immediately above it, so that the rich grocer's son becomes a notary, the timber merchant's son becomes a magistrate. 33. And, as we have seen, by adopting all the trappings of outward appearances of wealth, it is sometimes possible to actually realize that wealth through speculative action and the fraudulent management of social relations. Yet there are innumerable traps and limits to this process, as identifications and identities become glued together in the complex spaces of the Parisian social order. On spatial pattern and moral order. In every zone of Paris there is a mode of being which reveals what you are, what you do, where you come from, and what you are after. The physical distances that separate classes are understood as a material consecration of the moral distance which ought to separate them. The separation of social classes exists as both spatial ecologies and vertical segregations. Paris has its head in the garrets, inhabited by men of science and genius. The first floors house the well-filled stomachs, on the ground floor are the shops, the legs and feet, since the busy trot of trade goes in and out of them. Balzac toys with our curiosity about the hidden spaces in the city, turns them into mysteries that pique our interest. One is loath to tell a story to a public for whom local color is a closed book, he coyly states. 34. But he immediately opens the book to reveal a whole world of spatiality and its representations. The spatial pattern anchors a moral order. The sociologist Robert Park once wrote a suggestive essay on the city as a spatial pattern and a moral order. Social relations were inscribed in the spaces of the city in such a way as to make the spatial pattern both a reflection of and an active moment in the reproduction of the moral order. This idea plays directly throughout Balzac's fiction. In every phase of history, the Paris of the upper classes and the nobility has its own center, just as the plebeian Paris will always have its own special quarter. 35 fine-grained variations are built into the socio-spatial form of the city. In Paris, the different types contributing to the physiognomy of any portion of that monstrous city harmonize admirably with the character of the ensemble. Thus the concierge, doorkeeper, or hall porter, whatever the name given to this essential nerve system within the Parisian monster, always conforms to the quarter in which he functions, and often sums it up. The concierge of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, wearing braid on every seam, a man of leisure, speculates in government stocks. The porter of the Chaussée d'Antin enjoys his creature comforts. He of the stock exchange quarter reads his newspapers. Porters in the Faubourg Montmartre work at a trade. In the quarter given over to prostitution, the portress herself is a retired prostitute. In the Marais quarter she is respectable, cross-grained, and crotchety. 36. This spatial pattern enforces a moral order. In Farragus, the first of 3 stories that constitute the history of the 13, almost everyone who transgresses the spatial pattern, who moves into the wrong space at the wrong time, dies. Characters out of place disturb the ecological harmonies, pollute the moral order, and must pay the price. This makes the city a dangerous place, for it is far too easy to get lost in it, be swept away in its rushing stream, and end up in the wrong place. I am convinced, says Madame Jules in Farragus, that if I take one step into this labyrinth I shall fall into an abyss in which I shall perish. 37. A pure and perfect creature, Madame Jules ventures, out of filial devotion for Farragus, her father, into a part of Paris inconsistent with her social status. This woman is lost, declares Balzac, because she has strayed into the wrong space. Contaminated, she finally dies of some moral complication which has gone very far and which makes the physical condition more complex. Augusta, Madame Jules's admirer, is likewise ordained to die because for his future misfortune, he scrutinized every story of the building that is Madame Jules's secret destination. Ida Gudget, who looks after Farragus and who dares to visit Jules in his bourgeois residence, also dies. Farragus, Madame Jules's father, is, however, a member of a secret society of men known as the 13, sworn to support each other in any and all of their endeavors. They are, says Balzac, equipped with wings. They soar over society in its heights and depths, and disdain to occupy any place in it because they had unlimited power over it. They are outside of and above the moral order because they cannot be located or placed. Sought by both Augusta and Jules, Farragus is never found. He appears only when and where he wants. He commands space while everyone else is trapped in it. This is a key source of his secret power. 38. There is, however, an evolution in this perspective in Balzac's work. The spatial rigidities that play a deterministic role in the history of the 13 become malleable in later works. As Sharon Marcus observes, Cousin Pons in the novel of that name is brought down by the concierge because she not only commands the place where Pons resides but she also can construct a web of intrigue and forge a coalition of conspirators networked across the city to gain access to his apartment with its art collection. 39. The capacity to command and produce space in this way is a power through which even the lowliest of people in society can subvert the spatial pattern and the moral order. Vautrin, the arch-criminal turned police chief, thus uses his knowledge of the spatial ecology of the city and his capacity to command and control it to his own ends. The spatiality of the city is increasingly appreciated as dialectical, constructed, and consequential rather than passive or merely reflective. Streets, boulevards, and public spaces of spectacle. In Paris there are certain streets which are in as much disrepute as any man branded with infamy can be. There are also noble streets, then there are streets which are just simply decent, and, so to speak, adolescent streets about whose morality the public has not yet formed an opinion. There are murderous streets, streets which are more aged than aged dowagers, respectable streets, streets which are always clean, streets which are always dirty, working class, industrious mercantile streets. In short, the streets of Paris have human qualities and such a physiognomy as leaves us with the impressions against which we can put up no resistance. 40. These are hardly objective descriptions of individual streets. The hopes, desires, and fears of Balzac's characters give meaning and character to the streets and to the neighborhoods they traverse. They may tarry at their leisure or feel the stress of incompatibility, but in no case can they ignore their situatedness. Balzac provides us with what the situationists later called a psychogeography of the streets and neighborhoods of the city. But he does so more from the perspective of his multiple characters than of himself. 41. His characters even change their personas as they move from one locale to another. To enter into the Faubourg Saint-Germain or merge with the chaos of the Palais Royal places irresistible demands upon the participants. The only form of resistance is to move. Lucien, in Lost Illusions, fails to impress in the fashionable world of the Rue Saint-Honore, fails to master the sleazy world of publishing in the Palais Royal, and flees to the ascetic world of the left bank, close to the Sorbonne, where he adopts the persona of a penniless but ruthlessly honest student. There a tight circle of friends supports him in his worst moments. But when he moves in across town with the actress Coralie, who is infatuated with his good looks, Lucien accepts her judgment of his old habitat not only as a ghastly place of impoverishment but also as a denizen of simpletons. From his new perspective, he even switches political positions and attacks the writings of his old friends. We learn to understand the city from multiple perspectives. It is on the one hand an incomprehensible labyrinth of kaleidoscopic qualities, twirl the kaleidoscope around, and we see innumerable compositions and colorations of the urban scene. Yet there are persistent nodal points around which the image of the city coalesces into something more permanent and solid. The Faubourg Saint-Germain, the commercial world of the right bank boulevards, the stock exchange and the Palais Royal, the Rue Saint-Honore, the student quarter around the Sorbonne, and the perpetual shadowy presence of working-class Paris. The legibility of the city is, furthermore, lit up by spectacles, the opera, the theaters, the boulevards, the cafes, the monuments, and the parks and gardens again and again appearing as luminous points and lines within the fabric of the city, casting a net of meanings over urban life that would otherwise appear totally opaque. The boulevards in particular are the poetry through which the city primarily gets represented. Armed with such pointers at street level, we can picture the totality from on high and learn to situate events and people within the labyrinthine and kaleidoscopic world of Parisian daily life. Consider, for example, how Balzac does this in the extraordinary opening passages of Old Goriot. Only between the heights of Montmartre and Montrouge are there people who can appreciate the scenes to follow. We look down first of all into a valley of crumbling stucco and gutters black with mud, a valley full of real suffering and often deceptive joys. Madame Vauquer's lodging house stands on a street between the Val de Grace and the Pantheon, where the absence of wheeled traffic deepens the stillness which prevails in these streets cramped between the domes of the Val de Grace and the Pantheon, two buildings that overshadow them and darken the air with the leaden hut of their dull cupolas. The most carefree passerby feels depressed, where even the sound of wheels is unusual, the houses gloomy, the walls like a prison. A Parisian straying here would see nothing around him but lodging houses or institutions, misery or lassitude, the old sinking into the grave or the cheerful young doomed to the treadmill. It is the grimmest quarter of Paris and, it may be said, the least known. Likening this whole exercise to a descent into the catacombs, Balzac penetrates first into the neighborhood and then into house and garden, into rooms and people, with laser-like precision. A wicket gate by day and a solid door by night separate an enclosed garden from the street. The walls covered with ivy are also lined with espalier fruit trees and vines whose pitted and dusted fruit is watched over anxiously by Madame Vauquer every year. Along each wall runs a narrow path leading to a clump of lime trees under which there is a round, green painted table with some seats where lodgers who can afford coffee come to enjoy it in the dog days, even though it is hot enough to hatch eggs out there. The 3-story house is built of hewn stone and washed with that yellow shade which gives a mean look to almost every house in Paris. Within the house we encounter a depressing sitting room with its boarding house smell and an even more dismal dining room where everything is dirty and stained. There are no rags and tatters but everything is falling to pieces in decay. And at the end of this depiction, we encounter the figure of Madame Walker herself, who makes her appearance, adorned with her tulle cap, and shuffles about in creased slippers. Her aging puffy face dominated by a nose like a parrot's beak, her dimpled little hands, her body as plump as a church rat's, her bunchy shapeless dress are in their proper setting in this room where misery oozes from the walls and hope, trodden down and stifled, has yielded to despair. Madame Walker is at home in its stuffy air, she can breathe without being sickened by it. Her face, fresh with the chill freshness of the first frosty autumn day, her wrinkled eyes, her expression, varying from the conventional set smile of the ballet dancer to the sour frown of the discounter of bills, her whole person, in short, provides a clue to the boarding house, just as the boarding house implies the existence of such a person as she is. 42. The consistency between environment and personality is striking. Viewed from on high, we can see Madame Walker and all the other inhabitants of the house not only in relation to Paris as a whole but also in terms of their distinctive ecological niches within the urban fabric. The ecology of the city and the personalities of its inhabitants are mirror images of each other. Interiority and the fear of intimacy. Interiors play a distinctive role in Balzac's work. The porosity of boundaries and the traffic that necessarily flows across them to sustain life in the city, in no way diminish the fierce struggle to limit access and to protect interiors from the penetration by unwanted others into interior spaces. The vulnerability of apartment dwelling in this regard, as Marcus shows, provides a material terrain upon which such relations can most easily be depicted. 43. Much of the action in Balzac's novels is powered by attempts to protect oneself physically and emotionally against the threat of intimacy in a world where others are perpetually striving to penetrate, colonize, and overwhelm one's interior life. Successful penetration invariably results in death of the victim, a final resting place in the cemetery, where all threat of intimacy is eliminated. Those who willingly give in to real love and intimacy suffer mortal consequences. The desire for intimacy and the search for the sublime perpetually confront the mortal fear of its deadly consequences. Balzac's central criticism of the bourgeoisie, however, is that it is incapable of intimacy or inner feelings because it has reduced everything to the cold calculus and egoism of money valuations, fictitious capital, and the search for profit. Crevel, the crassest of Balzac's bourgeois figures, seeks to procure the affections of his son's mother-in-law at the beginning of Cousin Bet. But when Adeline finally gives in because she has been reduced to chronic indebtedness by her husband's licentious profligacy, Crevel callously refuses, after elaborately and to Adeline's face adding up the loss of rents on his capital that such a gesture would demand. The theme of intimacy and its dangers is pervasive. In The Girl with the Golden Eyes, Henry de Marsay is struck by the beauty of a woman he sees in the Tuileries. He pursues her ardently through protective walls and overcomes all manner of social and human barriers to gain access to her. Led blindfolded through mysterious corridors, he gains Paquita's love in her hidden boudoir, which tells us everything we need to know about her. This boudoir was hung with red fabric overlaid with Indian muslin, its in and out folds fluted like a Corinthian column, and bound at top and bottom with bands of poppy red material on which arabesque designs in black were worked. Under this muslin the poppy red showed up as pink, the color of love, repeated from the window curtains, also of Indian muslin, lined with pink taffeta and bordered with poppy red fringes alternating with black. 6 silver gilt sconces, each of them bearing 2 candles, stood out from the tapestried wall at equal distances to light up the divan. The ceiling, from the center of which hung a chandelier of dull silver gilt, was dazzling white, and the cornice was gilded. The carpet was reminiscent of an oriental shawl, reproducing as it did the designs and recalling the poetry of Persia, where the hands of slaves had worked to make it. The furniture was covered in white cashmere, set off by black and poppy red trimmings. The clock and candelabra were of white marble and gold. There were elegant flower stands full of all sorts of roses and white or red flowers. 44. In this intimate space de Marsay experiences indescribable transports of delight, and even becomes tender, kind, communicative as he lost himself in those limbos of delight which common people so stupidly call imaginary space. But Paquita knows she is doomed. There was the terror of death in the frenzy with which she strained him to her bosom. She tells him, "I am sure now that you will be the cause of my death." When Henry, angered at the discovery of her involvement with another, returns with the idea of extracting her from that interior space in order to exact revenge, he finds her stabbed to death in a violent struggle with her woman lover, who turns out to be Henry's long-lost half-sister. Paquita's whole body, slashed by the dagger thrusts of her executioner, showed how fiercely she had fought to save the life which Henry had made so dear to her. The physical space of the boudoir is destroyed and Paquita's blood-stained hands were imprinted on the cushions. In the Duchesse de Langeais the plot moves in the opposite direction but with similar results. Women protect themselves from intimacy by resorting to evasions, flirtations, calculated relationships, strategic marriages, and the like. General Montriveau is outraged at the way the Duchesse trifles with his passions. He abducts her from a public space and conveys her to his inner sanctum, which has all the Gothic aura of a monk's cell. There, in his own intimate space, he threatens to brand the Duchesse, to place the sign of the convict on her forehead. The abducted Duchesse succumbs and declares her love as a soul in bondage. A woman who loves always brands herself, she says. Returned to the ball, the emotionally branded Duchesse ends up fleeing, after some unfortunate missed connections, to a remote chapel on a Mediterranean island, giving herself to God as Sister Therese. Montriveau finally tracks down his lost love many years later. His plan to abduct the nun succeeds exquisitely, but it is only her dead body that is retrieved, leaving him to contemplate a corpse resplendent with the sublime beauty which the calm of death sometimes bestows on mortal remains. 45. Balzac extends this theme beyond relations between men and women. In the unknown masterpiece, a talented apprentice is introduced to a celebrated painter but refused access to the inner studio where the masterwork is in progress. The painter wishes to compare the masterwork, a portrait, with a beautiful woman in order to satisfy himself that his painting is more lifelike than life itself. The apprentice sacrifices his young lover by insisting that she pose nude for the artist for purposes of comparison. In return, he is allowed inside the studio, full of wonderful paintings, to see the masterpiece. But he finds the canvas almost blank. When he has the temerity to point this out, the old artist flies into a rage. That night the old artist kills himself, having first burned all his paintings. 46. In Cousin Bet, a scheming relative of provincial and peasant origins inserts herself as intimate and angelic companion to the women of an aristocratic household only to destroy them. In Cousin Pons, the theme is repeated in reverse. Pons is a man whose sole identity in life is that of a collector of bric-a-brac. His collection is all that matters to him, but he has no idea how financially valuable it is. He protects it in the interior of his apartment. Penetration into this inner sanctum by a coalition of forces brings about his death. Gaining illegal entry into Pons's apartment, Balzac writes, was tantamount to introducing the enemy into the heart of the citadel and plunging a dagger into Pons's heart. 47. Pons does indeed die from consequences that flow from this incursion. But what, exactly, does he die of? In this case it is the penetration of commodity values into his private space, a space where the purity of values that animate Pons as a collector hitherto held sway. Benjamin surely had, or should have had, Pons in mind when he wrote. The interior is the asylum where art takes refuge. The collector proves to be the true resident of the interior. He makes his concern the idealization of objects. To him falls the Sisyphean task of divesting things of their commodity character by taking possession of them. But he can bestow on them only connoisseur value, rather than use value. The collector delights in evoking a world that is not just distant and long gone but also better, a world in which, to be sure, human beings are no better provided with what they need than in the real world, but in which things are freed from the drudgery of being useful. 48. So why value or desire intimacy in the face of such dangers? Why castigate women for their preference for the superficial and the social when to risk intimacy is to be branded with love or to embrace death? Why mock the bourgeoisie so mercilessly for its avoidance of intimacy at any cost? Intimacy is a human quality we can never do without, but is perpetually threatened by the relentless pursuit of exchange values. Balzac's utopianism postulates a secure and pastoral place with a settled life of intimacy and valued possessions, secluded from the rough and tumble of the world and protected from commodification. But Balzac's dream seems always destined, like Montriveau's and the Duchesse's love, to remain at best frustrated or, as in the case of Paquita and de Marsay, highly destructive. This proposition is voiced directly in Cousin Pons. Madame Sibot, the concierge who leads the way into Pons's apartment with such fatal consequences, dreams of using her ill-gotten wealth to retire to the country. But this she dare not do because the fortune-teller she consults warns her that she will suffer a violent death there. She lives out her days in Paris, deprived of the pastoral existence that she most desires. The bourgeoisie likewise stand condemned not because they avoid intimacy but because, given their preoccupation with money values, they are incapable of it. But there is also something else at work here. Paquita responded to the craving which all truly great men feel for the infinite, that mysterious passion so dramatically expressed in Faust, so poetically translated in Manfred, which urged Don Juan to probe deep into the heart of women, hoping to find in them that infinite ideal for which so many pursuers of phantoms have searched. Scientists believe they can find it in science, mystics find it in God alone. 49. Where does Balzac find it? By fleeing the intimacy of interior spaces into some wider exterior world, or by experiencing through intimacy some kind of sublime moment of ecstasy that common people stupidly call imaginary space. Balzac oscillates between the two possibilities. In the whole work of Balzac, remarks Poulet, nothing recurs so frequently as the proclamation of the annihilation of space-time by the act of mind. 50. Balzac writes, I already had in my power the most immense faith, that faith of which Christ spoke, that boundless will with which one moves mountains, that great might by the help of which we can abolish the laws of space and time. Balzac believed he could internalize everything within himself and express it through a supreme act of mind. He lived only by the strength of those interior senses that constitute a double being within man. Even though exhausted by this profound intuition of things, the soul could nevertheless aspire to be, in Leibniz's magnificent phrase, a concentric mirror of the universe. 51. And this is precisely how Balzac constitutes his interiors. Pons's interior is precious in the double sense that it is not only his but also a concentric mirror of a European universe of artistic production. Paquita's boudoir exerts its fascination because it is redolent of the exoticism associated with the Orient, the Indies, the slave girl, and the colonized woman. Montriveau's room, to which the Duchesse de Langeais is forcibly abducted, internalizes the ascetic sense of Gothic purity associated with a medieval monk's cell. The interior spaces all mirror some aspect of the external world. The annihilation of space and time was a familiar enough theme in Balzac's day. The phrase may have derived from a couplet of Alexander Pope's, Ye gods, annihilate but space and time / and make two lovers happy. 52. Goethe deployed the metaphor to great effect in Faust, and by the 1830s and 1840s the idea was more broadly associated with the coming of the railroads. The phrase then had widespread currency in both the United States and Europe among a wide range of thinkers contemplating the consequences and possibilities of a world reconstructed by new transport and communication technologies. Interestingly, the same concept can be found in Marx. Marx uses it to signify the revolutionary qualities of capitalism's penchant for geographical expansion and acceleration in the circulation of capital. It refers directly to capitalism's penchant for periodic bouts of time-space compression. 53. In Balzac, however, the idea usually depicts a sublime moment outside of time and space in which all the forces of the world become internalized within the mind and being of a monadic individual. It flashes up as a moment of intense revelation, the religious overtones of which are hard to miss. It is the moment of the sublime. But it is not a passive moment. The blinding insight that comes with the annihilation of space and time allows for a certain kind of action in the world. In the quest of the absolute, Marguerite, after a furious argument with her father, reacts as follows. When he had gone, Marguerite stood for a while in dull bewilderment. It seemed as if her whole world had slipped from her. She was no longer in the familiar parlor, she was no longer conscious of her physical existence, her soul had taken wings and soared to a world where thought annihilates time and space, where the veil drawn across the future is lifted by some divine power. It seemed to her she lived through whole days between each sound of her father's footsteps on the staircase, and when she heard him moving above in his room, a cold shudder went through her. A sudden warning vision flashed like lightning through her brain. She fled noiselessly up the dark staircase with the speed of an arrow, and saw her father pointing a pistol at his head. 54. A sublime moment of revelation outside of space and time allows one both to grasp the world as a totality and to act decisively in it. Its connection to sexual passion and possession of the other is unmistakable. But it allows Balzac a certain conceptual power, without which his synoptic vision of the city and of the world would be impossible. The dealer who yields the wild ass's skin to Raphael asks how could one prefer all the disasters of frustrated desires to the superb faculty of summoning the whole universe to the bar of one's mind, to the thrill of being able to move without being throttled by the thongs of time or the fetters of space, to the pleasure of embracing and seeing everything, of leaning over the edge of the world in order to interrogate the other spheres and listen to the voice of God. 55. Raphael, it transpires, was raised in a household where the rules of time and space were so rigorously applied as to be totally oppressive. He is therefore deeply attracted to that privilege accorded the passions which gives them the power to annihilate space and time. The trouble is that every expression of desire shrinks the skin and brings Raphael closer to death. His only possible response is to adopt a time-space discipline that is far more rigorous than anything his father imposed. Since movement is a function of desire, Raphael has to seal himself up in space and impose a strict temporal order upon himself and those around him in order to avoid any expression of desire. 56. The perpetual bourgeois desire to reduce and eliminate all spatial and temporal barriers would then appear as a secular version of this revolutionary desire. Balzac elaborates upon these mundane aspects of bourgeois business practices. The crowd of lawyers, doctors, barristers, businessmen, bankers, traders on the grand scale, he says, must devour time, squeeze time because time is their tyrant, they need more, it slips away from them, they can neither stretch nor shrink it. The drive to annihilate space and time is everywhere apparent. Man possesses the exorbitant faculty of annihilating, in relation to himself, space which exists only in relation to himself, of utterly isolating himself from the milieu in which he resides, and of crossing, by virtue of an almost infinite locomotive power, the enormous distances of physical nature. I am here and I have the power to be elsewhere. I am dependent upon neither time, nor space, nor distance. The world is my servant. 57. The ideal of annihilation of space and time suggests how a distinctively capitalistic and bourgeois version of the sublime is being constituted. The conquest of space and time and the mastery of the world appear, then, as the displaced but sublime expression of sexual desire in innumerable capitalistic fantasies. Something vital is here revealed about the bourgeois myth of modernity. For Balzac, however, the collapse of time future and time past into time present is precisely the moment at which hope, memory, and desire converge. One triples present felicity with aspiration for the future and recollections of the past, he wrote. This is the supreme moment of personal revelation and social revolution, a sublime moment that Balzac loves and fears. Balzac's synoptic vision. The fantasy of a momentary annihilation of space and time allows Balzac to construct an Archimedean position from which to survey and understand the world, if not change it. He imagines himself riding across the world, disposing all in it to my liking. I possess the world effortlessly, and the world hasn't the slightest hold upon me. The imperial gaze is overt. I was measuring how long a thought needs in order to develop itself, and compass in hand, standing upon a high crag, 100 fathoms above the ocean, whose billows were sporting among the breakers, I was surveying my future, furnishing it with works of art, just as an engineer, upon an empty terrain, lays out fortresses and palaces. 58 The echo from Descartes' Engineer as well as from Goethe's Faust is unmistakable. The dialectical relations between motion and stasis, between flows and movements, between interiors and exteriors, between space and place, between town and country, can all be investigated and represented. Balzac is out to possess Paris. But he respects and loves it too much as a moral entity, as a sentient being, to want merely to dominate it. His desire to possess is not a desire to destroy or diminish. He needs the city to feed him images, thoughts, and feelings. He cannot treat of it as a dead object. Paris has a personality and a body. Paris, the most delightful of monsters, is often depicted as a woman. Here a pretty woman, farther off a poverty-stricken hag, here as freshly minted as the coin of a new reign, and in another corner of the town as elegant as a lady of fashion. Paris is sad or gay, ugly or beautiful, living or dead, for Paris is a sentient being. Every individual, every bit of a house is a lobe in the cellular tissue of that great harlot whose head, heart, and unpredictable behavior are perfectly familiar to them. But in its cerebral functions, Paris takes on a masculine personality as the intellectual center of the globe, a brain teeming with genius which marches in the van of civilization, a great man, a ceaseless creative artist, a political thinker with second sight. 59 The end product is a synoptic vision, encapsulated in extraordinary descriptions of the myths of modernity. 49. Physiognomy and personality of the city. Again and again we are urged to see the city as a totality, and graspable as such. Consider this passage from Ferragus. Paris again with its streets, shop signs, industries, and mansions as seen through diminishing spectacles, a microscopic Paris reduced to the tiny dimensions of shades, ghosts, dead people. Jules perceived at his feet, in the long valley of the Seine, between the slopes of Vaugirard and Meudon, those of Belleville and Montmartre, the real Paris, wrapped in the dirty blue veil engendered by its smoke, at that moment diaphanous in the sunlight. He threw a furtive glance over its 40,000 habitations and said, sweeping his arm over the space between the column of the Place Vendôme and the gilded cupola of the Invalides, there it is that she was stolen from me, thanks to the baneful inquisitiveness of this crowd of people which mills and mulls about for the mere pleasure of milling and mulling about. 60. Rastignac, at the end of Old Goriot, standing in that same cemetery, saw Paris spread out below on both banks of the winding Seine. Lights were beginning to twinkle here and there. His gaze fixed almost avidly upon the space that lay between the column of the Place Vendôme and the dome of the Invalides. There lay the splendid world that he wished to conquer. He eyed that humming hive with a look that foretold of its despoliation, as if he already felt on his lips the sweetness of the honey, and said with superb defiance, "It's war, between us two." 61. This synoptic vision echoes through the century. Haussmann, armed with balloons and triangulation towers, likewise appropriated Paris in his imagination as he set out to reshape it on the ground. But there is an important difference. Whereas Balzac obsessively seeks to command, penetrate, dissect, and then internalize everything about the city as a sentient being within himself, Haussmann converts that fantastic urge into a distinctive class project in which the state and the financiers take the lead in techniques of representation and of action. Intriguingly, Zola in La Curée replicates the perspective of Jules and Rastignac, but now it is the speculator, Saccard, who plans to profit from slashing through the veins of the city in an orgy of speculation. Hope is a memory that desires. Hope, wrote Balzac, is a memory that desires. 62 This twinning of memory and desire helps clarify how the myths of modernity circulate with such powerful force. Most of Balzac's novels are, of course, historically situated. They often focus on processes of social change after the restoration of monarchy in 1814 and frequently lament the failure to accomplish a real restoration of progressive aristocratic, Catholic, and monarchical power in the wake of the catastrophic end of empire. The legacy of that past weighs heavily. Many of his characters do not belong to any precise historical period, they are divided between memories of the empire and memories of the emigration. Memory is therefore colored, and in some instances confronted, by historicism. This is the theme of Colonel Chabert. 63 A famous military figure much favored by the emperor, he is left for dead on the battlefield of Eylau in Germany. Stripped naked, he is thrown into a common grave but miraculously works his way up from under the bodies, and is rescued and cared for in the village nearby. It is many months before he remembers who he is, but, since he is horribly disfigured, no one believes his identity. He wanders toward Paris, but en route is thrown in jail for 2 years as deranged. He is released only when he stops calling himself Colonel Chabert. We encounter him in Paris after the Restoration, totally impoverished, seeking legal help to regain his identity and his rights. The emperor, his protector, is gone. He has been taken for dead, so Chabert's personal assets have been distributed, his wife has remarried a count and has 2 children. A lawyer who happens to represent the countess is persuaded to take his case, but urges him to compromise rather than try to assert all of his former rights through a lengthy and costly court battle. His wife refuses to acknowledge him. In one excruciating moment of confrontation between them he reminds her, however, that he originally took her from the Palais Royal. She whisks him away to her country estate and uses her wiles as woman and mother to try to persuade him to abandon his case, all the while plotting to get him committed to the madhouse as deranged. Learning of the plot, Chabert flees and disappears, only to be identified many years later by the lawyer as a vagabond case before the courts and then ultimately in 1840 as someone called Hyacinth in the Old People's Asylum at Bicêtre. He has erased all memory of his wife but still proudly proclaims his military accomplishments to achieve another identity. He has lost all desire because historical forces and social institutions have failed him. Even the lawyer is disillusioned. Priests, doctors, and lawyers, he notes, all wear black robes because they are in mourning for all virtue and hope. Declaring himself sick of Paris, the lawyer resolves to retire to the country with his wife. The reassertion of pastoral utopianism at the end of Colonel Chabert suggests that it is on this terrain that Balzac is perpetually in danger of losing his battle with nostalgia. Escaping what Christine Boyer calls the stench of nostalgia turns out to be one of the most troubling of all problems for conceptualizing and representing the city. 64 Balzac's failings here are generic, however, rather than unique. Marx saw the problem clearly. He objected to utopianism because it too often looked backward rather than forward, with deleterious consequences at revolutionary conjunctures. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. And just when they seem engaged in revolutionizing themselves and things, in creating something that never existed, precisely in such periods of revolutionary crisis they anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past to their service and borrow from them names, battle cries and costumes in order to present the new scene of world history in this time-honored disguise and this borrowed language. The social revolution of the 19th century cannot draw its poetry from the past, but only from the future. It cannot begin with itself before it has stripped off all superstition in regard to the past. 65. This, however, is easier said than done. How could Marx reconcile the idea that revolutionaries must freely create some poetry of the future, let loose their imaginations upon the construction of the world, when he also held that the real foundations of consciousness lay in the material conditions of actually existing daily life? Balzac has his own distinctive answer to this question. He distinguishes between history and memory. 66 Chabert is supposed to bow down before the official history of his death and erase all memory, but in so doing goes mad. Montriveau in the Duchesse de Langeais has to face the same lesson, that the reduction of life to death can be resisted only by remembering fully who we are. Benjamin here provides a critical standpoint. He attacks the historicism that culminates in universal history progressing through homogeneous empty time. We should always be aware, writes Christine Boyer in her gloss on Benjamin, that history is in need of redemption from a conformism that is about to overpower it in order to erase its differences and turn it into an accepted narration. Benjamin writes, to articulate the past historically does not mean to recognize it the way it really was. It means to seize hold of a moment in history. The implication is that memory, as opposed to history, responds more than it records. It bursts upon the scene in an unexpected manner, like the decisive moment when Colonel Chabert reminds his wife of her origins around the Palais Royal. In Benjamin's world, writes Boyer, memory springing from the natural chains of tradition should be like an epiphany, flashing up in ephemeral moments of crisis, searching to exhibit at that particular time the way of the world in order to direct one's pathway toward the future. Memory is, in Balzac's judgment, the only faculty that keeps us alive. 67 It is active and energetic, voluntary and imaginative, rather than contemplative and passive. It permits a unity of time past and time future through action in the here and now, and therefore can erupt, in exactly the ways that Benjamin suggests, at moments of danger. It brings into the present a whole host of powers latent in the past that might otherwise lie dormant within us. But memory also works in collective ways. Aldo Rossi once wrote, "One can say that the city itself is the collective memory of its people, and like memory it is associated with objects and places. The city is the locus of the collective memory. This relationship between the locus and the citizenry then becomes the city's predominant image, both of architecture and of landscape, and as certain artifacts become part of its memory, new ones emerge. In this entirely positive sense great ideas flow through the history of the city and give shape to it." 68. Balzac assiduously works this connection throughout the human comedy. He adds to and augments the flow of great ideas through the history of the city. He makes the city memorable and thereby constructs a distinctive locus in the imagination for a collective memory. This grounds a certain political sensibility that can flash up at moments of revolution. This is the myth of modernity as revolutionary transformation grounded in the city at work. Memory flashed up in 1830, as it did in 1848 and 1871, to play a key role in the articulation of revolutionary sentiments. 69 While these revolutionary moments were undoubtedly burdened by appeals to tradition, there was also an aspect to them that was intensely modernist, seeking that radical breakthrough which a completely different path to the future might be opened up. It is not hope, therefore, that guides memory but memory that generates hope when it connects to desire. It was perhaps for this reason that Hugo and Baudelaire both thought Balzac a revolutionary thinker in spite of his reactionary politics. The fetish and the flaneur. To represent the city as a sentient being runs the risk not only of anthropomorphizing it, but also of turning the city into a fetish object. By fetish I mean, in the first instance, the human habit of attributing to mere things magical, mysterious, and usually hidden powers to shape and transform the world around us, and thereby to intervene directly in or even determine our lives. The qualities of urban environments in many of Balzac's novels appear on the surface to function in exactly such a way. But there is a deeper meaning of fetishism that Marx unravels through an analysis of the commodity. The fetish in this instance has a real basis, it is not merely imagined. We establish social relationships with one another by way of the objects and things we produce and circulate. By the same token, the objects and things are redolent with social meanings because they are embodiments of social labor and purpose of human action. To Marx, it was impossible to escape the fetishism of commodities under capitalism because this is precisely how the market works. Money confers, for example, a social power upon its holder, and everyone is therefore to some degree captive to its fetish powers. The task of the analyst, Marx therefore held, was to go beyond the fetish, to get beneath the surface appearance in order to provide a deeper understanding of the occult forces that govern the evolution of our social relations and our material prospects. If everything were as it appears on the surface, he once remarked, there would be no need for science. The fetish cannot be erased, but it can be confronted and understood. The danger always exists, however, that we will interpret the world solely through surface appearances and thereby replicate the fetish in thought. 70. The capitalist city is necessarily a fetish object in exactly this latter sense. This is so not only because it is built upon the circulation of commodities, or because, as Balzac so frequently avers, everyone in it runs, leaps, and capers under the whip of the pitiless goddess, the necessity for money, or is devoured by the monster we call speculation. The streets, neighborhoods, apartments, stairways, and doorways are redolent with social meaning. Balzac gives human character to his streets in order to highlight that fact. Interiors internalize and mirror wider social forces. Human beings experience the chaos, the rushing stream of others, the multiple social interactions and accidental encounters as something outside of themselves to which they must adapt their actions and their. The Myths of Modernity 53. Mentalities. Material relations between people are everywhere in evidence, as are the innumerable ways in which social relations are embodied within things. Any reconstruction of things therefore entails a reconfiguration of social relations. In making and remaking the city we make and remake ourselves, both individually and collectively. To construe the city as a sentient being is to acknowledge its potential as a body politic. To live in the city is, however, always to be subject to its fetish powers. Lucien, Madame Vauquer, and old Goriot Adele, Pons and César Birotteau, as well as many more, fall victim to these powers. But Balzac, along with many of his other characters, such as Rastignac, de Marsay, and the other members of the 13, seeks to soar above it to understand, confront, and even master the fetish. Balzac's obsession with the annihilation of space and time reflects his drive to find an Archimedean point from which to escape the fetish, to command and transform the urban world. To be outside of space and time is, for Balzac, preparatory to dramatic and clairvoyant intervention in the world, not a preparation for contemplative withdrawal. The clarity achieved at moments of sublime insight must necessarily connect lest it remain purely mystical to some other way to penetrate the fetishism of the city. That other way is given through the practices of the flaneur. Balzac is sometimes credited with the creation of that literary figure. 71. In one of his very first works, The Physiology of Marriage, Balzac presents the figure as follows. In the year 1822, on a fine morning in January, I was walking along the boulevards of Paris from the peaceful district of the Marais to the fashionable Chaussée d'Antin, and observing for the first time, not without a certain philosophic enjoyment, those strange alterations of face and varieties of dress which, from the Rue du Pas de la Mule to the Madeleine, make a different little world of each portion of the boulevard, and afford an instructive sample of the manners of that region of Paris. Having as yet no conception of the things life might have in store for me, and hardly doubting that one day I should have the audacity to enter the estate of matrimony, I was on my way to lunch with one of my college friends, who was saddled with a wife and 2 children. My old professor of mathematics lived but a short distance from my friend's house, and I had promised myself a visit to the worthy mathematician before feasting on the more delicate morsel of friendship. I easily found my way into a large sanctum where everything was covered with dust and gave evidence of the serious pursuits of the scholar. A surprise awaited me. 72. Balzac's flaneur is more than an aesthete, a wandering observer, he is also purposive, seeking to unravel the mysteries of social relations and of the city, seeking to penetrate the fetish. Balzac depicts himself as one of those few devotees, people who never walk along in heedless inattention, who sip and savor their Paris and are so familiar with its physiognomy that they know its every wart, every spot or blotch on its face. There is something very democratic and anti-elitist in this conception. We are all in a position to play the flaneur, and therefore all in a position to rise above and escape the fetishism. This is where Balzac's perpetual urging to check the city out and figure things out for oneself becomes so important. His comments are worth repeating. Could you really grudge spending a few minutes watching the dramas, disasters, tableaus, picturesque incidents which arrest your attention in the heart of this restless queen of cities? Look around you as you make your way through that huge stucco cage, that human beehive with black runnels marking its sections, and follow the ramifications of the idea which moves, stirs and ferments inside it. And it is not only men who are in a position to do this. Consider, for example, the way in which Madame Sibot purposefully explores the city's spaces and its social relations to construct the web of intrigue that brings pawns down and lays his art collection bare for all to see. The flaneur in Balzac is purposeful and active rather than motiveless and merely drifting. Balzac's flaneur maps the city's terrain and evokes its living qualities. The city is thereby rendered legible for us in a very distinctive way. He evokes the thousand uprooted lives, and in the most panoramic of his novels, such as Cousin Bet, he fuses them into a compelling evocation of the city as a sentient being. The human comedy approaches this totality, however, via the fragments of innumerable intersecting lives: Rastignac, Bet, de Marsay, Nucingen, Madame Sibot, Vautrin. The overall system, Jameson writes, posits the interrelationship of society as a certainty that we can, however, never see face to face. There are hosts of interrelationships between the various characters, coincidences, meetings, passions, between the characters that exist but that never are and never will be present to our consciousness. The technique is kaleidoscopic. In this, Jameson continues, Balzac is somehow truer to individual experience, in which we never see anything but our own world, but in which we are absolutely convinced that there is an outer surface, a coexistence with a host of other private worlds. This is how Balzac simultaneously confronts and represents the city as a fetish object. 73 Balzac, as Baudelaire insisted, was just as much a visionary writer as a realist. That his social vision of the city became increasingly circumscribed by the exclusive powers of the bourgeoisie, of the capitalist class of financiers in alliance with the state, was a condition that Balzac fought resolutely, though hopelessly. Sadly, as Balzac himself presciently observed, when a literature has no general system to support it, it lacks solidity and fades out with the age to which it belongs. 74 If capital did not want the city to have an image, then Balzacian fantasy and democratizing cartographic power had also to be effaced and erased. But it is always open to us to exhume his vision. And it may be of more than passing interest to do so, for there is something subversive about Balzac's technique. It runs against the grain of ordinary and more passive forms of representation. Balzac exposes many of the myths of capitalist modernity by penetrating into the inner sanctums of bourgeois values. He scrutinizes the ways in which social relations are expressed through even the minutiae of built environments and how the visceral physical qualities of the city intervene in social relations. He exposes the denials. He demonstrates the utter emptiness of values based on the monetary calculus, the fictions of the fictitious forms of capital such as credit and interest that drive the realities of social relations and urban processes, the constant speculation on the desires of others that wreaks such destructive consequences. But he also has much to say about ruling thoughts and fears. He may unwittingly have written an appropriate epitaph for that day when the bourgeois era of seemingly endless capital accumulation and the fictional magic of interest and credit come to a crashing halt. Thus I envelop the world with my thought, I mold it, I fashion it, I penetrate it, I comprehend it or think I comprehend it, but suddenly I wake up alone and find myself in the midst of the depths of a dark light. 75 Appropriately rephrased and using Balzac's capacity to project his monadic thought as a concentric mirror of the bourgeois universe, we might one day say of the whole history of the bourgeoisie, they enveloped the world with their thoughts, molded it, fashioned it, penetrated it, comprehended it or thought they comprehended it, but suddenly they woke up alone and found themselves in the midst of the depths of a dark light. Chapter 2. Dreaming the Body Politic. Revolutionary Politics and Utopian Schemes, 1830 to 1848. Yesterday's beautiful utopia will be the morning's refreshing truth closing speech to the first communist banquet, Belleville, July 1, 1840. In the painting of modern life, the art historian T.J. Clark suggests that Haussmann's reshaping of Second Empire Paris depended critically upon a capitalistic reimagining of what the city both was and could be about. Capital, he argues, did not need to have a representation of itself laid out upon the ground in bricks and mortar, or inscribed as a map in the minds of its city dwellers. One might even say that capital preferred the city not to be an image, not to have form, not to be accessible to the imagination, to readings and misreadings, to a conflict of claims on its space in order that it might mass produce an image of its own to put in place of those it destroyed. The argument is intriguing, but while Clark makes much of the mechanisms of commodification and spectacle that replaced what went before, he tells us very little about the image or images of the city that got displaced. Clearly, the Romanticism and socialist utopianism that flourished so wildly in the 1830s and 1840s in France were solidly repressed in the counter-revolution of 1848 to 1851. Many of those active in the swirling social movements that produced the revolution of 1848 were lost to the cause through death, exile, or discouragement. It is undeniable that some sort of shift in sensibility occurred after 1848 in France that redefined what political struggle was about on both the left and the right. Socialism, for example, became much more scientific, though it was to take a generation before that idea could bear much fruit, while bourgeois thought became much more positivist, managerial, and tough-minded. And for some commentators this is very much what the transition to modernity and modernism was all about. Some markers are needed, however, because the story of what happened in Second Empire Paris is also a more complicated story of exactly what was repressed, destroyed, or co-opted in the counter-revolution of 1848 to 1851. How, then, did people in general and progressives in particular see and imagine the city and society before 1848? And what possibilities did they foresee for the future? What was it in all of this that the empire had to work against? The Republic and the city as a body politic. On October 22, 1848, some 8,000 workers gathered in a Bordeaux cemetery to dedicate a monument, erected by public subscription, to Flora Tristan, who had died in that city in 1844, shortly after publishing her most famous work, L'Union ouvrière, a vigorous plea for a general union of workers coupled with the emancipation of women. That a pioneering figure in socialist feminism should be the object of such reverence in 1848 might seem surprising. But there is another way to explain its significance. Ever since 1789, the Republic, the Revolution, and most particularly liberty had been depicted as a woman. This countered a political theory of monarchical governance that, from the late Middle Ages onward, had appealed to the idea of the state and the nation as being constituted out of what Canterois calls the king's two bodies, the king as a person and the king as an embodiment of the state and nation. During the French Revolution this depiction of the king and the idea état, c'est moi came in for some radical satirical treatment. Placing the cap of liberty, a Phrygian cap, on the king's head was a way of signaling his impotence. Daumier, a resolute republican, went to prison in 1834 for his savage depiction of Louis Philippe as Gargantua, a bloated figure being fed by impoverished masses of workers and peasants while he shelters a few affluent bourgeois under his throne. Agulhon provides a fascinating account of this iconographic struggle throughout the 19th century. 3. The motif of liberty and revolution as woman reappeared very strongly in the Revolution of 1830, most effectively symbolized by Delacroix's painting Liberty Leading the People. A veritable flood of parallel images arose throughout all France in the aftermath of 1848. How the woman was represented was, however, significant. Opponents of republicanism often went along with the representation but portrayed the woman as a simpleton or as an uncontrolled, lascivious woman no better than a common prostitute. Respectable bourgeois republicans preferred stately figures in classical dress and demeanor, surrounded with the requisite symbols of justice, equality, and liberty. Revolutionaries expected a bit more fire in the figure. Balzac captured this in the peasantry in the figure of Catherine, who recalled the models selected by painters and sculptors for figures of liberty and the ideal republic. Her beauty, which found favor in the eyes of the youth of the valley, was of the same full-blossom type. She had the same strong pliant figure, the same muscular lower limbs, the plump arms, the eyes that gleamed. Dreaming the Body Politic 61. With a spark of fire, the proud expression, the hair grasped and twisted in thick handfuls, the masculine forehead, the red mouth, the lips that curled back with a smile that had something almost ferocious in it, such a smile as Delacroix and David caught and rendered to admiration. A glowing brunette, the image of the people, the flames of insurrection seemed to leap forth from her clear tawny eyes. 4. Figure 23. Daumier's Republic was created in response to the revolutionary government's request for new art to celebrate republican virtues. With two lusty infants suckling at her breasts and another with a book at her feet, Daumier suggests a body politic that nurtures and that takes seriously Danton's famous saying that after bread, education is the primary need of the people. Flaubert took the negative view. In Sentimental Education he describes a scene witnessed during the invasion of the Tuileries Palace in 1848, in the entrance hall, standing on a pile of clothes, a prostitute was posing as a statue of liberty, motionless and terrifying, with her eyes wide open. 5. Paris, capital of modernity 62. It is on this contested terrain that Daumier's version, painted in response to the Republican government's invitation in 1848 to compete for a prize representation of the Republic, is doubly interesting. For not only is the body politic of the Republic represented as a woman, indeed, it would have been surprising, under the circumstances, if it had not been, but it is also given a powerful maternal rendering. It is a nurturing social republic that Daumier depicts, as opposed to the political symbolism of bourgeois rights or the revolutionary symbolism of woman on the barricades. Daumier echoes Danton's revolutionary declaration, after bread, education is the primary need of a people. This nurturing version of the body politic had become deeply embedded in left socialism and utopian programs during the 1840s. This imagery of the ideal republic was indissolubly linked with that of the ideal city. There is, wrote Foucault, an entire series of utopias or projects that developed on the premise that a state is like a large city. Indeed, the government of a large state like France should ultimately think of its territory on the model of the city. 6. Historically this connection had always been strong, and for many radicals and socialists of the time, the identity was clear. The Saint-Simonians, for example, with their obvious interest in material and social engineering, were totally dedicated to the production of new social and spatial forms such as railways, canals, and public works of all kinds. And they did not neglect the symbolic dimension of urban development. Duveyrière's description of the new town or the Paris of the Saint-Simonians in 1833 was to have as its central edifice a colossal temple in the shape of a female statue. It was to be a gigantic monument where the garlands on the robe were to act as so many promenade galleries, while the folds in the train of the gown were to be the walls of an amphitheater for games and roundabouts, and the globe on which her right hand rested was to be a theater. 7. Fourier, though primarily interested in agrarian pre-industrial communities, had plenty to say about urban design and planning, and constantly complained about the appalling state of the cities and the degrading forms of urban life. With few exceptions, socialists, communists, feminists, and reformers of the 1840s paid attention to the city as a form of political, social, and material organization, as a body politic that was fundamental to what the future good society was to be about. Hardly surprisingly, this broad impetus carried over into architecture and urban administration, where the imposing figure of César daily set out to translate ideas into architectural forms and practical projects. 8. While the general connection between thinking about the Republic and about the city may have been clear, the details were lost in a mess of confusions as to how, exactly, the body politic was to be constituted and governed. From the 1820s onward, groups of thinkers formed, bonded, imploded, or fractured, leaving behind shards of ideas that were picked up and recombined into entirely different modes of thought. Factions and fragmentations, schisms, and reconfigurations flourished. Rational Enlightenment principles were combined with Romanticism and Christian mysticism. Science was applauded but then given a visionary, almost mystical, status. Hard-nosed materialism and empiricism intermingled with visionary utopianism. Thinkers who aspired to a grand unity of thought left behind such a chaos of writings that almost anything could be deduced therefrom. Political leaders and thinkers jostled for power and influence, and personal rivalries and not a little vanity took their toll. And as Dreaming the Body Politic 63. Political economic conditions shifted, so innumerable adaptations of thinking occurred, making the ideas of 1848 radically different from those of 1830. How, then, are we to understand these turbulent currents of thought? Turning the world right side up. Society as it exists now, wrote Claude Henry de Saint-Simon sometime in 1819 to 1820, is indeed an upside-down world. 9. And, of course, the only way to improve upon things was to set it right side up, which implied making some sort of revolution. Saint-Simon, however, abhorred the violence of the revolution and preferred to seek pacific, progressive, and rational change. The body politic was sick, he said, and needed resuscitation. But the end result was to be the same: the world must be turned right side up. This sense of a world turned upside down had, as Christopher Hill so brilliantly documents, already had its day across the English Channel in the turbulent years 1640–1688 that followed upon Cromwell's seizure of power and the execution of King Charles. 10. Much the same phenomena are to be observed in France between 1830 and 1848, when speculation and experimentation were rife. But how can this efflorescence of utopian, revolutionary, and reformist ideas in the period 1830 to 1848 be explained? The French Revolution left a double legacy. There was, on the one hand, an overwhelming sense that something rational, right, and enlightened had gone very wrong, as well as a desperate need to come to terms with what to blame. In this the historians of the 1840s played a crucial role by building a potent historical analysis and memory of much that had been lost. But the revolution also left behind the sense that it was possible for the people to right things by the mobilization of a collective will, most particularly within the body politic of Paris. The revolution of 1830 demonstrated this capacity, and for a short time it seemed as if constitutional monarchy and bourgeois right could march hand in hand, much as they had in Britain after the settlement of 1688, so as to make republicanism irrelevant. But the disillusionment that followed, as the aristocracy of money took over from the aristocracy of position, sparked an eruption in oppositional thinking. The effect was to revive interest in republican alternatives. But behind this loomed another set of pressing problems: the grinding poverty and insecurity, the cancerous social inequality, and how work and labor might best be organized to alleviate the lot of an oppressed peasantry and a nascent industrial working class more and more concentrated in large urban centers such as Paris and Lyon. And this provoked thought of a socialist alternative, both among the workers themselves and among the progressive intelligentsia. The legacy of revolutionary period thinkers was important. François Babeuf's Conspiracy of the Equals, for example, had proclaimed economic and political socialism as the inevitable next step in a French Revolution deemed to be only the forerunner of another revolution, far greater, far more solemn, which will be the last. Babeuf sought to overthrow the existing social and political order by force. Buonarroti, a co-conspirator with Babeuf, escaped the guillotine because of his Italian nationality and lived to publish a full account of the work of the conspiracy in 1828. 11. This was the tradition that Auguste Blanqui resurrected in several conspiratorial schemes, such as the Société de Saisons that sought unsuccessfully to overthrow the July monarchy in 1839. The oath of this secret society proclaimed that the aristocracy is to the social body what a cancer is to the human body, and that the first condition of the social body's return to justice is the annihilation of aristocracy. Revolutionary action, the extermination of all monarchy and aristocrats, and the establishment of a republican government based on equality was the only way to rescue the social body from its gangrenous state. 12. Blanqui added two specific twists to this argument. When arrested and charged with conspiracy in 1832, he declared his profession before an incredulous president of the court as proletarian, the profession of 30 million Frenchmen who live by their work and who are deprived of political rights. In his defense he evoked the war between rich and poor and denounced the pitiless machine that pulverizes, one by one, 25 million peasants and 5 million workers to extract their purest blood and transfuse it into the veins of the privileged. The cogs of this machine, assembled with an astonishing art, touch the poor man at every instant of the day, hounding him in the least necessity of his humble life, and the most miserable of his pleasures, taking away half of his smallest gain. But Blanqui detested utopian blueprints. No one has access to the secrets of the future, he wrote. The revolution alone, as it clears the terrain, will reveal the horizon, will gradually remove the veils and open up the roads, or rather multiple paths, that lead to the new social order. Those who pretend to have in their pocket a complete map of this unknown land, they truly are madmen. 13. Blanqui did have a transition program. Those who mounted the revolution, for the most part déclassé radicals, would have to assume state power and construct a dictatorship in the name of the proletariat in order to educate the masses and inculcate capacities for self-governance. Blanqui, when not in prison, mounted one revolutionary conspiracy after another, instilling fear into the bourgeoisie, most particularly the Republicans. Only after the failure of the 1871 Commune did he finally give in, as Benjamin notes, to resignation without hope. He tacitly recognized that the social revolution had not, and perhaps could not, keep pace with the material, scientific, and technical changes that the 19th century was experiencing. 14. Saint-Simon and Fourier provided quite different grist to the socialist/reformist mill of oppositional and utopian thought. They were key link figures who reflected on the errors of the revolution while pursuing alternatives. Both of them left behind legacies that aspired to universality but which were incomplete, often confusing, and therefore open to multiple interpretations. Saint-Simon is generally credited with being the founder of positivist social science. 15. The task of the analyst, he argued, was to study the actual condition of society and, on that basis, recognize what needs to be done to bring the body politic into some more harmonious and productive state. Many of his works were therefore written as open. Dreaming the Body Politic. 65. Letters, tracts, or memoranda to influential people. It is hard to extract general principles from such sources. His thinking also evolved in a variety of ways from 1802 until his final, unfinished work on the New Christianity. The body politic had, Saint-Simon held, assumed harmonious forms in the past, only to dissolve in contradictions out of which a new body politic should emerge. The seeds of the new were contained within the womb of the old. This historicist view of human evolution influenced many subsequent thinkers. The crisis in the body politic in Saint-Simon's own time derived from an incomplete transition from a feudal ecclesiastical system to an industrial and scientific one. 16. The French Revolution had addressed the problem of hereditary privileges, but the Jacobins had failed because they sought to impose constitutional and juridical rights by centralized state power. They had resorted to terror and violence to impose their will. The 18th century has been critical and revolutionary, he wrote, but the 19th has to be inventive and constructive. The central problem was that the industrial, by whom Saint Simon meant everyone who engaged in useful productive activity, including workers and peasants, as well as owners of enterprises, bankers, merchants, scientists, thinkers, and educators, were governed by an idle and parasitic class of aristocrats and priests whose mentality derived from the military and theocratic powers of feudalism. Spiritual power must therefore pass from the hands of priests to those of savants, the scientists and artists, and temporal power to the leading figures among the industrials themselves. The latter's interest would be to minimize the interventions of government and to devise a least cost and efficient form of administration to facilitate the activities of the direct producers. The function of government would be to ensure that useful work is not hindered. Government by command should give way to effective administration. This system would, furthermore, have to be Europe-wide rather than national in scope. All men will work, Saint Simon declared as early as 1803, and it is to the proper organization of production and useful work that we must appeal if the ills of the social body are to be cured. He emphasized individual initiative and liberty, and sometimes appears to echo the laissez-faire ideals of many political economists. But Saint Simon is concerned with the exact nature of the political institutions that could maximize individual liberty and promote useful work through collective projects. The principle of association reflective of divisions of labor plays a vital role, though the ideal of a grand association among all industrials is frequently invoked. At one point he proposed the formation of 3 chambers of governance, elected by the industrials: a chamber of invention, a chamber of execution, and a chamber of examination. 17. The industrials were not construed by Saint Simon as homogeneous. But he did not accept that the divisions among them would blind them to their common interests or lead them to object to the hierarchy of powers in which educated elites of producers, bankers, merchants, scientists, and artists would take decisions in the name of the ignorant masses. Natural leaders were defined according to technical ability and merit. Each man will be placed according to his capacity and rewarded according to his work. Popular sovereignty was not a useful principle of governance because the people know very well that, except for a few moments of very brief delirium, the people have no time to be sovereign. But he became deeply concerned with the question of moral incentives. Naked egotism and self-interest were important, but they had to be ameliorated by other motivations if the economy was to realize collective goals. This was the power that Christianity had always promised but never delivered. A new form of Christianity, founded on moral principles, was required to ensure universal well-being as the aim of political economic projects. All men should treat each other as brothers, he argued, and the whole of society should work to improve the moral and physical existence of the poorest class. 18. With this, Saint Simon opened the floodgates to millenarian thinking and religious mysticism as a basis for radical change. How his ideas spread is a complicated story. His immediate followers published a selective account of his ideas after his death, and interest flourished after the July Revolution. There were many well-attended meetings during the early 1830s that garnered support from reform-minded bourgeois and workers, and a movement was launched to educate workers, though, as Rancière shows, many workers had trouble appreciating the motivations and the paternalism involved. 19. Almost anyone exercised about the right to work and its proper organization to relieve poverty and insecurity among peasants and workers during the early 1830s was likely to have had some contact with Saint Simonian ideas. Much of the thinking about alternative urban forms was deeply influenced by this mode of thought. The role of women and religion became controversial issues, however, and the movement soon imploded in a conflict between factions led by a charismatic Barthélemy Enfantin and a less fanatical Saint Amand Bazard. Thereafter the legacy of influence dispersed in all manner of directions, and much of the movement's energy dissipated in religious cult activities. Saint Simonian feminists, however, evolved their ideas on topics such as divorce and the organization of women's work. They became vocal and strong enough to come in for satirical commentary from Daumier, and they played an important role in 1848. Some Saint-Simonians took the Christian path, and Pierre Leroux turned to an associationist kind of Christian socialism. Leroux identified individualism as the primary moral disease within the body politic, socialism, and he is generally credited with being the first to coin the term in 1833 would restore the unity of reciprocal relations between the parts and revive the body politic, he argued. But the role of the body politic was not to impress conformity upon everyone, it should, rather, service autonomously developing individuals who were realizing their felt needs. 20 others shifted their allegiance to Fourier. Marx absorbed ideas of social scientific inquiry, productivism, historicism, contradiction, and the inevitability of social change from Saint-Simon, but turned to class struggle as the motor of historical change. Still others, like the Père Enfantin and Michel Chevalier, pursued the idea of association of capital and leadership by a scientific engineering and financial elite. They became major figures within the Second Empire structures of governance, administration, and capital accumulation through large-scale public works. That this last group were able to evolve in this way in part reflected Louis Napoleon's engagement with Saint-Simonian ideas. 21 large-scale public works fascinated the emperor to be. As early as the 1840s, while imprisoned at Ham, he studied a proposal by the newly independent Nicaraguan government to build a canal between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. He also published a pamphlet titled The Extinction of Pauperism. In this he championed the right to work as a basic principle and proposed state legislation to set up associations of workingmen empowered to engage in the compulsory purchase of wastelands. Put under cultivation, he argued, these would provide employment as well as profitable and healthy activity in the production and sale of agricultural products. A rotating fund for repayment of the state loans and the indemnification of landholders would finance the project. Socialist leaders and reformers rallied to his cause, and some, like Louis Blanc and George Sand, even visited him at Ham. Employers and economists mocked the proposal and depicted him as an idle and incompetent utopian dreamer. While his proposals owed something to Saint-Simon, they also smacked of Fourierist influence. So what, then, can we say of Fourier himself? An autodidact, he published his foundational work, The Theory of the Four Movements, in 1808. In it, he sought a transition from social chaos to universal harmony by appeal to two basic principles, agricultural association and passionate attraction. Even Fourier's admirers admit that the work is diffuse and enigmatic and a veritable crazy quilt of glimpses into the more arcane aspects of the theory, tableaus of the sexual and gastronomic delights of harmony, and critical demonstrations of the methodological mindlessness of contemporary philosophy and political economy. Some of Fourier's arguments are bizarre, and others so outlandish that it is easy to dismiss him as a crank. A lonely and often beleaguered figure, he produced a mass of writings that did little to clear up the confusions even as they elaborated and deepened his critical understanding of the defects of the existing order. He sought to conceal some of his more outrageous ideas about passionate attraction and sexuality. After his death this concealment was even more vigorously pursued by the Fourierists, who, under the authoritarian leadership of Victor Considerant, carefully controlled expurgated versions of his writings to shape what became an important wing of the Pacific Social Democratic movement. This became an intellectual and even political force of some significance during the last years of the July monarchy and the early phases of the 1848 revolution. But with the crushing of the revolution, many of the leaders, like Considerant, had to go into exile and the movement lost direct influence. 22 Fourier mounted a generic attack upon civilization as a system of organized repression of healthy passionate instincts. The insidious problem of poverty derived from the inefficient organization of production, distribution, and consumption. The main enemy was commerce, which was parasitic upon and destructive to human well-being. While we may be destined to work, we need to organize it to guarantee libidinal satisfactions, happiness, comfort, and passionate fulfillments. there was nothing noble or fulfilling about grinding away at awful and monotonous tasks, hour after hour. Civilization not only starved millions a year, but it also subjected all men to a life of emotional deprivation which reduced them to a state below that of animals, who at least were free to obey their own instinctual promptings. 23. So what was the alternative? Production and consumption had to be collectively organized in communities called phalansteres. These would offer variety of work and variety of social and sexual engagements to guarantee happiness and fulfillment of wants, needs, and desires. Fourier took immense pains to specify how phalansteres should be organized and around what principles. 1840 and all that. If Saint-Simon, Blanqui, and Fourier provided the initial sparks, then a host of other writers spread the flames of alternative thought in all manner of directions. The year 1840, for example, saw the publication of Proudhon's What is Property, Etienne Cabet's influential utopian tale, Voyage in Icaria, Flora Tristan's expose of misery and degradation among the working classes of London in Promenades in London, Louis Blanc's social democratic text, The Organization of Work, Pierre Leroux's two-volume study, On Humanity, Agricole Perdiguieur's Book of Compagnonnage, and a host of other books and pamphlets that offered critical commentary on social conditions, while exploring alternatives. 24. Villerme's study of the conditions of labor in the French textile industry was being widely read, and Frégier's dissection of the problem of the Parisian underclass struck fear into the hearts of many bourgeois readers. Romantic writers were throwing their support to radical reform and fraternizing with worker poets. The first organized communist banquet took place in Belleville, a general strike occurred in Paris, and a communist worker tried to assassinate the king. The floodgates were open, and in spite of attempts at repression and police control, there seemed to be no way, short of revolution and counter-revolution, to stem the turbulence. It is hard to capture the intensity, the creativity, and the commonalities within the diversity of radical arguments articulated during these years. But there was widespread agreement on the nature of the problem. A frustrated Flora Tristan in her influential book L'Union Ouvrière invoked the innumerable commentators who had preceded her. In their writings, speeches, reports, memoirs, investigations, and statistics, they have pointed out, affirmed and demonstrated to the government and the wealthy, that the working class is, in the present state of things, materially and morally placed in an intolerable condition of poverty and suffering. They have shown that, from this state of abandonment and neglect, it necessarily follows that the greater part of workers, embittered by misfortune, brutalized by ignorance and exhausting work, were becoming dangerous to society. They have proved to the government and to the wealthy that not only justice and humanity imposed the duty of coming to the aid of the working classes by a law permitting the organization of labor, but that even general interest and security imperiously recommended this measure. But even so, for nearly 25 years, many eloquent voices have been unable to awaken the solicitude of the government concerning the dangers courted by society in the face of 7 to 8 million workers exasperated by neglect and despair, among whom a great number find themselves torn between suicide, or theft. 25. Paris, capital of modernity 70. While Tristan shaped her account to suit her cause, none of her contemporaries would, I think, dispute the general situation she portrayed, even down to the problem of worker suicides, which were by no means uncommon. The diagnostic, however, varied greatly: civilization and commerce, the anachronistic power of aristocrats and priests, individualism, indifference to inequality, particularly of women, patriarchy, property and credit, capitalism and unregulated industrialism, corruption of the state apparatus, failure of workers to organize and associate around their common interests. The list goes on. And what to do about it, what the aims and goals of transformative social movements should be, was even more confused. The problem of diagnosis and remedy of the ills of the body politic was made more difficult by a common language undergoing rapid and treacherous shifts in meanings. Among the workers, Sewell shows, linguistic shifts played a crucial role in changing political interpretations and actions between 1793 and 1848. 26 But there were some common themes. The differences often reflected the specific ways in which ideas about equality, liberty, republicanism, communism, and association got blended together programmatically. The principles laid out by Leroux in 1833 for the Society of the Rights of Man, shortly after his break with the Saint-Simonians, were typical of this genre. This party unanimously conceives of equality as its goal, of assistance to proletarians as its first duty, of republican institutions as its means, of the sovereignty of the people as its principle. Finally, it considers the right of association to be the final consequence of this principle and the means of implementing it. 27. But what might these individual terms mean? Equality. Everyone agreed inequality was a problem. But if the aim was improvement, then what kind of equality should be striven for, and by what means and for whom? This had, of course, been a contentious issue ever since the Revolution inscribed the word Égalité upon its banner. But by 1840, consensus was submerged beneath a welter of different interpretations. Blanqui persisted with the radical Jacobin idea of secular egalitarianism to be achieved, however, by means of a dictatorship of the proletariat. Again and again speakers at the 1840 Communist banquet asserted that political equality was meaningless in the absence of social equality. Equality of well-being was important to the Saint-Simonians, but the working classes were to be raised up by education, proper governance, and resources assembled thanks to the initiative of a meritorious and technically superior elite of industrials. The health and well-being of the body politic as a whole was more important than the well-being of individuals. The Communists and Jacobins wanted equality of empowerment as well as of life chances. But there was very little support among the workers themselves for revolutionary action to overthrow the whole. Dreaming the body politic 71. System and put an egalitarian communism in its place, it was more a matter of wanting to be treated as human beings, placed on the same footing as the bourgeoisie, while being accorded a modicum of security and fair remuneration for employment. 28 Workers objected, for example, to the patronizing attitude of the petit bourgeois radicals who sought to educate them, and found this arrogance almost as hard to bear as the indifference of their employers. Agricole Perdiguier, a worker, insisted on exactly this kind of equality. You should understand that we are not made of any substance less delicate or less pure than the rich, that our blood and our constitutions are in no way different from what we see in them. We are children of the same Father and we must live together as brothers. Liberty and equality must be brought together and reign in concert within the great family of humanity. 29 Inequality was also manifested through the subordination of women. In 1808, Fourier argued that social progress and changes from one era to the next are brought about in proportion to the progress of women towards freedom, and social decline is brought about in proportion to the decrease in women's freedom. 30 The emancipation of women was a necessary condition for the emancipation of humanity and the liberation of passionate attractions. Enfantin also promoted the emancipation of women, and several women within the Saint-Simonian movement struggled to connect these ideas with actual practices, launching their own journal, La Tribune de Femmes, to debate issues of sexual liberation and women's equality. While the Fourierists downplayed questions of sexuality and gender, most feminists were soon drawn to Fourier's ideas. Flora Tristan, for example, considered the right to work for a remunerative wage equal to that of men and the legal right to divorce as by far the most important reforms needed to liberate women from a form of marital bondage that was nothing less than enslaved prostitution. Questions of sexual liberation gradually gave way, however, to arguments about women's autonomy and right to work as a condition of freedom from male domination. What we mean when we speak of liberty, or equality, wrote a contributor to the Tribune de Femmes, is to be able to own possessions, for as long as we cannot, we shall always be slaves of men. He who provides us our material needs can always require, in exchange, that we submit to his wishes. But on this point there arose another barrier. In industry, very few careers are offered to us. Agreeable work is all done by men, we are left only the jobs that hardly pay enough for survival. And as soon as it is noticed that we can do a job, the wages there are lowered because we must not earn as much as men. 31. Tristan in no way romanticized the working class or peasant woman. Ill-educated, legally deprived, forced into marriage and dependency at an early age, deprived of rights, she learned to become a sharp-tongued harridan, more likely to drive her husband to the cabaret and her children to theft and violence than to establish a domestic hearth capable of giving succor to all. Tristan appealed to male self-interest. The education and emancipation of women was a necessary condition for the emancipation of the male working class. Proudhon, however, would have no truck with this. The family was sacrosanct, women belonged in the home under the control of men, and that was that. The dialogue between material and moral egalitarianism, between the right to gain a Paris, capital of modernity 72. Living wage under conditions of security and to be treated with dignity and respect, no matter one's position in terms of class or gender, was a complex one. But it is then not hard to see how conceptions of individual dignity and self-worth, deeply embedded in Christian teachings though not in priestly practices, could also be evoked among authors as diverse as Proudhon, Tristan, Saint Simon, Cabet, and many other reformers. To be anti-clerical was one thing, but a radicalized Christianity seemed to many to be part of the answer. Theologies of liberation abounded, as did millenarian thinking and even mystical musings. Not a few leaders either adopted, or had forced upon them, the status of a new Messiah ready to announce the good news and offer a path to social redemption of society's ills. It was not clear whether equality was to be regarded as a divine gift or as a triumph of secular reason. The Romantic poet Lamartine looked to an industrial Christ to guarantee the right to work. Association. One cannot probe far into the literature of the time without encountering the principle of association either as means or as an end of political institutions and actions. But, again, association encompassed a variety of meanings, and it was sometimes defined so narrowly that others downplayed it in favor of some other principle, such as union or community. What was at stake here was how the collectivity might be better organized to take care of material wants while creating a milieu suitable for education and personal fulfillment. Fourier certainly saw it this way in his tract Agricultural and Domestic Association, published in 1822, and it was fundamental to his proposal to construct phalansteres. But Fourier confined his vision to agricultural production, and never adapted his theory of association to industrial settings. Furthermore, for him, the establishment of associations depended either on philanthropic finance or on private investments in stock. The self-organization of the laborers played no part. For the Saint-Simonians the idea of association among the industrials was fundamental, but it operated at two distinct levels. Differentiated interests within the body politic were to be organized as associations expressive of those interests. Scientists and artists, for example, would have their own deliberative organizations. But these associations had to be embedded in a universal association that depended on a class alliance among all the industrials working for the common good, pooling resources and contributing and receiving according to productivity and talents. It is not hard to see how such ideas could reappear during the Second Empire as principles of organization, administration, credit, and finance, with even a limited role for worker associations under the umbrella of imperial power. This ideal of some grand association of interests and of a class alliance that could bridge bourgeois and worker interests retained considerable importance because many radicals felt that the workers and peasants themselves were not strong enough or educated enough to initiate action. Cabet in the early 1840s looked for bourgeois support, and only after repeated rejections did he take a separatist road and define a communistic communitarianism as his goal. Leroux likewise looked for bourgeois support, and received enough of it to finance his ultimately unsuccessful agrarian commune and printing works in Lussac. The idea of independent associations formed by the workers themselves had a long history. Repressed after the Revolution, it re-emerged strongly in the revolutionary days of 1830 and found immediate support in the work of Butches, a dissident Saint Simonian. Butches objected to the top-down perspective given by principles of universal association, and argued for bottom-up associations of producers with the aim of freeing workers from the wage system and shielding them from the unjust results of competition. From this perspective, factory owners and employers were just as parasitic as the aristocracy and landowners. This idea was later taken up forcefully by Louis Blanc in his influential The Organization of Work, as well as by Proudhon. Blanc, however, saw it as a duty of state power and political legislation to establish and finance the associations and to supervise their management. Proudhon, for his part, wanted the state kept entirely out of it and looked toward a model of self-governance that would turn the workshop into the social space of reform. But his thinking kept shifting, in part because he did not trust associations to solve the problem or workers necessarily to do the right thing. At some points he invokes a strong disciplinary role for competition between workshops, and at others says that not all workshops needed to be organized on associationist lines. Vincent reconstructs his views as follows. Basically, what Proudhon desired was to organize an interconnected group of mutual associations which would overcome the contradictions of existing society and thereby transform it. This projected social transformation would commence with the organization of small companies of around 100 workers which would form fraternal ties with one another. These associations would be primarily economic, but also as the focuses of education and social interaction. They would, he claimed, set examples for the establishment of similar associations because of their superior moral and economic qualities, resolve the antinomy of liberty and regulation and provide the synthesis of liberty and order. The decisive function of the association was to introduce an egalitarian society of men producing and consuming in harmony. They would thereby uproot the opposition between capitalist and worker, between idler and laborer. 32. This was very different from Fourier's or Louis Blanc's vision, though it did have some commonalities with Cabet. But Proudhon worried that associations might stifle individual liberty and initiative, and he never sought to abolish the distinction between capital and labor, he merely wanted to make relations more harmonious and just. Proudhon also recognized that the mutual associations needed money and credit to function. Anxious to turn his ideas into practice, he launched a People's Bank in the revolutionary days of 1848, only to have it fail almost immediately. The idea that workers could form their own associations was, however, fundamental and increasingly popular within the various trades. It became a major topic of discussion in Republican and worker-based publications. The main difference was between those who wished to keep competition between associations in order to ensure labor discipline and technological innovation and those who looked for eventual monopolistic control of a whole trade. The movement was to culminate in statutes for a union of associations in 1849, which were just about to be put into practice when the leaders were arrested and the movement suppressed. There were, at that time, nearly 300 socialist associations in Paris in 120 trades with as many as 50,000 members. More than half of these survived until the coup d'état of 1851 led to their suppression. 33. Community/communism. Proudhon was vigorously opposed to community. If property was theft, then community is death, he argued. 34 Many speakers at the 1840 Communist banquet viewed communism and community as interchangeable terms, and Proudhon abhorred centralized political power and decision-making. Desamy, one of the chief organizers of the banquet, wrote out an elaborate code of community in 1842, complete with a plan of the communal palace. Industrial parks and noxious facilities were dispersed into the countryside, and gardens and orchards were closer in. The code constituted a whole legal system governing relations within and between communities. Distributive and economic laws, industrial and rural laws, hygienic laws, educational laws, public order and political laws and laws on the union of the sexes, absent the family, with a view to preventing all discord and debauchery, were all specified. These laws were subsumed within a concept of community construed as nothing other than the realization of unity and fraternity as the most real and fully complete unity, a unity in everything, in education, language, work, property, housing, in life, legislation, and political activity, etc. 35 To many, like Proudhon, this seemed horribly oppressive. Desemy had been a close collaborator of Cabet but broke with him in part over the level of militancy, as well as over the details of how the ideal community might be organized. By the late 1840s, however, Cabet was by far the more influential communist, espousing pacific methods and rather more acceptable forms of community organization in Icaria. The community suppresses egoism, individualism, privilege, domination, opulence, idleness, and domesticity, transforming divided personal property into indivisible and social or common property. It modifies all commerce and industry. Therefore, the establishment of the community is the greatest reform or revolution that humanity has ever attempted. 36 Both Proudhon and Cabet, as opposed to Fourier, Enfantin, and Desemy, advocated traditional family life, arguing that the negative aspects of women's lives would largely disappear with the reorganization of production and consumption along communal lines. Cabet and Proudhon were indefatigable polemicists and organizers, and by the late 1840s the former's Icarian communist movement had become substantial, drawing support mainly from the working classes as then defined rather than from educated professionals, or from the déclassé radicals who supported Blanqui or the more radical wing of communism. As early as 1842, over 1,000 Parisian workers signed the following declaration in Cabet's newspaper, Le Populaire. It is said we want to live in idleness. That is not true. We want to work in order to live, and we are more laborious than those who slander us. But sometimes work is lacking, sometimes it is too long, and kills us or ruins our health. Wages are insufficient for our most indispensable needs. These inadequate wages, unemployment, illness, taxes, old age which comes so early to us throw us into misery. It is horrible for a great number of us. There is no future, either for us or our children. This is not living. And yet we are the producers of all. Without us the rich would have nothing or would be forced to work to have bread, clothes, furniture, and lodging. It is unjust. We want a different organization of labor, that is why we are communists. 37. Cabet's efforts at class collaboration with reform-minded Republicans were, however, rebuffed, forcing him to recognize by the late 1840s that his was a workers-only movement. In 1847 his thinking turned to Christianity, and he suddenly decided that emigration to the United States and the founding of Icaria there was the answer. Johnston surmises that Cabet was not temperamentally able to confront the possibility, as Marx and Engels subsequently did, that class struggle against the bourgeoisie was the only path to radical progress. In this, Cabet may well have been in tune with much worker sentiment, as Rancière repeatedly shows. The workers writing in their own journals demanded dignity, autonomy, and treatment as equals with masters without having to resort to undignified street demonstrations. 38 Cabet carried many of his followers with him and thereby, as Marx complained, diverted many a good communist from the revolutionary tasks in Europe. But what also clearly separated Marx from Cabet was the geographical scale on which they envisaged solutions. Cabet could never think much beyond the small-scale integrated community characterized by face-to-face contact and intimacy as the framework within which communist alternatives must be cast. The organization of work and labor. While the writers of the time criticized many aspects of their contemporary social order, everyone acknowledged that the question of work and of labor was fundamental both to the critique of existing social arrangements and to proposed solutions. Again and again, the degrading conditions that did exist were contrasted with a world that might be. And the belief that labor produced the value which the bourgeoisie appropriated and consumed was widespread. But alternative visions varied widely. Fourier, for example, saw the solution as a matter of matching variety of work with his elaborate understandings of passionate attractions. The social division of labor would disappear entirely, and work would be equivalent to play. This was probably the least practicable aspect of Fourier's system, since it probably could happen only in a world devoid of significant industry and then at only the smallest of scales. When something akin to his phalansteers did come into being, they functioned more as pioneer forms of localized consumer and living cooperatives than as vigorous production enterprises. Nevertheless, Fourier's insistence that the activity of laboring defines our relation to nature and the inherent qualities of human nature has been a recurrent locus of critique of the labor process under both capitalism and socialism/communism. It continues to echo down to this day. The Saint-Simonians, on the other hand, were prepared to reorganize the division of labor on much larger scales and with an eye to greater efficiency. But this depended upon the administrative and technical skills of an industrial elite who would designate tasks and positions for workers who would be expected to submit willingly to their dictates. The benefit to the workers depended on the moral presumption that everything would be organized to be of greatest benefit to the poorest classes. There was little in Saint-Simonian doctrine to suggest that quality of work experience was important. Almost any kind of labor system, such as those later called Taylorism and Fordism, would be entirely compatible with socialism/communism as well as with capitalism. The Saint-Simonians who became influential during the Second Empire adopted an eclectic stance to the labor question, conveniently forgetting the moral imperative to render justice. Proudhon's sterling defense of principles of justice in 1858 was designed to highlight this omission. But the Saint-Simonian vision as well as the subsequent Marxist dream of mechanized socialist mankind wresting a bountiful living from a stingy and hostile environment would have seemed a horrible nightmare of rapine to Fourier, for he knew that the natural destiny of the globe was to become a horticultural paradise, an ever-varying English garden. 39 models of what much later came to be called worker self-management or autogestion also abounded in the 1840s, with Proudhon's mutualism, Cabet's communism, and even Laroux's Christian communitarianism emerging as competing variants. But Proudhon got into all manner of tangles as he sought to come up with a labor numeraire to reflect the fact that laborers produced the value and needed to be remunerated according to the value they produced. Proudhon mainly oriented his thinking to the small-scale workshop or enterprise, and was far less comfortable with any attempt to consciously organize large-scale projects that might involve what he considered degrading conditions of detailed divisions of labor. This led him back to accept the necessary evil of competition as a coordinating device, and he tried to put a positive gloss on the anarchy of the market by praising what he at one point called anarchistic mutualism as the most adequate social form to allocate labor to tasks in a socially beneficial manner. All of this was to bring a series of scathing responses from Marx after 1848. These arguments have, interestingly, been revived in recent years, particularly since the publication of Pior and Sable's The Second Industrial Divide. They argue that a magnificent opportunity to organize labor according to radically different principles, in small-scale firms under worker control, was lost around 1848, only to appear again with the new technologies that allowed flexible specialization, self-management at a small scale, and the dispersal of production to new industrial districts from the 1970s onward. The organizational form that got lost in 1848 was, according to them, largely that proposed by Proudhon rather than those of Fourier, Cabet, Louis Blanc, Saint-Simon, or the communists. Competition was beneficial, and there was nothing inherently wrong with capital ownership and dependency on institutions of credit, provided these could be organized along mutualist lines. Had this transpired in the mid-19th century, we would, they argue, have been spared the disasters that flowed from the factory system organized by large-scale capital and the equally miserable factory systems of communism. This has been a controversial argument, of course, both historically and today. Pior and Sable shunted aside the problem that what might be attractive to labor about flexible specialization might also provide abundant opportunities for irresponsible and decentralized forms of subcontracting and flexible accumulation on the part of capital. That the latter is the dominant story in the recent history of capitalism seems to me undeniable and, as we shall see, industrial organization in Second Empire Paris avidly exploited small-scale structures of subcontracting more than large-scale factories. 41 But by the same token, it also has to be admitted that the Saint-Simonian and Marxist solutions have been found wanting. The labor question, as debated in France in the 1840s, placed a whole range of issues on the table that still need to be addressed. And if we can hear echoes in today's anti-globalization movements of Proudhon's mutualism, Laroux's Christian communitarianism, Fourier's theories of passionate attraction and emancipation, Cabet's version of community/communism, and Butch's theories of associationism, then we can derive some historical lessons from France in the 1840s at the same time that we can deepen our grasp of the key issues involved. The urban question, modernity before Haussmann? It was in the banner year of 1840 that the 29-year-old engineer/architect César Daly launched his Revue Générale de l'Architecture et des Travaux Publics, a journal that was to be a central vehicle for discussion of architectural, urban design, and urbanization questions for the next 50 years or more. 42 In introducing the first issue, Daly wrote, "When one recalls that it is engineers and architects who are charged to preside over the constructions that shelter human beings, livestock, and the products of the earth, that it is they who erect thousands of factories and manufacturing establishments to house prodigious industrial activity, who build immense cities furnished with splendid monuments, traversed by straitened rivers encased in cyclopean walls, basins carved out of rock, and docks which harbor entire fleets of ships, that it is they who facilitate communications between peoples by the creation of roads and canals, who throw bridges over rivers, viaducts across deep valleys, pierce tunnels through mountains, that it is they who take the surplus waters from low and humid places to spread them over arid and sterile lands, thereby allowing of an immense expansion of agricultural lands, modifying and improving the soil itself. It is they who, undeterred by any difficulty, inscribe everywhere in the land through durable and well-made monuments testimonials to the power of genius and the works of man. When one reflects on the immense utility and the absolute necessity of these works and the thousands to whom they give employment, one is naturally led to appreciate the importance of the science to which we owe these marvelous creations and to feel that the slightest progress in these matters is of interest to all the countries of the globe. 43. The tone is Saint-Simonian, which is, on the surface, somewhat odd, given that Daly had been very much influenced by Fourier. The review often merged the Saint-Simonian penchant for large-scale public projects and the Fourierist insistence that they be articulated according to well-reasoned, scientific, and harmonic principles. Considerant, the leading Fourierist of the time, contributed to the review, and his occasional collaborator Périmond wrote an extraordinary series of articles on the need to reorganize the interior space of Paris. Most of the administrators, thinkers, and writers of the period had something to say, either directly or indirectly, about the urban question. They had to, because it was too obvious and too pressing an issue to be avoided. The up-and-coming Adolphe Thiers took on the Ministry of Commerce and Public Works in 1833, and spent a good deal of time and money on monumental projects and getting bills passed to finance canals, roadworks, and railways. His main contribution, for which he was roundly criticized, was to spend vast sums on the new system of fortifications to protect Paris from invasion. 35 years later, in an odd twist of fate, he had to break through those same fortifications in order to crush the Paris Commune. The prefect of Paris, Rambouillet, set about devising and implementing plans to improve communications. Urban health and hygiene became a big issue after the devastating cholera epidemic of 1832. And the architect Jacques Hittorf was busy designing the Place de la Concorde and several other projects that animated the drift of the center of Paris toward the north and west. This drift, largely impelled by speculative building, was creating a new Paris to the north and west of the overcrowded and congested center. Lancain, an ambitious businessman who headed up the city council in the late 1830s, commissioned a plan for the revitalization of Paris that was far-reaching as well as fiscally ambitious. This was not, therefore, a period of inaction. What Pignon somewhat inaccurately calls the utopians of 1840 pressed a number of concrete plans for reordering the city streets, some of which were actually realized. 44 The difference between this activity and Haussmann's was twofold. First, there was little in the way of grand vision at the metropolitan scale incorporated into practices. The clearances were piecemeal and the scale of action cautious. Second, Rambouillet was reluctant to exceed the city's budget, fiscal conservatism was the rule, and Rambouillet was proud of it. There was, however, no shortage of ideas. Most of the grand thinkers of the period had something to say about the urban question. Fourier's first encounter with Paris in the 1790s, with its spacious boulevards, its handsome town houses and its Palais Royal had inspired him to devise the rules of a new type of unitary architecture which was later to become the basis for the blueprints of his ideal city. As early as 1796 he had been so struck by the monotony and ugliness of our modern cities that he had conceived of the model of a new type of city, designed in such a way as to prevent the spread of fires and banish the Mephitism which, in cities of all sizes, literally wages war against the human race. 45 And by 1808 he clearly saw the problems of urban squalor and cutthroat economic competition as symptoms of a deeper social sickness. But his alternative designs for urban living, elaborated over the years, were far more suited to an agrarian horticultural society with internalized production and consumption, and harmonized sexual relations, than they were to industrial activities and the extensive networks of trading relations arising out of improved communications in the Paris of the time. Benjamin suggests that Fourier recognized the architectural canon of the phalanstery in the arcades. But there are, Maury notes, reasons to doubt this. 46 The arcades were mostly built before the 1830s as ground-level commercial spaces. Fourier's analogous spaces were residential and on the second floor, and more likely modeled on the long galleries in the Louvre and at Versailles. Fourier made no explicit mention of the arcades until the 1830s. The phalanstère did, however, prove influential within the history of urban design, though not necessarily in the way that Fourier thought of it. It provided an architectural prototype for various experiments by industrialists with collective and cooperative living arrangements, such as the sites ouvriers tried out in the early years of the Second Empire. But the phalanstère did not offer an alternative urban plan for restructuring the urban body politic as a whole. Fourier's schemas were too freighted with nostalgia for some lost past and too small-scale to offer tangible help for reconstruction of a city like Paris. The same difficulty arose with many of the other thinkers of the time. While Proudhon showed occasional glimpses of being able to think bigger, he never really escaped the scale of the artisan workshops of Lyon that inspired much of his thinking. Leroux and Cabet got no further than experiments with small-scale communities. Cabet's efforts turned out to be as disastrous in practice when founded in America as they were in theory. The communists showed some signs of being able to think bigger. Desimy's urban code diverged from Fourier's in part because he emphasized collective property rights and radical egalitarianism, but also because he proposed the communal organization of both work and living within a system of territorially organized communes in fraternal communication and support of each other. Industrial armies would carry out immense work projects of culture, afforestation, irrigation, canals, railroads, embankments of rivers and streams, etc. Careful attention would be paid to matters of health and hygiene, and the communes should be situated in locations most suited to health. 47 In addition to zoning codes to assure rational land uses in relation to human health and well-being, the communes should be administered and regulated in such a way as to provide equal education, sustenance, and nurture to everyone. Here, indeed, was a complete body politic on an extensive if not large scale, which incorporated the best of Cabet and Fourier in combination with the principles of Babeuf and Blanqui and the administrative ideals of Saint-Simon. But what rendered so much of this utopian and nostalgic was a fierce attachment to the ideal of small, face-to-face communities. There was a disjunction, therefore, between the rapidly transforming realities of urban life and many of these utopian plans. There were exceptions, however. Saint Simon had appealed to the leading industrialists and scientists to take matters in hand, and to the polytechnicians and engineers who had the know-how to rethink the city at the requisite scale. He also insisted that the seeds of any alternative must be found in the contradictions of the present. And although Saint Simonians dispersed and dissipated their energies as a coherent movement in the early 1830s, their ideas had wide currency among a technical elite of financiers, scientists, engineers, and architects. The reforms envisaged by others were on such a small scale that they could never aspire to anything more than a localized radicalization of social relations, of working and living conditions in the city. Either that, or they were conceptualized as new communities to be constructed in empty spaces such as the Americas or the colonies. The big exceptions were the Fourierists, Considerant, and Purimond, who in effect scaled up Fourier's ideas of harmony and passionate attraction to merge with Saint Simonian thought. Both considered the railroads as they were then being built to be destructive of human interests and a primary agent in the degradation of the human relation to nature. They were not opposed to improvements in communications, but objected that they were being implemented in an irrational way, that they promoted increasing centralization of power and capital among a financial elite in the large cities, that they operated to stimulate industry and urban development rather than the all-important agriculture, and that the penchant for the straight line was being superimposed upon a sensually more satisfying relation to nature. They proposed the nationalization of the rail network and its construction according to rational harmonic principles and without resort to private capital. The government was impressed, and produced a national charter for railroad construction, but centered it radially on Paris and inserted a clause that allowed of private exploitation. Interestingly, Benjamin cites Considerant's objections to the railways at some length but ignores his positive suggestions. 48 Considerant and Purimond likewise offered extensive arguments for the thorough amelioration of Paris's problems, and did so in a way that was practical and plausible. Enough to avoid the charge of vacuous utopianism. The most systematic consideration of this question was given by Purimond in a series of articles beginning in 1842, titled Studies on the City of Paris. 49 The chaos, disorder, and congestion that beset the city center, the lack of harmonious relations between the parts, and the drift of activity toward the north and west was the main focus of concern. Purimond produced a careful and empirically grounded diagnostic of the situation and then appealed to Fourier's scientific principles to come up with a solution. He argued that the city must return to its traditional center and then be linked outward to its many growing parts in a coherent and harmonious way. This entailed a radical restructuring of internal communications within the city, but just as important was a complete reconstruction of the city center. He proposed that the left branch of the Seine be covered over from Austerlitz to the Pont Neuf and the space used to bring together commercial, industrial, administrative, religious, and cultural functions in a rejuvenated city center that would also depend on the total clearance of properties from the Ile de la Cite. Purimond provided engineering specifications and financial calculations to prove the feasibility of his project. He was prepared for debt financing and was critical of Rambutew's fiscal conservatism. Here was a plan every bit as daring and ambitious as anything that Haussmann was later to devise. When taken together with proposals on the railways, it effectively addressed the issue of the role and structure of the Parisian metropolitan space in relation to the national space. It was by almost any measure modernist in tone, but the big difference from Haussmann is that Purimond eschewed appeal to the circulation of capital and private speculation in land and property. He insisted that state interventions should work to the benefit of all rather than for a privileged elite of financiers. Probably for that very reason this grand but practical plan was never seriously discussed. Similarly far-reaching proposals came from Magnadier, whose book Paris Pittoresque et Monumental was published in 1843. Like Purimond, Magnadier insisted on the revitalization of the city center by clearances and by the construction of a much more rational system of roads to integrate with the rail system. His detailed plans for new boulevards in many ways anticipated, as Marchand points out, Haussmann's proposals. 50. The clearance and replacement of insalubrious dwellings was also considered a priority, particularly in the old city center. Magnatier was deeply concerned with questions of health and hygiene, and also pushed very hard on the idea of a park system for Paris to rival that of London. And if access to the rejuvenating powers of nature was not to be available within the city, then the suburbs and the countryside could provide a restful alternative if access was created. Balzac's pastoral fantasy could be realized in the form of the little house in the country. In many respects, Haussmann realized in practice in the 1850s much of what Magnatier had earlier proposed. Considerant, Purimond, Magnatier, and even Lanquentin, produced practical plans rather than utopian ideals, even though their thinking was animated by Saint-Simonian and Fourierist ideas. It is against the ferment of this kind of thinking that we have to read what Haussmann actually did. He did not begin from scratch, and owed an immense debt to these pioneering ways of thought. The problem for him was that these ideas arose out of political presuppositions and utopian dreams that were in many respects anathema to Bonapartism. Hence the myth that Haussmann propagated of a radical break. That much of what he did was already present in embryo in the 1830s and 1840s does not, however, detract from the fact that modernity, as argued in the introduction, entered a new and distinctive phase after 1848, and that Haussmann contributed immensely to how this new form of modernity was articulated. What got lost in 1848? The world did not get turned right side up in 1848. The socialist revolution failed, and many of those who had been engaged in its production were sidelined, exiled, or simply repressed after the coup d'état of December 1851. The counter-revolution that set in after 1848 had the effect of turning upside down many of the hopes and desires, and reining in the proliferating sense of possibilities, that had been so fulsomely articulated in the 1830s and 1840s. For what really clashed on the boulevards in June of 1848 were two radically different conceptions of modernity. The first was thoroughly bourgeois. It was founded on the rock of private property and sought freedoms of speech and of action in the market, and the kind of liberty and equality that goes with money power. Its most articulate spokesman was Adolphe Thiers, who would have been perfectly content with a constitutional monarchy if the monarch had not perverted matters. Thiers, who had been a minister in the 1830s, was certainly willing to step in to try to save the monarchy in the February days of 1848. He then became the guiding light for the so-called Party of Order that emerged in the National Assembly after the elections of April 1848, and avidly sought to guide national policy toward the protection of bourgeois rights and privileges. The second conception of modernity, far less coherent than the first, was founded on the idea of a social republic, capable of nurturing the population as a whole and dealing with the conditions of impoverishment and degradation in which the majority of the French people, both in the countryside and in the burgeoning cities, lived. It was ambivalent about private property and frequently confused over what might be meant by equality, liberty, and community, but it had a deep faith in the idea that associated forms of labor and of communal activities would provide an alternative basis for more adequate forms of social relations and standards of provision. This movement spoke with many voices: Louis Blanc, Lamartine, Blanqui, Proudhon, Jean Drouin, Cabet, Considerant, Leroux, and often pointed in multiple directions. But it had a sufficiently powerful following to constitute a serious threat to the bourgeois version itself, beset also by threats from the more traditional right with its largely conservative provincial base, which was thoroughly alarmed by any kind of modernity. This quest for the social republic was what was smashed on the barricades of June, just as the hopes for the bourgeois version were put on hold by the coup d'état of December 1851. The Second Empire, it turned out, sought a third kind of modernity, one which mixed authoritarianism with an uneasy respect for private property and the market, punctuated with periodic attempts to cultivate its populist base. But all kinds of consequences followed from the debacle of 1848. For if the conception of a social republic was repressed, then how could that powerful association between the city and the republic as a body politic be sustained? How, even, might the city be represented once its status as a sentient being and a body politic was denied? The result was a crisis of representation. The revolution of 1848 was, therefore, the crucial factor separating radically different ways of representing the city. This was true not only for Haussmann's difference from his predecessors Berger and Rambudiat. The difference can also be traced in the way the city gets represented in the works of Balzac and Flaubert. 51 Balzac wrote impressionistically and with broad brushstrokes, producing a visionary psychogeography of an urban world in perpetual flux. In Balzac's world, the flaneur had the possibility of absolute knowledge and could aspire to mastery of the city and its secrets. Flaubert wrote with an analytical scalpel, dissecting things, sentence by sentence, to produce a positivist aesthetic in which the city is presented as a static work of art. Reduced to an aesthetic object, however, the city loses the social and political, as well as personal, meanings that Balzac communicated so well. The flaneur in Flaubert's world stands for enemy and alienation rather than for discovery. Frederick in Sentimental Education is a flaneur who wanders the city without ever clearly knowing where he is or registering the significance of what he is doing. Frederick never perceives clearly, the line between reality and reverie remains perpetually blurred. 52 Recall, for example, how Balzac puts together environments, including the minutest details of furnishings of rooms and the personalities of the people who inhabit them. Flaubert gets the idea. In Sentimental Education, the first sight Frederick has of Madame Arnoux has him wondering what was her name, her home, her life, her past. He longed to know the furniture in her room, but when Flaubert does offer actual descriptions of furniture, rooms, and even whole neighborhoods, any relation to their human occupants is entirely coincidental. Consider the following passage. Finally he entered a sort of boudoir which was unevenly lit by stained glass windows. The wood above the doors had been carved in a clover design. Behind a balustrade, 3 purple mattresses formed a divan, on which there lay the tube of a platinum hookah. Instead of a mirror there was a pyramid of little shelves over the mantelpiece, bearing a whole collection of curios, old silver watches, Bohemian vases, jeweled brooches, jade buttons, enamels, Chinese porcelain figures and a little Byzantine Virgin with a silver gilt cope. All of this merged together in a kind of golden twilight, with the bluish color of the carpet, the mother-of-pearl gleam of the stools, and the fawn tint of the wall lined with brown leather. On pedestals in the corners of the room there were bronze vases containing bunches of flowers whose scent hung heavy in the air. Rosanette appeared, dressed in a pink satin jacket, white cashmere trousers, a necklace of piastres, and a red skull cap with a spray of jasmine twined around it. 53. No wonder Frederick gave a start of surprise at the incongruity of it all. The difference between this description and Balzac's handling of Paquita's boudoir in The Girl with the Golden Eyes is striking. Concludes Ferguson. Ultimately Paris, like Madame Arnoux, is not so much unconquerable as evanescent. Flaubert takes such care to join the two because Frederick views each in much the same light. Everything about Paris related to her and Frederick's conviction that any attempt to make her his mistress would be in vain applies equally to his perception of Paris. The city, too, is a sphinx whose enigma Frederick never solves. His half-hearted attempts to conquer the one and the other, the woman and the city, succumb to the inertia induced by reverie. It is not by accident that here as elsewhere Flaubert takes the Balzacian model only to reverse it. Both writers associate Paris with a woman and flaneur with male desire. But the correspondence of the trope only highlights the difference between these worlds. The metaphor that Balzac uses to imply possession is used by Flaubert to signify precisely the opposite. In L'Education sentimental desire is dreamed, never realized. 54. Rightly or wrongly, Balzac, along with many others of his time, believed they could possess their city and make it their own, and in remaking it, remake themselves if not the social order. But after 1848, it was Haussmann and the developers, the speculators and the financiers, and the forces of the market that possessed the city and reshaped it to their own specific interests and ends, leaving the mass of the population with a sense of loss and dispossession. This is a condition that Flaubert for one passively accepts. There is, therefore, no unitary definition of the city as a totality, let alone as a sentient being or a body politic. Flaubert reduces the city to a stage set that, no matter how beautifully constructed and sublimely furnished, functions as a backdrop to the human action that proceeds in and upon it. The city becomes a dead object. Sentimental Education, published in 1869, after Haussmann has done his work, is rife with elaborate descriptions of the inanimate objects that make up the city. The city gains in our sense of it as an independent work of art but entirely loses its character as a sentient being or body politic. It was, we might infer, the idea of the city as a body politic that got smashed in 1848 and then interred in the commercial world of commodification and spectacle in Second Empire Paris. This, presumably, is what Clarke had in mind. But he is not quite right, however, to imply that the idea of the city as a body politic got entirely lost through the advent of empire and Haussmannization. Louis Napoleon evoked the emperor's two bodies in a masculine and paternalistic form. The body politic of empire functioned as a captivating ideology, and it was within that frame that certain Saint-Simonian principles and influences could play their role, albeit in Baudelaireized form. The history of the Second Empire can be read as an attempt to reconstitute a sense of the body politic around imperial power in the face of forces of capital accumulation that Clarke is quite correct to see as antagonistic to such a political form. Economic liberalization gradually undermined imperial power. The empire was brought down just as much by capital as by republicanism or worker opposition. What was clearly lost in 1848 was, however, any idea of the body politic as a nurturing state, as signified in Daumier's iconography. The ferment of debate also got lost. The period between 1830 and 1848 in France was incredibly rich in ideas about alternatives. It was the period when both socialism and communism began to take shape intellectually as well as politically. There was a general unsettling of ways of thought. All manner of different visions and speculative possibilities were opened up. Some of the wilder and more bizarre suggestions have all the qualities of science fiction and real utopian writing, but much of it also had a strong practical bent, producing a plethora of political movements and not a few practical plans, some of which actually saw the light of day. Something plainly had to be done about the condition of the working classes, the degraded condition of the poor, the insalubrity and chaotic disorder of the cities, and the impoverished life imposed upon the masses by a rigidly class-bound society. As with any unduly rigid structure, the pressures that were building within it could in the end only crack it apart. And crack apart they finally did in the Revolution of 1848. How it all subsequently got put back together again in an equally rigid structure of empire from which creative thinkers were banished and within which creative alternative thoughts were repressed is another story. The empire flourished for a while, but then it in turn gradually weakened before the power of capital. It finally also cracked apart in war and revolutionary violence in 1870 to 1871. But by then much had been changed in Paris as a distinctively capitalist form of modernity came to dominate and shape the capital city in very specific ways. Open questions of representation, made so much of before 1848, were, after 1851, rendered subservient to a remarkable program of materialist transformation. But if, as Marx has it, what separates the worst of architects from the best of bees is that the architect erects a structure in the imagination before making it real upon the ground, then the imaginative exercises undertaken during the period from 1830 to 1848 prepared the way for much that was to follow, even though those who carried out the practical work upon the ground saw fit to deny many of the sources of their own inspiration. Part 2. Materializations. Paris 1848 to 1870. Chapter 3. Prologue. Paris is indeed an ocean. Sound it, you will never touch bottom. Survey it, report on it. However scrupulous your survey and reports, however numerous and persistent the explorers of the sea may be, there will always remain virgin places, undiscovered caverns, flowers, pearls, monsters. There will always be something extraordinary, missed by the literary diver. Balzac. If everything were as it seems on the surface, there would be no need for science. Marx. Paris in 1850 was a city seething with social, economic, and political problems and possibilities. Some saw it as a sick city, racked by political torments, torn apart by class struggles, sinking beneath its own weight of decadence, corruption, crime, and cholera. Others saw it as a city of opportunity for private ambition or social progress. If the right keys to the mystery of the city's possibilities were found, the whole of Western civilization stood to be transformed. The city had, after all, grown rapidly in population, from 786,000 in 1831 to more than 1 million in 1846. Its industry had undergone a remarkable growth, and it had even enhanced its traditional centralized role as the national hub of communications, finance, commerce, culture, and, of course, state administration. With such a dynamic past, how could it not have a dynamic future? But in 1850 the city seemed to be trapped within a double straitjacket, each of which appeared to reinforce the other. It was, first of all, caught in the aftermath of the deepest and most widespread crisis of capital yet experienced. The city had seen many an economic crisis before, usually triggered by natural calamity or war. But this one was different. It could not easily be attributed solely to God or nature. To be sure, there had been harvest failures in 1846 to 1847 that brought misery to the countryside and a flood of distressed people to the city, seeking employment or assistance. But capitalism had matured by 1848 to a sufficient degree that even the blindest bourgeois apologist could see that financial conditions, reckless speculation, and overproduction had something to do with the human tragedy that swept out of Britain in 1847 and quickly engulfed the whole of what was then the capitalist world. Most of Europe experienced the same crisis simultaneously, making it difficult to confine its interpretation solely within national narratives of government failure of this or that sort. This was a full-fledged crisis of capitalist overaccumulation, in which massive surpluses of capital and labor power lay side by side with apparently no way open to reunite them in profitable union. In 1848, reform of capitalism or its revolutionary overthrow stared. That Paris led the way and took the revolutionary path was not entirely fortuitous. And it was more than just that famed revolutionary tradition, which had the citizens of Paris put political interpretations on the least sign of economic difficulty, take to the streets, erect barricades, and proclaim their rights as the rights of man. One for the other straitjacket that held the city down was a veritable 18th-century structure of social practices and infrastructures dominating manufacturing, finance, commerce, government, and labor relations, to say nothing of the still mainly medieval frame of physical infrastructures within which these activities and practices were confined. Despite all of the talk of urban renewal and occasional practical stabs at it during the July monarchy, Paris had been overwhelmed. Chevalier writes. In these years Paris looked around and was unable to recognize itself. Another, larger city had overflowed into the unaltered framework of streets, mansions, houses, and passageways, piling man on man and trade on trade, filling every nook and corner, making over the older dwellings of the nobility and gentry into workshops and lodging houses, erecting factories and stockpiles in gardens and courts where carriages had been mouldering quietly away, packing the suddenly shrunken streets and the now overpopulated Gothic graveyards, resurrecting and overloading the forgotten sewers, spreading litter and stench into the adjacent countryside. 2. While there was nothing unique about the accompanying human misery, degradation, disease, crime, and prostitution, common enough features within the industrial, increasingly sophisticated and efficient capitalist organization of production and consumption emerging in the new manufacturing towns not only in Britain, France's main commercial rival, but also in Belgium, Germany, Austria, and even certain other regions of France. For though Paris had enhanced its position in the international division of labor after the Revolution of 1830, it had done so less through transformations in its systems of production than through piecemeal adaptation of old methods. A growing detail and social division of labor, backed by the special qualities of its output and the volume of its internal market, had been the basis of its manufacturing dynamism. Even its commerce, long far more important to its economic health than its manufacturing, was bottled up in congested streets, hindered by tolls and barriers of all kinds, and chronically inefficient in its mode of handling and distributing goods. To the degree that Paris had not moved effectively to meet the new and rather exacting requirements of capital accumulation, its agony during the crisis of 1847 to 1848 was double and more prolonged, its path to recovery strewn with all manner of particular obstacles, compounded by a political and cultural evolution that created nothing but doubt, confusion, and fear. Different segments of society saw the crisis quite differently. The craft workers, for example, armed with corporatist traditions, saw desquiling, loss of independence, dignity, and respect, fragmentation of tasks and chronic insecurity of employment, all increasingly imposed by capitalist control of production and distribution, as the core of the problem. The February Revolution allowed them to put the question of labor and the right to work on the political agenda and to assert their right to be treated with dignity and respect, as equals in the body politic. The social republic, as we have seen, was as important to them as the political republic. In this they had a strange assortment of bourgeois allies, running all the way from small masters and shopkeepers, who felt equally threatened by the new systems of production and distribution, to déclassé radicals and romantic poets and writers, who believed in the nobility of work and labor within the relatively safe confines of a romanticized artisan tradition. Though the romantics were quickly undeceived when they encountered real workers on the barricades, the social movements of the 1840s intersected with craft workers' consciousness to generate, as we saw in Chapter 2, a host of expectations as to how a nurturing social republic would work. Such socialist sentiment plainly alarmed the bourgeoisie. Fear of the Reds compounded their confusion as to how to represent, explain, and react to a political economic crisis that demanded remedial action. Some saw archaic structures and practices of government and finance as the root of the problem, and sought to modernize the French state, liberate the flows of capital, and give greater impetus to the economy. Progressive elements in Paris had also long sought strong state interventions to rationalize and renew plainly failing physical infrastructures. But their efforts were stymied by other factions of the bourgeoisie, trapped either in a fiscal conservatism that guaranteed total paralysis at a time of severe economic depression, or by traditional rights to property ownership that seemed to offer hope of personal salvation in the midst of national ruin. Many of the landowners fled the city in 1848 and took their purchasing power with them. This helped plunge Parisian industry, commerce, and property markets even deeper into the mire of depression. The confused series of events that brought that cretin Louis Napoleon Bonaparte to power, first as President of the Republic in December 1848 and 4 years later as Emperor, need not detain us unduly, since there are abundant and quite brilliant accounts elsewhere, beginning, of course, with Marx's class struggles in France, 1848 to 1850 and the 18th Brumaire. 3. Suffice it to remark that the questions of work and of a socialist response to the crisis were swept off the immediate political agenda in the savage repression of the June days of 1848, when Parisian workers took to the streets to protest the closure of the national workshops. But subsequent elections indicated that democratic socialist sentiment was alive and well. Worse still, it appeared not only in Paris and Lyon but also in some rural areas, reminding France that the roots of its revolutionary as well as its reactionary tradition lay very much in the countryside. In the face of this threat, the bourgeoisie broadly welcomed the hitherto exiled but populist Louis Napoleon's election as President of the Republic in December 1848 and then submitted rather easily to the coup d'état of materializations, Paris 1848 to 1870-93. December 1851 and the Declaration of Empire in December 1852. The other threat to the social order derived from the destruction and devaluation of assets attendant upon the general economic crisis. Caught up in internecine struggles, no single faction of the bourgeoisie had the authority or legitimacy to impose its will. To the degree that Louis Napoleon appeared to be a compromise whom each faction thought could be controlled, he was put in a position where he could play off popular will, factionalism, and traditional loyalties to the Napoleonic legend, and thus consolidate a very personal power. This left him to face up to the whole complex of problems of reform and modernization, control of the labor movement and its pretensions, revival of the economy, and how to exit from the profound economic, political, and cultural malaise in which France languished between 1848 and 1851. The 18 years of the Second Empire were nowhere near as cretinous or farcical as Thiers and Marx had predicted. They were a deadly serious experiment with a form of national socialism, an authoritarian state with police powers and a populist base. It collapsed, like most other experiments of its ilk, in the midst of dissension and war, but its tenure was marked by Paris, capital of modernity 94. The imposition of intense labor discipline and the liberation of capital circulation from its preceding constraints. But it was not evident then exactly which new social practices, institutional frames and structures, or social investments would work. The Second Empire was, then, a phase of striving for adjustment to a burgeoning and demanding capitalism in which diverse economic and political interests consciously sought this or that advantage or this or that solution, only to find themselves all too frequently caught in the unintended consequences of their own actions. It was in such a context that the emperor and his advisors sought to liberate Paris, its life, culture, and economy from constraints that bound it so tightly to an ancient past. While certain immediate needs were clear, such as improved access to the central market of Les Halles, slum clearance around the city center, and improved traffic circulation between the rail stations and into the civic center, there were a host of other questions that were much more problematical. There were problems of ends and means, the proper role of the state in relation to private interests and the circulation of capital, the degree of state intervention in labor markets, in industrial and commercial activity, in housing and social welfare provision, and the like. There was, above all, the political problem of how to get the Parisian economy back on its feet without sparking the solid resistance of a still powerful haute bourgeoisie, feeding the insecurities of a middle class always under threat of marginalization in spite of its seemingly solid implantation, and pushing the workers to outright revolt. From this standpoint we have to see the emperor as ultimately the prisoner of the class forces he began by seeming to outwit with such abandon and disdain. That he was able to get so far and do so much merely testifies to the tremendous upset generated out of the heat of 1848, an upset that affected not only economy and polity but also traditional ways of representing the world and acting upon those representations. Here, too, Parisian life in the period 1848 to 1851 was in total turmoil, a turmoil that affected painting, letters, science, and management, as well as industry, commerce, and labor relations. Only after all the tumult had quieted could the solid resistance to the authoritarianism of empire begin. Paris in 1870 was fundamentally changed from its condition in 1850. And the changes were far-reaching and deeply rooted, though not enough to prevent that other great event in Parisian history, the uprising that gave birth to the Paris Commune of 1871. But while there were continuities between the revolutions of 1848 and 1871, there was much that separated them. The 18 years of empire had bitten as deep into the consciousness of Parisians as Haussmann's works had cut open and reconstructed the physical fabric of the city. As concerns the fate of the city, its delivery into Haussmann's hands in June 1853, 7 months after the declaration of empire, was undoubtedly significant. For Haussmann, as we have seen above, built a certain mythical account of its importance and fostered the perception of a total break with the past, with himself innocently implementing the emperor's will. There may not have been a total break, but there certainly was a turning point. Haussmann was a far more Machiavellian figure than he revealed in his memoirs. He was ambitious, fascinated by power, had his own passionate commitments, and was prepared to go to great lengths to realize his goals. He derived an extraordinary level of personal power directly from the authority of Louis Napoleon, and he was prepared to use it to its utmost. He was incredibly energetic and well organized, had a great eye for details, and was prepared to flout opinion and subvert authority, skate close to the limits of legality, finesse finances by what we now call creative accounting, ride roughshod over the opinions of others, and make absolutely no concessions to democracy. He had long exhibited these traits, and almost certainly this is what made him so attractive to Louis Napoleon, compared to the fiscally conservative and democratically constrained prefect, Burger, who Haussmann replaced. Haussmann reckoned, correctly up until at least the early 1860s, that the emperor would always back him up. He immediately sidelined the municipal council and ignored the planning commission. He was, in short, an authoritarian Bonapartist, and he survived and thrived all the time Bonapartism remained intact. But as Bonapartism weakened and gradually gave way to liberalism in the 1860s, so Haussmann's position also weakened, culminating in his sacrificial dismissal in January 1870, when a liberal Democrat, Émile Ollivier, became prime minister. What is so intriguing about Haussmann is that while he understood only too well the seriousness of the macroeconomic problem he faced in the context of the specific crisis of Paris as an urban economy, his response included intense and often excruciating attention to details. He closely monitored the design of street furnishings. He was obsessed with details of alignments. He angled the Sully Bridge across the Seine so that it brought the Parthenon into a direct line with the Bastille Column, and in an extraordinary feat of engineering he moved the Victory Column so that it was centered in the newly created Place Châtelet. Even more bizarre was his insistence that the architect Bailly displace the dome on his Tribunal de Commerce so that it was in the line of sight of those moving down the newly constructed Boulevard de Sebastopol. A local asymmetry was created to produce a symmetrical effect at a grander urban scale. By the time Haussmann was dismissed, the processes of urban transformation he had set in motion had assumed such momentum that they were almost impossible to stop. Haussmannization as represented, for example, by the completion of the Avenue de l'Opéra continued for many years after his dismissal. The continuity in part depended upon the strong and loyal team of talented administrators and technocrats he assembled around him: Alphand to do the parks, Belgrand to engineer the water and sewers, Baltard to redo Les Halles, architects like Hittorf to build monumental works, Daviud to create fountains. They all had strong personalities and talents, and after their initial conflicts with Haussmann, they came to recognize that they, too, could give free rein to their talents with Haussmann's personal backing in the same way that Haussmann could give free rein to his with the backing of the emperor. The fruits of the collaborations of these men are to be seen to this day. The park that centers the Square de Temple is by Alphand, the mairie of the third arrondissement that faces onto it is by Hittorf, and the covered market alongside is by Baltard. The worth of these works had been so well proven, the reputations of the architects and administrators so well established, the logic of the unfolding of the urban plan so well entrenched, and the overall conception so well accepted that Paris developed largely along the lines Haussmann defined for the next 30 years or more. By then, a new scale of action and thinking had also been defined that was difficult to reverse. This was nowhere better represented than in the transformation of Les Halles. Because it was not simply a matter of the scale of individual buildings and of architectural style, but of a new concept of commercial urbanism that amounted to the production and engineering of a whole quarter of the city given over to a single function. The effect was to produce a whole new city texture. But then, Van Zanten argues, Haussmann seems to have lost his way. In the early 1860s, when the initial projects of 1853 were finished or well underway, something happened: scale changed, focus was lost, coordination lapsed as new projects were undertaken that were inflections, elaborations, and extensions of the original project, which the amazing success of the first decade of work made seem possible, but that now got out of control and led to the financial crisis of 1867 to 1869 and thence to Houseman's ouster. 5 Houseman may have aspired to and briefly achieved total mastery, but he failed to sustain it. How is the story of this massive transformation of Second Empire Paris to be told? A simple and direct narrative of historico-geographical change might suffice. There are, in fact, several excellent extant accounts that do just that. 6 But how are we to build that narrative without a proper understanding of the inner workings and relations of urban economy, polity, society, and culture? How can some vision of Paris as a whole be preserved while recognizing, as Haussmann himself so clearly did, that the details matter? Dissecting the totality into component parts runs the risk of losing track of the complex interrelations that intertwine. Yet we cannot understand the whole without grasping the details, without appreciating how the component parts, the materializations, Paris 1848 to 1870-97 fragments, worked. I shall take a middle course and try to understand the historico-geographical transformation of Paris during the Second Empire in terms of a series of intersecting and interlocking themes, none of which can properly be understood without the others. The problem is to present the interrelations without lapsing into tedious repetitions. I must here put a burden upon the reader, to try to keep the themes in perspective as part of a totality of interrelations that constitutes the driving force of social transformation in a given place and time. The themes collect together under certain headings. I begin with space relations, in part because I think it important to put the question of the materiality of space relations and their social consequences in the very forefront of analysis, if only because it is so often relegated to the position of afterthought. I do not mean by so positioning it to privilege it in the overall analysis, but if some privilege attaches to position in an argument, then why not accord the production of space relations that privilege, if only for a change? The following 3 themes: finance capital, the propertied interest, and the state linked together as part of a theory of distribution of the social product into interest, rent, and taxes. Putting considerations of distribution before those of production might appear a little odd, but there is, as Marx commented, an initial production determining distribution, which has great significance for understanding how capitalism works. In this case, the positioning largely follows from the facts that the new space relations were created out of a coalition of the state, finance capital, and the landed interest, and that each had to go through a painful adjustment to the other to do what had to be done in the way of urban transformation. The state is, of course, more than just a facet of distribution, so other aspects of state action, legitimacy, and authority are taken up here as well as in later sections where appropriate. Production and labor processes are then examined. Shifts in technique, organization, and location were tied to changing space relations as well as to credit, rent costs, and state policies. But producers also need labor as a prime productive force. This brings us to consider the Parisian labor market, with its multiple facets of population growth, immigration, wage rate determination, mobilization of an industrial reserve army of unemployed, levels of skill, and attitudes toward work and labor organization. The participation of women in the labor force was important and controversial. To the degree that they occupied a bridge position between the labor market and the reproduction of labor power in the home, their position in Parisian society as a whole deserves explicit consideration. This provides a sociological context for considering the reproduction of labor power in its long-term aspects. That process occurred largely outside of Paris because the provinces fed the Parisian labor market with immigrants during the 1850s and 1860s. This leads us to consider how class relations were reproduced and subjected to social control within Paris through structures of consumption and of spectacle. From this perspective, it becomes easier to reflect upon the mutually reinforcing realities and conceptions of community and class in a society where both were undergoing radical transformation. While cities have often been regarded as artificial constructs engineered according to human wants, needs, desires, capacities, and powers, it is impossible to ignore their implantation in an ecological and natural environment in which questions of metabolism and of a proper relation to nature are clearly posed. The cholera epidemics of 1832 and 1849 had, for example, sharply highlighted the problem of urban health and hygiene. These issues were seriously addressed in Second Empire Paris. Questions of science and sentiment, and of rhetoric and representation, are then taken up to try to uncover what people knew, how they knew it, and how they put their ideas to work socially, economically, and politically. I am here looking to reconstruct ideologies and states of consciousness, at least as far as these were articulated and are recoverable for present consideration. This puts us in a better position to understand what I call, in the final section, the geopolitics of an urban historical geography. I envisage, then, a spiral of themes that, starting with spatial relations, moves through distribution, production and labor markets, reproduction, and consciousness formation to set the space in motion as a real historical geography of a living city. Chapter 4. The Organization of Space. Relations. The more production comes to rest on exchange value, hence on exchange, the more important do the physical conditions of exchange, the means of communication and transport, become for the costs of circulation. While capital must on one side strive to tear down every spatial barrier, and conquer the whole earth for its market, it strives on the other side to annihilate this space with time. Marx. The integration of the national space of France had long been on the agenda. But by 1850, the implantation of the structures and methods of modern large-scale capitalism rendered the conquest and rational organization of space, its better adaptation to new needs, imperative. 1. The amelioration of the interior space of Paris had, as we have seen, been sporadically debated and partially acted upon throughout the July monarchy. By 1850, it had become imperative. Louis Napoleon was prepared to act on both counts. As early as December 1850, he spoke directly of the need to make every effort to embellish the city and ameliorate the living conditions of its inhabitants. We will, he said, open new roads, open up popular quarters which lack air and light so that sunlight may penetrate everywhere among the walls of the city just as the light of truth illuminates our hearts. On October 9, 1852, he signaled the forthcoming declaration of an empire dedicated to peaceful works. We have, he declared, immense uncultivated lands to clear, roads to open, harbors to excavate, rivers to make navigable, canals to finish, our railway network to complete. 2. The echoes of Saint-Simonian doctrine were unmistakable. On June 23, 1853, Haussmann took office as prefect of the Department of the Seine with a mandate to remake the city according to plan. Power was now highly concentrated at the very moment when there was a nascent social and political system bursting to undertake the work and turn long-held hopes and visions into living reality. The surpluses of capital and labor power, so crushingly evident in 1848, were to be absorbed through a program of massive long-term investment in the built environment that focused on the amelioration of space relations. Within a year of the declaration of empire, more than 1,000 were at work on the construction site of the Tuileries, untold thousands were back at work building the railroads, and the mines and forges, desolate as late as 1851, were racing to meet the burgeoning demand. What was perhaps the first great crisis of capitalism was overcome, it seemed, through the long-term application of surpluses of capital and labor to the reorganization of the transport and communications system. The achievements appeared remarkable, and the effects even more so. The railway network expanded from a few strands here and there in 1850 to an intricate web of some 17,400 kilometers in 1870. The volume of traffic expanded twice as fast as industrial output at the same time as it shifted to the rail system and away from other modes of transport. Although the imperial roads languished, the feeder roads to the rail system were increasingly used and improved. The telegraph system went from nothing in 1856 to 23,000 kilometers 10 years later, when it could be used not only for governmental purposes. The supreme glory of Napoleon III, wrote Baudelaire, will have been to prove that anybody can govern a great nation as soon as they have got control of the telegraph and the national press. 3. But the telegraph also facilitated the coordination of markets and financial decisions. Prices of commodities in Paris, Lyon, Marseille, and Bordeaux were instantly available, and shortly thereafter the same information could be had for London, Berlin, Madrid, and Vienna. Only with respect to ports and maritime trade did the emperor not live up to his promises, but this was more than offset by the surge of surplus French capital abroad. About a third of the disposable capital went to open up space in other lands. 4. French-financed railroads and telegraph systems spread their tentacles down into the Iberian and Italian peninsulas and across Central Europe into Russia and the Ottoman Empire. French finance built the Suez Canal, opened in 1869. The transport and communications system that was to be the foundation of a new world market and a new international division of labor was broadly laid out between 1850 and 1870. Whether or not all this would have happened, no matter what the regime, is debatable. This was, after all, the era of massive investment in transport and communications throughout the whole of what was then the Paris, capital of modernity 104. Figure 35. The changing rail network in France, 1850, 1860, 1870, 1890. Advanced capitalist world, and France's performance, following the initial burst of energy after 1852, barely kept pace with, and in some cases lagged behind, that of the other major powers. In a few instances, such as the Suez Canal, France could reasonably claim that its guiding vision and material help were essential to the project's completion. And there is general agreement that the particular mix of financial reforms and governmental policies, largely derived from the Saint-Simonian orientation of the emperor and some of his close advisers, had a great deal to do with the spectacular boom of the period immediately after 1852. That there were limits to such a process of absorbing surpluses of capital and labor soon became apparent. The problem, of course, was that productive employment under capitalism has always meant profitable employment. Once the choicer and more lucrative segments of the railroad network were completed by 1855, followed by Haussmann's first network of roads in 1856, the state had to find increasingly sophisticated ways to keep the work in progress. And by the mid-1860s, the whole process ran up against the realities of capitalist finance. For this was, make no mistake, a project undertaken not simply at the behest of an all-powerful emperor and his key advisers but organized through and for the association of capitals. As such, it was subject to the powerful but contradictory logic of profit-taking through capital accumulation. For example, the decision to put Paris at the hub of the new rail network, ostensibly for political and strategic reasons, made perfect economic sense to the degree that Paris was both the principal market and the principal manufacturing center in the nation. Agglomeration economies naturally drew new transport investments and new forms of economic activity toward Paris because this was where the rail links were most profitable. The effect was to open up Parisian industry and commerce to interregional and international competition. But they in turn also gained easier access to export markets. The position of Parisian industry and commerce therefore changed appreciably in relation to a shifting international division of labor. The costs of assembly of raw materials in Paris declined. The effect was to make many of the inputs upon which Parisian industry relied correspondingly cheaper. The increased regularity, volume, and speed of flow of goods into the factories and out into the city markets reduced the turnover time of capital and opened up the possibility for big business operations in both production and distribution. The revolution in retailing, the rise of the big department stores pioneered in the 1840s, and the shifting power relations between merchants and producers was in part a product of the new space relations. 5. The Parisian food market was likewise relieved of close dependency upon local and often hazardous supplies, and increasingly drew upon provincial and foreign sources, provoking a veritable revolution in consumption. 6. The vegetable gardens, orchards, and animal husbandry that had once flourished in the city had largely disappeared by 1870. 7. The bourgeoisie could then look forward to fresh vegetables from Algeria and the Midi, and the poor could supplement their diets with potatoes from the west and turnips from the east. And it was not only goods that moved. Tourists flooded in from all over the world, shoppers poured in from the suburbs, and the Parisian labor market spread its tentacles into ever remoter regions in order to satisfy a burgeoning demand for labor power. The transformation of external space relations put intense pressure on the thrust to rationalize the interior space of Paris itself. Haussmann's exploits in this regard have, of course, become one of the great legends of modernist urban planning. Backed by the emperor and armed with the means to absorb surpluses of capital and labor in a vast program of public works, he devised a coherent plan to reorganize the spatial frame of social and economic life in the capital. The investments covered not only a new network of roads but also sewers, parks, monuments, and symbolic spaces, schools, churches, administrative buildings, housing, hotels, commercial premises, and the like. The conception of urban space that Haussmann deployed was undoubtedly new. Instead of collections of partial plans of public thoroughfares considered without ties or connections, Haussmann sought a general plan which was nevertheless detailed enough to properly coordinate diverse local circumstances. Urban space was seen and treated as a totality in which different quarters of the city and different functions were brought into relation to each other to form a working whole. This abiding concern for the totality of the urban space led to Haussmann's fierce struggle, by no means fully supported by the emperor, to annex the suburbs where unruly development threatened the rational evolution of a spatial order within the metropolitan region. He finally succeeded in 1860. Within this new and larger space he created a sophisticated hierarchical form of territorial administration with himself, naturally, positioned at the top, through which Paris, capital of modernity 106. Figure 36. Haussmann's new boulevards at the different phases of construction. The complex totality of Paris could be better controlled by an organized decentralization and delegation of power and responsibility to the 20 arrondissements. He built a mairie in each to symbolize such an administrative presence to the populace. And he fought throughout, in the end not so successfully, to counter the privatism and parochialism of individual and local interests through legislation and rhetoric focused on the public interest for a rational and orderly evolution of space relations in the city. Haussmann's passion for exact spatial coordination was symbolized by the triangulation that produced the first accurate cadastral and topographical map of the city in 1853. And there is no question that it was Haussmann, and not the emperor, who imposed the logic of the straight line, who insisted upon the symmetry, who saw the logic of the whole, and who set the tone for both the scale and style as well as the details of spatial design. But it was the largeness of scale and the comprehensiveness of plan and conception that were to assure Haussmann's place as one of the founding figures of modernist urban planning. Make no little plans, urged Daniel Burnham many years later, and this was certainly Haussmann's way. But whatever else he and the emperor may have had in mind, the creation of a Western capital to rival imperial Rome and celebrate a new form of empire, the expulsion of dangerous classes and insalubrious housing and industry from the city center, one of the clearest effects of their efforts was to improve the capacity for the circulation of goods and people within the city's confines. The flows between the newly established rail stations, between center and periphery, between left bank and right bank, into and out of central markets like Les Halles, to and from places of recreation, between industry and commerce were all facilitated by the construction of some 90 miles of spacious boulevards that reduced the cost, time, and aggravation of movement remarkably. Along with the Parier brothers, Haussmann engineered the consolidation by merger of all the omnibus companies in 1855 into one private monopoly, the Compagnie de Omnibus de Paris, thereby increasing the number of passengers moved from 36 million in 1855 to 110 million by 1860. The new road system had the added advantage that it neatly surrounded some of the traditional hearths of revolutionary ferment and would permit the free circulation of forces of order if needed. It also contributed to the free circulation of air into insalubrious neighborhoods, while the free play of sunlight by day and of newly installed gas lighting by night underscored the transition to a more extroverted form of urbanism in which the public life of the boulevard became a highlight of what the city was about. And, in an extraordinary engineering achievement, a marvel to this day, the flows of water and sewage were revolutionized. It was ruthlessly done and took time, money, technical skill, and Haussmann's incredible drive and administrative ability to do it. No one can doubt Haussmann's passionate and long-standing commitment to improving the means of transport. Had he not, after all, in his very first appointment as sub-prefect of the remote rural commune of Narek in 1832, bypassed the authority of the prefect and resorted to creative financing of dubious legality to leave the commune, some 5 years later, with several kilometers of paved local roads, new bridges, and a properly surfaced highway connecting to the main town? Yet the dramatic transformation of the interior space of Paris was by no means all due to Haussmann. The realignment of traffic movement from the principal axis of the Seine to multiple railheads, long debated during the July Monarchy, was less a consequence than a compelling condition for that work. Haussmann immediately recognized that it was a necessity of the first order to put the rail stations, now the principal points of entry into Paris, into a direct relation with the heart of the city by way of large thoroughfares. 10. The Petite Cintre Railroad, which ringed Paris and gave such dynamism to suburban growth, also owed little to Haussmann. And, as we shall see, there were all manner of shifts in the operation of land and property markets, in industrial location and labor processes, in marketing and distribution systems, in population distribution and family formation, to which Haussmann was adjusting rather than leading. The reshaping of the interior space of Paris was, therefore, a response to processes already in motion. But it also became a spatial framework around which those very same processes of industrial and commercial development, of housing investment and residential segregation, and so on could cluster and play out their own trajectories, and thus define the new historical geography of the city's evolution. To his credit, Haussmann well understood his limited role. For though he had authoritarian powers and frequent delusions of grandeur, he also recognized that he had to liberate more than just the flows of goods and people from their medieval constraints if Paris was to be transformed. The force he had to mobilize, and it was in the end the force that mastered him, was the circulation of capital. But this, too, was a compelling condition present at the very birth of empire. The surpluses of capital and labor power absolutely had to be absorbed if the empire was to survive. The absorption of such surpluses via the public works that so transformed the interior space of Paris entailed the free circulation of capital through the construction of a particular spatial configuration of the built environment. Freed from its feudal straitjacket, capital reorganized the interior space of Paris according to principles that were uniquely its own. Haussmann wanted to make Paris a modern capital worthy of France, if not of Western civilization. In the end he simply helped make it a city in which the circulation of capital became the real imperial power. The new space relations had powerful effects on Parisian economy, politics, and culture, and the effects on the sensibilities of Parisians were legion. It was as if they were instantly plunged into a bewildering world of speed-up and rapid compression of space relations. The Second Empire experienced a fierce bout of space-time compression, and the contradictory effects of this were everywhere in evidence. The orientation of the new transport investments re-emphasized, for example, the tendency toward centralization of administration, finance, economy, and population in Paris. It reposed the thorny issue of the proper balance between geographical centralization and decentralization of political power within the nation, and it did it in such a way as to make the role of the commune in the construction of citizenship and political identities a vigorous topic of debate. 11. Centralization was seen as a virtue by many. Paris is centralization itself, proclaimed the emperor with pride. It is the head and heart of France, elaborated Haussmann. 12. But this challenged the viability and meaning of local community even within Paris itself. Political interests seemed to have less and less clear-cut geographical boundaries, and political identities based on territory had more and more to be asserted rather than just lived. The problem of scale was not an issue only for Haussmann, the financiers, and the bourgeoisie. The new internationalism of the workers' movement sat uneasily with that desire and struggle for local autonomy which had so animated workers during the 1840s and which later on was to give the Paris Commune so much of its specific political coloration. The coming unification of the world through monetization and commodity exchange was likewise celebrated in the Universal Expositions held in Paris in 1855 and 1867. In both cases the focus was not only on technological progress but also on the new world of spatial interconnections facilitated by modern networks of communication and materialized through commodity exchange. Hugo, in his essay in the Paris Guide of 1867, largely written for the Universal Exposition of that year, produced a simplistic panegyric to a unified Europe, one free of national boundaries and expressive of a common culture, at the very moment when geopolitical tensions were on the rise and 3 years before the Franco-Prussian War racked European unity and brought an end to empire. The phantasmagoria of universal capitalist culture and its space relations incorporated in the Universal Exposition blinded even him to the significance and power of loyalties to and identifications with place. And, as so often happens with improvements in transport and communications, the effect was not so much to relieve congestion as to recreate it at a different speed and scale. The threefold increase in the number of omnibus passengers carried between 1855 and 1860 tells much of the story. Many of Daumier's cartoons drawn in response the new forms of transport emphasize the rush and speed up on the railroads, in the stations, and along the boulevards, the intense pressure of overcrowding, and a shifting balance between private intimacies and public presences. Segregation by classes in the railway carriages and by on top or inside in the omnibuses allowed some separation, but it was hard to maintain any sense of privacy or intimacy in crowded railway carriages, no matter what the class of compartment. The railways revolutionized not only the materialities of space relations but also social relations, intimacies, and sensibilities. 13. The incorporation of the suburbs and the remoter rural fringes into the maelstrom of Parisian life also meant that there was no place to hide from the process of urbanization, while the compulsion of the middle and affluent classes to seek leisure and pleasure in the now more easily accessible countryside was soon to become one of the great subjects of Impressionist painting. Speed up also expanded the spaces within which people, commodities, and ideas could move. This made it imperative to rethink and re-engineer the urban process at a quite different scale. Not only did Haussmann and his aides have to adapt. The financiers, commercial interests, and industrialists also had to adapt their thinking and find organizational means to work at grander geographical scales. Haussmann's drive to annex the suburbs into his urban Paris, capital of modernity 110. Administration was symbolic of this shifting scale. Urbanists like Périmond and Magnadier had, of course, pioneered this way of thinking in the 1840s, and had simultaneously managed to adapt a tradition of rationalizing urban space that went back at least to Voltaire and Diderot, to Paris's chaotic and ever-accelerating urban growth. Balzac, recall, had also set out to see the city as a whole, and in his celebrated ending to Old Goriot has Rastignac prepared to seize the city for himself as he contemplates it from the heights of Père Lachaise cemetery. But Rastignac's project is one of personal advancement. Zola, many years later, reruns Balzac's scene in La Curée. Saccard, the great Second Empire speculator, dines one evening with Angély on the heights of the Butte Montmartre. Looking down on Paris and imagining it is raining 20-franc pieces there, he gleefully observes how more than one district will be melted down, and gold will stick to the fingers of those who heat and stir. The mortar. Angély stares with a vague terror, at the sight of this little man standing erect over the recumbent giant at his feet, and shaking his fist at it while ironically pursing his lips. Saccard describes how Paris has already been cut into four by the Grande Croisée, and will be further slashed by navvy cuts of the second and third networks, its veins opened, giving sustenance to 100,000 navvies and bricklayers. Saccard's dry nervous hand kept cutting through space, and Angély shivered slightly before this living knife, those iron fingers mercilessly slicing the boundless mass of dusky roofs, the smallness of this hand, hovering pitilessly over a gigantic prey, ended by becoming disquieting, and as, without effort, it tore asunder the entrails of the enormous city. It seemed to assume the strange reflex of steel in the blue of the twilight. 14. Thus does Zola recreate the creative destruction of Paris as seen from on high and at the scale of the city as a whole. But now it is the speculator who grasps the totality with the ambition to carve it up and feed off the entrails. The reshaping of space relations and the transformations in spatial scale that occurred were active rather than passive moments in the urban process. The actual organization of space through transport and communications is a first-order material fact with which all historical and geographical analysis must come to grips. The Second Empire revolution in space relations, both within Paris and beyond, may have had its roots in earlier phases, but there is no question that there was an order of difference between the pace of change, spatial scale, and geographical extension after 1852 compared to that which had prevailed before. How this revolution was accomplished remains to be explored. Paris, capital of modernity 112. Chapter 5. Money, Credit, and Finance. The credit system accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the establishment of the world market. Marx. On the morning of December 2, 1851, Emile Parier hurried to the house of James Rothschild to reassure the bedridden banker that all had gone smoothly with the coup d'état. The story of their subsequent break and awesome struggle, which lasted until the Parier brothers' downfall a year before James died in 1868, is one of the legendary battles of high finance. It became the subject much later of Zola's novel L'Argent. One behind it lay two quite different conceptions of the role of money and finance in economic development. The Haute Banque of the Rothschilds was a family affair, private and confidential, working with opulent friends without publicity, and deeply conservative in its approach to money, a conservatism expressed through attachment to gold as the real money form, the true measure of value. And that attachment had served Rothschild well. He remained, as a worker publication of 1848 complained, strong in the face of young republics and a power independent of old dynasties. You are more than a man of state. You are the symbol of credit. The Pariers, for their part, schooled in Saint-Simonian ways of thought from the early 1830s on, tried to change the meaning of that symbol. They had long seen the credit system as the nerve center of economic development and social change. Amid a welter of publicity, they sought to democratize savings by mobilizing them into an elaborate hierarchy of credit institutions capable of undertaking projects of long duration. The association of capital was their theme, and grand, unashamed speculation in future development was their practice. The conflict between the Rothschilds and the Pariers was, in the final analysis, a personalized version of a deep tension within capitalism between the financial superstructure and its monetary base. And if, in 1867, those who controlled hard money managed to bring down the credit empire of the Pariers, it was, as we shall shortly see, a Pyrrhic victory. The problem in 1851 was to absorb the surpluses of capital and labor power. The Parisian bourgeoisie universally recognized the economic roots of the crisis through which they had just passed, but were deeply divided as to what to do about it. 3. The government took the Saint-Simonian path and sought by a mix of direct governmental interventions, credit creation, and reform of financial structures to facilitate the conversion of surplus capital and labor into new physical infrastructures as the basis for economic revival. It was a politics of mild inflation and stimulated expansion lubricated by the strong inflow of gold from California and Australia. The Haute Banques and their clients were deeply suspicious. Rothschild wrote to the emperor, vigorously condemning the new initiatives. The government, distrustful of the bankers' Orleanist political sympathies, turned to administrators like Persigny, the Pariers, and Haussmann, who accepted the idea that universal credit was the way to economic progress and social reconciliation. In so doing, they abandoned what Marx called the Catholicism of the monetary base, turned their banking system into the papacy of production, and embraced what Marx called the Protestantism of faith and credit. For the religious imagery at work here has, however, more than casual significance. The Catholic Church formally equated interest with usury well into the 1840s, and sought to outlaw it. For many devout Catholics, the immorality of the new system of finance was therefore a serious issue. The fact that Rothschild and the pair Ayers were Jewish, and Haussmann was Protestant, did not help matters in their eyes. Many of them equated capitalism with prostitution, as Gavarni's cartoon wittily confirms. The moral condemnation of empire that resurfaced so strongly after its collapse frequently harked back to its financial dealings as irregular and sinful. There were, evidently, moral as well as political, technical, and philosophical barriers to be overcome if a new financial system was to be created. The story of financial reform under the Second Empire is complicated in its details. 5. But the Pariah's credit mobilier was undoubtedly the controversial centerpiece. Initially formed to get railroad construction and all ancillary industries back in business, it was an investment bank that held shares in companies and helped them assemble the necessary finance for large-scale undertakings. It could also sell debt to the general public at a rate of return guaranteed by the earnings of the companies controlled. It thus acted as an intermediary between innumerable small savers hitherto denied such opportunities for placement and a wide range of industrial enterprises. They even hoped to turn it into a universal holding company that, through assembly of funds and mergers, would bring all economic activity under common control. There were many, including money, credit, and finance 115. Those in government, who were suspicious of what amounted to a planned evolution of what we now know as state monopoly capitalism. And although pair Ayers were ultimately to fall, the victim of an aroused conservative opposition and their own overextended speculation, their opponents were forced to adopt the new methods. Rothschild hit back with the same form of organization as early as 1856, and by the end of the Second Empire a host of new financial intermediaries had emerged and were to dominate French financial life from then until today. In itself, as the pair Ayers recognized, the credit mobilier would not be effective without a wide range of other institutions integrated into or subordinated to it. The Bank of France increasingly took on the role of a national central bank. It was much too fiscally conservative for the Pariah's taste. It took the tasks of preserving the quality of money very seriously, even at the price of tightening credit and raising the discount rate to levels that the Pariahs regarded as harmful to economic growth. 6. The Bank of France turned out to be the major center of financial opposition to the Pariahs' ideas. It dealt almost exclusively in short-term commercial paper, discounting commercial bills of exchange. The Credit Foncier, a new institution finally stitched together on December 10, 1852, was to bring rationality and order to the land and property mortgage market. Founded under the Pariahs' influence, it was to be an important ally in their concerns. Other organizations, such as the Comptoir des Comptes de Paris and the Credit Industriel et Commercial, dealt in special kinds of credit. And within their own empire, the Pariahs, with government blessing, spawned a wide range of hierarchically ordered institutions, such as the Compagnie Immobilière, which concentrated on the finance of property development. At its height the Credit Mobilier integrated 20 French-based and 14 foreign-based companies into its extraordinarily powerful organization. The effects of all this on the transformation of Paris were enormous. Indeed, without some reorganization of finance the transformation simply could not have progressed at the pace it did. It was not just that the city had to borrow, but that Haussmann's projects depended upon the existence of companies that had the financial power to develop, build, own, and manage the spaces he opened up. Thus did the Pariahs become in many respects and in many places the secular arm of the prefect. 7. The Compagnie Immobilière de Paris emerged in 1858 out of the organization of the Pariahs created in 1854 to take on the first of Haussmann's big projects, the completion of the Rue de Rivoli and the Hôtel du Louvre. How the new system worked is well illustrated by what happened in this first case. The decision to raise the capital and build the shopping spaces and the hotel along the Rue de Rivoli was taken as a speculative venture in preparation for the Universal Exposition planned for 1855. The original plan for an arcade of individual shops failed to attract, and so the pair Ayers accepted a proposal to turn the whole shopping space into one large department store, a new and equally speculative venture. Opened in 1855, the store was badly run and financially unprofitable. The pair Ayers had to reorganize and recapitalize the whole venture, and it was not until 1861 that it finally made a profit. Meanwhile, the pair Ayers in effect raised capital to lend to the department store to pay off the debt on the capital they had raised for the building. Paris, capital of modernity 116. Venture. If, at any moment before 1861, anyone had questioned the creative accounting involved, the pair Ayers would have been in deep financial difficulty. But they finessed the short term and achieved over the long term. The company went on to build along the Champs-Élysées and the Boulevard Malesherbes, and around the Opera and the Parc Monceau. It increasingly relied, however, on speculative operations as a source of profit. In 1856 to 1857, it drew 3/4 of its income from rents received on housing and industrial plants, and only 1/4 from the buying and selling of land and property. By 1864 the proportions were exactly the reverse. The company could easily augment its capital via the credit mobilier and bolster its profits by a leveraging operation based on a cozy relationship with the credit foncier. The company increasingly shifted to short-term financing, which made it vulnerable to movements in the interest rate dictated by the Bank of France. It also contracted building work out to enterprises financed by the credit mobilier, and it sold or rented the buildings to management companies or commercial groups in which the credit mobilier often had a like stake. The pair Ayers were masters at creating vertically integrated financial systems that could be put to work to build railroads, to launch all manner of transportation, industrial, and commercial enterprises, and to create massive investments in the built environment. "I want to write my ideas on the landscape itself," wrote Émile Périer, and indeed he and his brother did. But they were not alone. Even Rothschild stooped so low as to parley his property holdings around his Gare du Nord into a profitable real estate venture, and many a builder, contractor, architect, or owner sought profit by the same route. And while this was not, as we shall see, the only system of land development in Paris, it was the primary means for engineering the Haussmannization of Paris. But this was only the tip of a veritable iceberg of effects on the economy and life of Paris. Money, finance, and speculation became such a grand obsession with the Parisian bourgeoisie that the Bourse became a center of corruption as well as of reckless speculation that gobbled up many a landed fortune. Its nefarious influence over daily life was immortalized afterward in Zola's La Curée and L'Argent through the figure of Saccard, who in the first of these novels is cast as the grand speculator engaging with the transformation of Paris, and in the second as the financier masterminding investment schemes in the Orient where, he says, "Fields will be cleared, roads and canals built, new cities will spring from the soil, life will return as it returns to a sick body, when we stimulate the system by injecting new blood into exhausted veins." Yes. Money will work these miracles. You must understand that speculation, gambling, is the central mechanism, the heart itself of a vast affair like ours. Yes, it attracts blood, takes it from every source in little streamlets, collects it, sends it back in rivers in all directions, and establishes an enormous circulation of money, which is the very life of great enterprises. Speculation, why it is the one inducement that we have to live, it is the eternal desire that compels us to live and struggle. Without speculation, my dear friend, there would be no business of any kind. It is the same as in love. In love as in speculation there is much filth, in love also, people think only of their own gratification, yet without love there would be no life and the world would come to an end. 10. La Curée invokes exactly the same process, but this time within Paris itself. Saccard, having gotten wind of the vast project for the transformation of Paris, sets out to profit from the insider knowledge he has. Having read the future in the Hotel de Ville, knowing full well what may be stolen in the buying and selling of houses and ground, and being well up in every classical swindle, he knew how you sell for 1,000,000 what has cost you 500,000 francs, how you acquire the right of rifling the treasury of the state, which smiles and closes its eyes, how, when throwing a boulevard across a belly of an old quarter, you juggled 6-storied houses amidst the unanimous applause of your dupes. And in those still clouded days, when the canker of speculation was but at its incubation, what made a formidable gambler of him was that he saw further than his chiefs themselves into the stone and plaster future reserved for Paris. 11. The figure of the great speculator not only takes charge of shaping Paris and its urban form but also aspires to command the whole globe. And the tool is the association of capitals. That Zola should feel so comfortable invoking Saint Simonian doctrine in its most hubristic form some 70 years after its initial formulation says much about the persistence of this mode of thought in France throughout the century. The formula money, aiding science, yields progress, which Zola invoked, resonated at all levels. There could, evidently, be no modernity without assembling the speculative capital to do it. The key was to find a way to bring together the little streamlets of capital into a massive circulation that could undertake projects at the requisite scale. This was precisely what the pariahs were about and what the institutional shifts in finance were meant to accomplish. It was, however, through the democratization of money at one end that immense centralization of financial power became possible at the other. The top 6 families held 158 out of 920 seats on company boards registered in Paris in the mid-1860s. The pariahs held 44 and the Rothschilds 32. 12 complaints about the immense power of a new feudality of finance were widespread and exposed critically to the public in popular works such as that of Duchesne. 13. This power was felt internationally as well as in all realms of urban organization. The pariahs merged the gas companies into a single regulated monopoly, bringing industrial and street lighting to much of Paris, founded the Compagnie de Omnibus de Paris, financed one of the first department stores, and tried to monopolize the dock and entrepot trade. 14. The reorganization of the credit system had far-reaching effects upon Parisian industry and commerce, the labor process, and the mode of consumption. Everyone, after all, depended on credit. The only question was who was to make it available to whom and on what terms. Workers bedeviled by seasonal unemployment lived by it, small masters and shopkeepers needed it to deal with the seasonality of demand. The chain was endless. Indebtedness was a chronic problem in all classes and arenas of activity. But the credit system of the 1840s was as arbitrary and capricious as it was insecure. Proposals for reform of the credit system abounded in 1848. Artisans, small masters, and craft workers sought some kind of mutual credit system under local and democratic control. Proudhon's experiment with the People's Bank offering free credit under the banner "Merchants of Money, your reign is over," collapsed with his arrest in 1849. 15. But the idea never died. When workers began to organize in the 1860s, it was to questions of mutual credit that they increasingly turned. Their Credit au Travail, started in 1863, foundered in 1868, hopelessly insolvent with loans outstanding to 48 cooperatives, of which 18 were bankrupt and only 9 could pay. 16. Indifference on the part of government and, more surprisingly, on the part of fellow workers was blamed. Consumer cooperatives ran into similar problems, many families preferring the antagonistic relation and default on debts to local shopkeepers to the economic burden of cooperation in the face of periodic unemployment and lagging real incomes. The municipal pawn shop of Montpellier continued to be the last resort for the mass of the Parisian populace. The dream of free credit appeared more and more remote. It entailed, said a member of the Workers' Commission of 1867, the reversal of the entire system of private property on which merchants, landlords, government, etc. lived. 17. The credit system was rationalized, expanded, and democratized through the association of capitals, but at the expense of often uncontrolled speculation and the growing absorption of all savings into a centralized and hierarchically organized system that left those at the bottom even more vulnerable to the arbitrary and capricious whims of those who had some money power. Yet it took a revolution in the credit system to produce the revolution in space relations. Within Paris that process depended, however, upon a much tighter integration of finance capital and landed property. To the manner of this integration we now turn. Chapter 6. Rent and the proper tied interest. It is the ground rent, and not the house, which forms the actual object of building speculation in rapidly growing cities. Marx. Between 1848 and 1852, the Parisian property market underwent its severest and most prolonged depression of the century. In some bourgeois quarters, where the depression hit hardest, vacancy rates stood as high as 1/6, rents fell by half, and property prices were severely depressed. The Second Empire reversed all that. It proved to be the golden age in a century noted for relatively secure and high rates of return and appreciation on Parisian property. But it was also an era in which the social meaning and orientation of property ownership in the city changed radically. Parisian property was more and more appreciated as a pure financial asset, as a form of fictitious capital whose exchange value, integrated into the general circulation of capital, entirely dominated use value. There was a world of difference, as Zola himself recognized, between Saccard's massive speculations and the minor dabblings described in Balzac's Cousin Bette, or even the more systematic exploitation set in motion in César by Ratillo and Old Goriot. Speculation on the Parisian property market had, of course, a long and not so respectable history. When Louis Philippe's prime minister, François Guizot, issued his famous invitation, Enriquissez-vous, the Parisian bourgeoisie responded with a speculative mania that lasted well into the 1840s. It was during this period that the speculative apartment house design that became such standard fare in the Second Empire was effectively pioneered as a solution to high-density urban living. The bourgeoisie turned in this direction in part because property was one of the few secure forms of investment open to them. It was remunerative simply because housing provision lagged behind growth of population, and they could exploit the scarcity. The number of houses in the city increased from 26,801 in 1817 to 30,770 in 1851, while population rose from 713,966 to 1,053,897. The rate of return on worker housing stood at 7% in the 1820s and probably continued at that level, at the cost of undermaintenance and overcrowding in those insalubrious quarters so graphically described in the novels of Eugene Sue as well as in Balzac's Cousin Bette. In bourgeois quarters the return was closer to 5%, since tenants were harder to come by and more exacting. To this nevertheless compared very favorably with the 3% or so to be had on state debt. Thanks to Domard's meticulous studies, we can discern the main lines of change that followed. Parisian property, while a favored means of storing wealth within all segments of the bourgeoisie, was dominated in the 1840s by shopkeepers and artisans, with liberal professions and commercial interests holding another third. By 1880, the pattern had changed completely. Shopkeepers and artisans had dropped to 13.6% and liberal professions to 8.1%, being supplanted by a class of people who identified themselves solely as landowners. Only commercial interests maintained their position. And only in the periphery did shopkeepers retain a significant presence, having a quarter of the sales there in 1870 but falling to 18.1% in 1880. Commerce, companies, and liberal professions had a disproportionate share of center city property, though they were nowhere near as dominant as the property owners. The lower middle class and petite bourgeoisie, therefore, were steadily excluded from property ownership and replaced by a haute bourgeoisie of landlords and commercial interests. Such a change is consistent with important shifts in commercial, financial, and manufacturing structure that saw the subordination of artisans and small-scale producers and shopkeepers to the hegemony of grand commerce and finance. There is also evidence that all social groups were increasingly willing to engage in the buying and selling of property as a speculative activity. Ownership began and remained highly dispersed. In 1846, Domard calculates, the average owner controlled only 2 properties, and although some of these may have been individually large, the majority were not. There was, and continued to be, considerable variation from quarter to quarter. If there was any pattern to it all in 1850, Gaillard suggests, the progressive large-scale propertied interests were right bank rather than left bank, central rather than peripheral. 3. The tendency toward concentration of ownership, which Domard detects in some central areas on the right bank, was merely a perpetuation of a pattern already evident in 1850 and earlier. Indeed, the prior manner of appropriation of space in Paris had a key role to play in the subsequent reorganization of that space. The form and style of land ownership on the left bank kept it deeply resistant to Haussmann's works, with results that can still be discerned today. The large-scale commercial interests collected in the right bank's center not only were amenable to change but had actively promoted and planned for it under the July monarchy. In Paris, the urban-based propertied interests constituted a powerful political force under the July monarchy and were considered Orleanist in their political sympathies. Their social attitudes and power left an indelible mark upon the Parisian landscape of 1850. They typically undertook few improvements except those dictated by personal gain, whim, or the search for status. The capital they engaged was mainly seen as securing revenue or, in the case of shopkeepers, a use value, rather than as the productive circulation of capital via the construction of the built environment. Speculative as opposed to custom building was still relatively restricted, haphazard, and small in scale, and was largely peripheral. Insufficient to meet popular needs, it was supplemented by the formation of shanty-town slums such as the infamous Petit Poland. The housing stock was expensive, and by and large in bad condition. The owners tended to resist public improvements, partly because of the myopic spatial perspective that typically attaches to small-scale ownership, partly because the uneven distribution of benefits among dispersed owners militate against any easy consensus for change, and partly out of their mortal fear of higher taxes and diminished revenues. That Parisian physical infrastructures were deteriorating in relation to burgeoning needs was evident enough. But little had been done, largely because of the attitudes and political power of the property owners. This was the condition that absolutely had to change if Paris was to be modernized. The circumstances under which Haussmann came to Paris were propitious in a number of respects. The emperor was not particularly indebted to a class openly Orleanist in its political sympathies. It was, moreover, a class that had been put very much on the political defensive. Years of accumulated hate for grasping and negligent landlords, popularly caricatured as M. Vautour, spilled out in the workers' movement of 1848. And even after the June days and the remarkable electoral triumph of the Party of Order in 1849, a social democratic socialism deeply antagonistic to landlordism was all too much in evidence, particularly in Paris. To these political troubles was added the chronic depression in the Parisian property market. Much weakened, therefore, the propertied interest was willing to accept almost anything that would guarantee the perpetuation of its rights and a resurgence of the market. The empire obliged on both counts. It suppressed the left without compunction and laid the foundation for a spectacular recovery in the Parisian property market. By 1855, the vacancy rate had fallen to an all-time low, property prices were rising rapidly, and Louis Lazare, who had his fingers on a great deal of detailed information, was complaining of rates of return of 12% or more. Domard's carefully reconstructed figures for housing built along the new boulevards in selected central city locations indicate solid rates of return throughout the whole Second Empire period. 4. There is little reason to suspect that rates of return on old housing were much less. The owners could simply dictate terms to tenants. Parisian property, in short, became a secure and high-yielding investment protected from the fluctuations that typified the stock market. A material foundation was laid for a political rapprochement between Parisian property owners and empire. 5. Unbeholden at the beginning, the empire increasingly looked to them as a base of support in a capital where opposition sentiment dominated as early as 1857. Yet Haussmann's relations with the propertied interest were often troubled and at best ambivalent. This helps explain why the latter's support for empire was less enthusiastic than might have been expected. To begin with, Haussmann's conception of urban space was radically different from that of typically myopic and dispersed owners. While very much in favor of private property in general, Haussmann was not solicitous of anyone's private property rights in particular. He was prepared to ride rate of return greater than 5.5 to 5.96 to 6.97 to 7.98 to 8.99 number of cases 4.66.8 32.7 36.7 13.85.2 rent and the propertied interest 127. Figure 47. The demolitions affected everyone. In this Daumier rendition, a workman is telling a bourgeois couple to hurry and get up, because they are next in line for the pickaxe. Rush out over particularist opposition, and that stirred resentment. Furthermore, it was hard to bring equal benefits to so many dispersed owners. Toward the end of the empire, Gaillard notes, there were many complaints from property owners who felt left out of the grand speculative feast accompanying the public works. 6. Haussmann also had to battle the fiscal conservatism of owners that kept them from investing productively in the transformation of urban space or from approving of public action with such an aim. If Paris was to be transformed, then capital had to be mobilized, not only into buying and selling but also into demolition, reconstruction, and long-term management of the urban space according to collectivist principles that were quite alien to the privatism of traditional property owners. It was, in short, the capitalist form of private property in land that Haussmann encouraged, and in so doing he collided head-on with more traditional and deeply entrenched attitudes and practices. Haussmann well anticipated the resistance he might encounter. He sidelined the two main channels of landowner influence over renewal decisions. The Planning Commission was in effect reduced to just him, and the Municipal Council, appointed rather than elected, was easily co-opted. He nevertheless found it prudent to still the property owners' fears of higher taxes by devising creative methods of debt financing that rested on expansion of the tax base rather than on any increase in the rate of taxation. He also came armed with strong powers of expropriation for reasons of public interest and of condemnation for insalubrity bequeathed to him out of the social legislation of the Second Republic. He was prepared to use both in ways their initiators had hardly envisaged. With the propertied interest in any case demoralized, Haussmann struck hard and fast at the core of the problem with scarcely any opposition. The property owners subsequently staged a successful counterattack through the Judiciary and the Council of State. In 1858, they regained the right to betterment values, which Haussmann had previously retained for the city. They gained increasingly favorable compensation judgments for land taken and, via a maze of decrees and legal judgments, managed to turn the tables entirely on Haussmann by the early 1860s. Haussmann was later to claim that this victory of privatism over public interests and the rising costs of compensation, coupled with loss of revenues consequent upon these judgments, lay at the root of the fiscal problems that beset the city in the 1860s. Daumert's data certainly show that owners received compensation well above market value after 1858. 7. This was the trough at which Zola had sacred feet in La Curée. If the property owners consolidated their alliance with the empire, therefore, they did so partly at Haussmann's expense. And although it would be stretching matters somewhat to argue that they had a direct role in his downfall, enough of them were sufficiently discontented to raise no protest when he fell. There were deeper processes at work, however, that deserve finer scrutiny. They illustrate the conflicts that arise not only when purely and partially capitalistic practices with respect to the use of property collide, but also when the tensions inherent in the capitalistic form of rationality rise to the surface. Haussmann set out to master such tensions. It was no reflection on his genius that they ended up mastering him. It was his genius to see with such clarity that new practices of property ownership had to be mobilized if Paris was to be transformed and modernized. Rent and the propertied interest 129. The circulation of capital in the built environment. The mobilization of capital flow to transform the built environment of Paris during the Second Empire was a spectacular affair. Capital rushed like air into a vacuum, wrote Halbwachs, but it was mainly capital of a certain sort which rushed in, that of the associated capitalists mobilized via the new system of financing. 8. Haussmann's strategy was two-pronged. If he could not find development companies willing or resourceful enough to undertake the massive projects he had in mind, he used the power of the state to mobilize the financing and undertake the brunt of the work. The city could then recapture the betterment values derived from its own investments, thereby becoming, as critics complained, the biggest speculator of all. Private landowners stood by aghast as benefits they felt legitimately belonged to them poured into the city's coffers. It was on this basis that they mobilized their successful legal counterattack of 1858. But Haussmann's second and preferred strategy was, in the end, even more powerful and compelling. It was, he argued, best to leave to speculation stimulated by competition the task of recognizing the people's real needs and satisfying them. 9. To this end he forged an alliance between the city and a coterie of financial and real estate interests assembled under the umbrella power of associated, or finance, capital. It was, therefore, a well-organized form of monopolistic competition that he had in mind. And it had to be this way, because the city subsidized the works through donations of land rather than money. In this way, as Zola put it, the new streets were speculated in as one speculates in stocks and shares. 10. The land itself, American Samoa well as the buildings upon it, became a form of fictitious capital. To draw the benefits, however, companies had to be large enough to orchestrate their own externality effects and to be able to wait for the rise in land value to materialize. The renewal put large concessions in the hands of a few capitalists who had privileged access to the state and behind whom stood a phalanx of financiers who had a plethora of other interests, including insurance, construction, and building management companies. It was associated, or finance, capital applied to land development, an innovation born out of the particular structures of empire and opposed to traditional forms of land ownership and use. But the very nature of their operations restricted the financiers to meeting the demand for housing and commercial premises from the affluent classes or large-scale commerce. Largely active in the center and west, they played a crucial role in the formation of the predominantly bourgeois quarters that adorned Haussmann's new boulevards. But their permanent impact upon land ownership was relatively weak, companies holding less than 6% of central city properties in 1880. This was, nevertheless, the system that aroused the jealousy, fear, and ire of the conventional propertied interests. And although some private owners, small-scale builders, architects, and the like evidently participated to some degree in the renewal, they found it increasingly difficult to do so. 11. The provision of middle and low-income housing lay entirely outside the system of development. A radically different system of land and housing development arose through the agency of relatively impoverished small-scale owners. Tardily nourished by expropriation and modestly irrigated with credit from the credit foncier, they nevertheless had considerable opportunity to speculate in housing construction, particularly on the northern and eastern peripheries, which formed a veritable urban frontier where low land prices allowed even those with modest savings to parley processes of demographic growth and rising demand for low-income housing into a little personal gain. In the course of the Second Empire, rent and the propertied interest 131. Figure 49 Volume of construction materials entering Paris, 1850 to 1870. Note that quarry stone and cut stone leveled off after 1860 but that the volume of bricks continued to rise in the 1860s. Some of these developers built up a very substantial business, mainly in the peripheral arrondissements and entirely outside the system of land development that dominated in the center. They were doubtless stimulated by the example set by the central city renewal to accumulate capital through their own mode of investment in the built environment. Their generally favorable response to the annexation of the suburbs in 1860 rested on their hope vein, as it turned out that incorporation within the city would both enhance land values and bring them the rich benefits of expropriation and privileged access to credit. Their sense of having been deceived when such benefits did not materialize led them to become leading critics of Haussmann's politics toward the end of the 1860s. 12. There was, however, a remarkable surge in housing construction that, after an initial phase when demolitions exceeded new units, added substantially to the city's housing stock, more than keeping pace with population growth for the first time in the century during the 1860s, when housing units expanded by 27% and population by only 11%. But within this remarkable overall performance there were some equally remarkable divergencies. Paris, Gaillard notes, was divided into two types of development and construction, each with its own geographical domain, its own clientele, and its own rhythms. Small-scale, largely brick construction of low-income housing on the periphery, active in the 1850s, exploded in the 1860s under the pressure of family formation out of the preceding immigration wave coupled with population displacement from the center. 13. The number of bricks entering the city rose continually until 1870. Speculative activity of this sort served the mass of the population and drew its profits out of already low worker incomes. In contrast, the flow of stone to adorn the facades of Haussmann's new boulevards fluctuated more closely with the number of expropriations and the supply of credit. After an initial surge up until 1854, competition for funds and high interest rates checked growth until 1859, while the financial troubles of 1864 and 1867 to 1868 led to rapid contractions in this kind of construction. 14. And it is also noticeable how the overall pace of growth in this sector slackened in the 1860s as the demand for high-income housing reached a saturation point. The mass of the Parisian housing market oriented to working-class needs marched to an entirely different drummer than that which Haussmann sponsored around the urban renewal. The glamour of the latter has led to undue emphasis upon it, although special attention is warranted to the degree that it represented a radical and innovative departure from traditional forms of land development. What is interesting, however, is the way in which the increasing liberty of circulation of capital in the production of built environments spilled over and outward to the small-scale urban developers of the periphery. From this standpoint, Haussmann's integration of the suburbs into the urban frame had, both administratively and spatially, a crucial role to play in facilitating the growth of systems of land development that had languished in preceding periods. And to this system the working class appeared to have no effective answer. A few feeble attempts to mount cooperative endeavors collapsed ignominiously. In this sense the divergencies within the Parisian development process were held together by a common underpinning, that of the circulation of capital, rent and the sorting of land to uses. Large and small-scale developers also had this in common, they increasingly sought to profit from rising land and property values rather than investing in rents as a steady source of income. The separation between developer and ultimate owner had important impacts upon the level and pattern of land rents and property prices, which in turn generated a different land use rationale within the city. We here encounter another major transformation worked through during the Second Empire. Land and property rents and prices increasingly function to allocate land to uses according to a distinctively capitalistic logic. Parisian land and property values more than doubled during the Second Empire. The details are hard to reconstruct and indicate a geographical pattern and a rhythm of temporal change of such intricate complexity as to defy easy description. 15. Land prices on the inner streets could be half those along the new boulevards and could vary even more strongly from quarter to quarter. It was precisely across such steep land value gradients that the large-scale developers could operate so successfully, since the rent and the propertied interest 133. New road system created marvelous opportunities to capture rising location rents. The Père-Ayres, for example, paid 430 francs per square meter at the midpoint of Boulevard Malesherbes to help open the way to land they had purchased around the Parc Monceau for 50 francs and land a bit beyond that, which they had purchased earlier for less than 10 francs. As soon as the renewal passed, land prices shot up. Land along the Boulevard Sebastopol that went for 25 francs in 1850 sold for 1,000 francs per square meter in 1857, and land values increased tenfold in 2 years on certain areas of the left bank after the 1867 exposition. 16. With geographical gradients and temporal shifts of this order, it is small wonder that speculation in the Parisian land market was an active business. But as the speculation proceeded, the intricate pattern of local peaks and troughs that had once characterized the Parisian rent surface began to be ironed out, leaving a more systematic map of land values in its place. In this way, the systematization of space relations implicit in the new road system carried over into a more systematic organization of land values and uses. Uses that could not sustain the rents were gradually forced out and replaced by those that could. The pattern that emerged showed, as might be expected, a marked gradation from center to periphery and a tremendous distinction between the bourgeois West and the working class East, separated by a high-rent commercial center that distinguished a dynamic right bank from a rather more lethargic left bank. Within this regional structure of land values some sharp gradients continued to exist, but they now tended to represent distinctions of use. For example, land prices fell from 1,000 francs per square meter around Les Halles to 600 francs at the Rue Saint-Denis to between 150 francs and 250 francs farther east in solidly working-class quarters. And then there were the usual distinctions between prime sites at key intersections, along the new boulevards, or within the burgeoning commercial complexes, and the lower values on back streets and in residential areas. This rental sorting of land to use as a process pushed by land speculation becomes even more evident when we consider geographical and temporal shifts in property values. The extent of the property boom is indicated by a rise in the total value of Parisian property from 2.5 billion to 6 billion francs between 1852 and 1870, with the increased value of already existing property accounting for 1.5 billion of the increase. The average sale price of houses in Old Paris tripled during the same period. Again, there is much intricate variation to be considered. But we can also detect some generalizing processes at work behind the overall rise and increasing geographical segregation in property rents and values. Haussmann treated it all as a matter of demand and supply, arguing that housing rents would have gone up much faster if he had not opened up access to fresh land at the periphery for development. His critics replied that the demolitions restricted supply and that the renewal sparked the immigration wave that so stimulated demand. While there is an element of truth to both positions, matters were somewhat more complicated. To begin with, construction costs were falling with improved efficiency in the building industry, while there was also, as discussed earlier, a strong surplus of housing construction relative to population, particularly in the 1860s. Rising land costs, though a vital source of gain to developers and builders, were not in themselves sufficient to account for rising rents and property values. A more cogent explanation lies in Gaillard's account of the embourgeoisement of much of the Parisian housing market. 17. Haussmann's policies and access to credit privileged high-value housing construction. Falling construction costs, coupled with interior designs that economized on use of space, put this kind of housing within reach of the segment of the middle class whose incomes were rising. The value of Parisian housing stock increased accordingly. There is also considerable evidence of overproduction of high-value housing, relative even to rising effective demand. The Périers, for example, found it hard to dispose of all their properties on the Boulevard Malesherbes in the 1860s, a foretaste of their distress to come. But the logic of this kind of growth machine, once set in motion, is hard to stop. And part of that logic is to seek protection for both the property values created and the clientele served through increasing spatial segregation. The Second Empire witnessed, therefore, not only the progressive gentrification of the renewed city center but also the rapid creation of exclusive bourgeois quarters toward the west. Contrast this with that relatively impoverished system of housing provision for the lower classes, who lacked the privileges accorded high-value construction. Falling costs were more than offset by rising land prices, since it was hard for worker families already crowded into one room to economize much further on space. Furthermore, as we shall see, family formation in the 1860s out of the largely celibate immigration wave of the 1850s changed the nature of the housing demand. Demolition and gentrification in the center restricted low-income supply there and forced low-income demand into other spaces or into new zones of building on the periphery. And although there was a considerable building boom at the periphery, there is little evidence of overproduction. Rising property values in the working-class sector of the housing market are better explained by the nature of the speculative building process and the increasing proportion of disposable income that most workers were forced to spend on housing. There was also increasing spatial segregation, but largely by default, since it proved hard to attract bourgeois property owners or tenants into areas where the land development process was more and more oriented to low-income speculative housing. The East-West distinction consolidated out of this dual and class-oriented system of housing provision. The speculative process also entailed heightened competition between different types of users. Financial and commercial uses raised rents between the Bourse and the Chaussée d'Antin to the point where all other uses were precluded, thus imparting a strong dynamic to the Northwest center that was lacking elsewhere. Property development on the left bank, which lacked such a commercial center and which in any case absorbed a disproportionate number of educational and religious institutions, therefore had a very different dynamic. Though rents rose under the pressure of demand from displaced central city workers and a rising student population, the pace of renewal was leisurely, and speculation was restrained by the peculiar qualities of land ownership structure and the absence of strong competition for the use of land from finance, commerce, or industry. 18 Industry, for its part, also had to cope with the shifting surface of property. Rent and the propertied interest 135. Values, holding on close to the high rent center only at the price of a drastic reorganization of its labor process or out of access advantages, which made the payment of high rents feasible and desirable. Those industries closely tied to central city markets tended, therefore, to agglomerate toward the inner northeast in the midst of craft worker quarters where rents, though much higher than on the periphery, were much lower than in the commercial and financial inner northwest or the bourgeois residential west. Otherwise industry was forced to seek out cheaper land on the periphery or land of special qualities for which it was worth paying a premium rent. The reorganization, stimulated by the rise of a new credit system of land and property markets along more purely capitalistic lines, had important effects. It increasingly bound the organization of the interior space of Paris to price competition between different users for control of space. Industrial, commercial, governmental, and residential uses competed with each other, as did industries of different sorts and housing of different qualities. That Paris was more spatially segregated in 1870 than in 1850 was only to be expected, given the manner in which flows of capital were unleashed to the tasks of restructuring the built environment and its spatial configuration. The new condition of land use competition organized through land and property speculation forced all manner of adaptations upon users. Much of the worker population was dispersed to the periphery or doubled up in overcrowded, high-rent locations closer to the center. Industry likewise faced the choice of changing its labor process or suburbanizing. The absorption of labor and capital surpluses through the reconstruction of Paris had all manner of negative effects such as increasing displacement and segregation, longer journeys to work, and rising rents and overcrowding that many at the time regarded as downright pathological. Where contemporaries like Louis Lazare went wrong, however, was in attributing all such pathological effects to the evil genius of Haussmann. In this, of course, critics were engaging in that traditional French practice of attributing any or all signs of pathology to the defective policies and politics of a supposedly all-powerful state. Exactly how powerful that state was in general, and how powerful Haussmann was in particular, requires, therefore, careful consideration. Chapter 7. The State. but it is precisely with the maintenance of that extensive state machine in its numerous ramifications that the material interests of the French bourgeoisie are interwoven in the closest fashion. Marx. The French state at mid-century was in search of a modernization of its structures and practices that would accord with contemporary needs. This was as true for Paris as it was for the nation. Louis Napoleon came to power on the wreckage of an attempt to define those needs from the standpoint of workers and a radicalized bourgeoisie. As the only candidate who seemed capable of imposing order on the Reds, he swept to victory as President of the Republic. As the only person who seemed capable of maintaining that order, he received massive support for constituting the empire. Yet the emperor was desperately in need of a stable class alliance that would support him and in need of a political model that would assure effective control and administration. The model he began with was of a hierarchically ordered but popularly based authoritarianism. The image he used was of a vast national army headed by a popular leader, in which each person would have his or her place in a project of national development for the benefit of all. Strong discipline imposed by the meritocracy at the top was to be matched by expressions of popular will from the bottom. The task of administration was to command and control. It is tempting to interpret the gyrations of personnel and policies under the Second Empire as the arbitrary vacillations of an opportunistic dreamer surrounded by venal and grasping advisors. I shall follow Gramsci and Zeldin, who, from opposite ends of the political spectrum, view the empire as an important transition in French government and politics that, for all its tentativeness, helped bring the institutions of the nation into closer concord with the modern requirements and contradictions of capitalism. In what follows, I shall focus on how this political transition took place in Paris and what the consequences were for the historical geography of the city. State intervention in the circulation of capital. The idea of state productive expenditures derives from the Saint-Simonian doctrine to which the emperor and some of his key advisors, led by Persigny and including Paris, capital of modernity 138. Haussmann, loosely subscribed. Debt-financed expenditures, the argument goes, require no additional taxation and are no added burden on the treasury, provided that the expenditures are productive and promote that growth of economic activity, which, at a stable tax rate, expands government revenues sufficiently to cover interest and amortization costs. State-financed public works of the sort that the emperor asked Haussmann to execute could, in principle at least, help absorb surpluses of capital and labor power, and ensure their perpetual full employment at no extra cost to the taxpayer if they produced economic growth. The main tax base upon which Haussmann could rely was the octroi tax on commodities entering Paris. Haussmann was prepared to subsidize and deficit finance any amount of development in Paris, provided it increased this tax revenue. He would, for example, virtually give land away to developers but, by tightly regulating building style and materials, ensure an expansion of tax receipts on the building materials entering the city. From this, incidentally, derived Haussmann's strong partiality for expensive housing for the rich. The story of Haussmann's slippery financing has been too well told elsewhere to bear detailed repetition. By 1870 his works had cost some 2.5 billion francs, of which half was financed out of budget surpluses, state subsidies, and resale of lands. He borrowed 60 million by direct public subscription in 1855 and sought another 130 million in 1860, which was finally disposed of only in 1862 when the Parieurs Credit Mobilier took 1/5. The loan of 270 million francs authorized after strong debate in 1865 was disposed of only with the active help of the Credit Mobilier. Haussmann needed another 600 million, and the prospects of obtaining another loan were poor. Thus he began to tap the Public Works Fund, which was meant as a floating debt, independent of the city budget, designed to smooth out the receipts and expenditures attached to public works that took a long time to complete. The construction costs were normally paid by the builder, who was then paid by the city in as many as 8 annual installments after the project was complete. Since the builder had to raise the capital, this was in effect a short-term loan to the city. In 1863, some of the builders ran into financial difficulty and demanded immediate payment on a partially finished project. The city turned to the credit foncier, which, at the emperor's urging, lent the money to the builders on security of a letter from the city to the builders, stating the expected completion date of the project and the schedule of payment. Haussmann was, in effect, borrowing money from the credit foncier via the intermediary of the builders. And it could all be hidden in the Public Works Fund, which was not open to public scrutiny. By 1868, Haussmann had raised nearly £500 million this way. Given Haussmann's association with the parieurs and the Credit Mobilier, it is hardly surprising that his misdeeds were first revealed in 1865 by Leoncey, an economist of a liberal persuasion and protégé of the Rothschilds. This gave grand ammunition to those opposed to empire. Jules Ferry's Contes Fantastiques de Haussmann, which exposed the whole process and then some, hit the presses to great effect in 1868. A fiscally conservative, unimaginative, and politically motivated bourgeoisie undoubtedly played a key role in Haussmann's dismissal. But there was a much deeper problem here, stemming from the form of state involvement in the circulation of capital. Between 1853 and 1870, the city's debt had risen from 163 million francs to 2,500 millions, and in 1870 debt charges made up 44.14% of the city's budget. City finances thus became incredibly vulnerable to all the shocks, tribulations, and uncertainties that attach to the circulation of interest-bearing capital. Far from controlling the future of Paris, let alone being able to stabilize the economy, Haussmann was himself dominated by the machine he and his imperial master had created. He was, Sutcliffe concludes, fortunate that national political issues forced him out of power, because an overstretched municipal financial structure could not have survived the repercussions of the international depression of the 1870s. 3. Here, as in other times and places, a state apparatus that set out to solve the grand problems of overaccumulation, through deficit financing its own expenditures, in the end fell victim to the slippery contradictions embodied in the circulation of interest-bearing money capital. Indeed, there is a sense in which the fate of Haussmann mimics that of the parieurs. In this respect, at least, the emperor and his advisers modernized the state into the pervasive contradictions of contemporary capitalist finance. They placed the state at the mercy of financial markets and paid the price. The management of labor power. I would rather face an hostile army of 200,000, said the emperor, than the threat of insurrection founded on unemployment. For to the degree that the 1848 revolution had been made and unmade in Paris, the question of full employment in the capital was a pressing issue. The quickening pace of public works partially solved the problem. No longer did bands of insurgents roam the streets but teams of masons, carpenters, and other artisans going to work. If paving stones were pulled up, it was not to build barricades but to open the way for water and gas pipes. Houses were no longer threatened by arson or fire but by the rich indemnity of expropriation. 5. By the mid-1860s more than a fifth of the working population of Paris was employed in construction. This extraordinary achievement was vulnerable on two counts. First, as Nassau Senior put it, a week's interruption of the building trade would terrify the government. Second, the seemingly endless merry-go-round of productive expenditures put such a heavy burden of debt on future labor that it condemned much of the population to perpetual economic growth and forced work in perpetuity. When the public works lagged, as they did for both political and economic reasons after 1868, falling tax receipts and unemployment in the construction trades became a very serious issue. That this had a radicalizing effect on workers who, contrary to bourgeois opinion, were by no means as opposed to Haussmann, as was generally thought he was their main source of employment, and they knew it is suggested by the disproportionate number of construction workers who participated in the Commune. 6. The state had some other strings to its bow to stimulate trade. Imperial splendor demanded that the army get new uniforms and that court dress codes be formally established, the fashion of the day become mandatory for status and reputation throughout the city. The stimulus to the clothing trades from 1852 until the late 1850s was immense. Not all labor surpluses could be absorbed by measures of this sort, however. There were vast labor reserves throughout France that flooded into Paris, particularly in the 1850s, partly in response to the employment opportunities created by the public works. So although the indigency rate dropped from 1 in every 16.1 inhabitants to 1 in 18.4 between 1853 and 1862, the absolute number of indigents at no point declined, while the rate itself rose again to 1 in 16.9 by 1869. 7. Haussmann's policy toward this massive industrial reserve army underwent an interesting evolution. 18th century traditions of city charity as a right, of the city's duty to feed the poor, were gradually abandoned. Haussmann substituted a more modern neo-Malthusian policy. Indeed, given the pressures on the city budget, the size of the welfare problem, and the shifting forms of financing, he probably had no choice. He argued that the city best fulfilled its duty by providing jobs, not welfare, and that if it looked after job creation, it might reasonably diminish its obligation to provide welfare. If the jobs were provided and poverty continued to exist, it was, he hinted, the fault of the poor themselves, who consequently forfeited their right to state support. This is, of course, an argument with which we continue to be very familiar. It was central to the reform of the welfare system in both the United States and Britain in the 1990s. The state apparatus in Paris conceived of its responsibilities toward the poor, the sick, and the aged in a very different way in 1870 than in 1848. This change of administrative attitude toward welfare, medical care, schooling, and the like contributed, Gaillard suggests, to the sense of loss of rights and of community that lay at the root of the social upheavals from 1868 to 1871. 7. That such neo-Malthusian policies should have the state 141. Provoke such popular response is not surprising. Certainly, the Commune sought to re-establish these rights, and even Haussmann, seeking to shore up support for an ailing regime, found himself having to pay increasing attention to welfare questions as unemployment increased and the empire struggled to live up to its own propaganda that it provided welfare as a safety net from the cradle to the grave. Haussmann adopted similar principles with respect to the price of provisions. When prices rose unduly, social protest usually provoked a hurried state subsidy. But Haussmann believed in a free market, at least for the working and middle classes. If price fluctuations tied to variable harvests caused difficulty, then the answer lay in a revolving fund into which bakers or butchers paid when supply prices were low and from which they withdrew when supply prices were high. The burden on the city budget was negligible, and price stability was achieved. Haussmann thus pioneered commodity price stabilization schemes of the sort that became common in the 1930s. But he preferred to do without them, and abandoned all such schemes as free market liberalism came to the center of government policy after 1860. By that time the elimination of spatial barriers and the availability of imports from a variety of sources eliminated the vulnerability of the Paris food supply to national harvest conditions. Coupled with better distribution within the city, this brought greater security to the city's food supply. While no simple guiding principles were established in the administration of the city's immensely complicated social welfare machinery, Haussmann's instincts led him in two quite modern directions that were, at first sight, somewhat inconsistent with the centralized authoritarianism of empire. First, he sought to privatize welfare functions wherever he could. Second, he sought a controlled decentralization in order to emphasize local responsibility and initiative. The dispersal of the social welfare burden from Paris to the provinces and the decentralization of responsibility for healthcare, education, and care of the poor into the arrondissements fitted into an administrative schema that, while in no way abandoning hierarchy, connected the expectation of service to local ability to pay. The arrondissements therefore displaced the city as the institutional center to which those in need of welfare services had to go to get their needs met. Surveillance and control. The Second Empire was an authoritarian police state, and its penchant for surveillance and control stretched far and wide. Apart from direct police action, informers, spies, and legal harassment, the imperial authorities sought to control the flow of information, mobilized extraordinary propaganda efforts, and used political power and favors to co-opt and control friend and foe alike. 8. The system worked well in rural France but was harder to impose on the cities. Paris posed severe problems, in part because of its revolutionary tradition and in part because of its sheer size and labyrinthine qualities. While Haussmann and the prefect of police were the main pinions of surveillance and control, various governmental departments were also involved. And laws were shaped with this end in mind. Censorship of the press had been reimposed under the Second Republic. All Republican journals were forbidden, an English visitor noted ironically, and those only allowed that represented the Orleanist, Legitimist, or Bonapartist factions. 9. The Empire, in its press laws, simply tightened what the Republican Party of Order had already imposed. Even the street singers and entertainers, viewed as peddlers of songs and scenes of socialism and subversion by the authorities, had to be licensed, and their songs officially stamped and approved by the prefect, under a law of 1853. The political content of popular culture was hounded off the streets, as were many of. Figure 52. The street entertainers were a crucial element in Parisian street life, but controlling them and preventing them from any political pronouncements proved difficult. Daumier is at his very best in this portrait of street musicians in action. The street entertainers themselves. But the frequency with which contemporaries encountered such characters and the frequency with which Daumier, for one, took them as subjects suggests that the authorities could never squelch this aspect of popular culture entirely. 10. The State 143. The police were far more dedicated to collecting information and filing reports on the least hint of political opposition than they were to controlling criminal activity. While they managed to instill considerable fear, they do not appear to have been very effective at their work, in spite of a major administrative reorganization in 1854. The fear arose from the vast network of potential informers. The police are organized in the workshops as they are in the cities, wrote Proudhon, no more trust among workers, no more communication. The walls have ears. 11 lodging houses were kept under strict surveillance, their records of those in residence and their comings and goings were regularly inspected, and the concierge often was co-opted into the police network of informers. And when the emperor struck down the workers' right to association, coalition, and assembly in 1852, he replaced it with a system of conseils de prud'hommes and mutual benefit associations for workers. To prevent both from becoming hotbeds of socialism, the emperor appointed the administrative officers, who furnished regular reports. A similar system of control was established when the right to hold public meetings was finally conceded in 1868. Assessors with power to monitor and close down unduly political meetings were appointed and obliged to file extensive reports. The propaganda system was no less elaborate. 12 Controlled flows of news and information through an official and semi-official press, all manner of official pronouncements, and administrative actions sought to convince the popular classes of the merits of those at the top. It was rather as if charitable works and officially sponsored galas, expositions, and fêtes were expected to make up for loss of individual freedom. Such a system had its limits. It is hard to maintain surveillance and control in an economy where the circulation of capital is given free rein, where competition and technical progress race along side by side, sparking all manner of cultural movements and adaptations. Easier communications throughout Europe turned Brussels into a major center of critical publications, the flow of which into France proved difficult, if not impossible, to stem. The dilemmas of press censorship illustrate the problem. The Parisian press grew from a circulation of 150,000 in 1852 to more than 1 million in 1870. 13 Though dominated entirely by new money interests, the newspapers and journals were diverse enough to create controversies that were bound to touch on government policies. When Say attacked Haussmann's finances in the name of fiscal prudence, he was eroding the emperor's authority. Republican opponents like Jules Ferry could opportunistically follow suit. And censorship could not easily be confined to politics, it dealt with public morality, too. Most of the songs rejected by the authorities were bawdy rather than political. 14 And the government got into all kinds of tangles in its prosecutions of Baudelaire, Flaubert, and others for public indecency. The effect was to erode the class alliance that should have been the real foundation of the emperor's power. The political system was, in short, ill-adapted in this regard to a burgeoning capitalism. Since the empire was founded on a capitalist path to social progress, the shift toward liberal empire was, as Zeldin insists, present at its very foundation. 15 The same difficulties arose with attempts to control the popular classes. Propaganda as Paris, capital of modernity 144. To the emperor's merits had to rest on something other than his charity. The formula of fates and bread did well enough on the fates, in which the working classes took genuine delight, but did less well on the bread. Falling real wages in the 1860s made a mockery of claims to social progress and made the fates look like ghastly extravaganzas mounted at working class expense. How, then, could the emperor live up to his own rhetoric that he was not a mere tool of the bourgeoisie? His tactic was to try to co-opt Paris workers by conceding the right to strike and the rights of public assembly and association. He even promoted collective forms of action. Thus did the French branch of the International Working Men's Association issue from a government-sponsored visit of workers to the London Exposition of 1862. And though popular culture had been lulled by years of repression into a surface state of somnolence, an underground current of political rhetoric quickly surfaced as soon as the opening came in 1868. 16 The urban transformation also had ambivalent effects on the power to watch and control. Many of the dens and rookeries and narrow, easily barricaded streets were swept. Figure 53 Population density in 1866 and population change in Paris, 1856 to 1866, and distribution of industrially dependent population, workers, employees, and domestics in Paris by arrondissements in 1872. Away and replaced by more easily controlled boulevards. But an uprooted population dispersed from the center, augmented by a flood of immigrants, milled around in new areas like Belleville and Gobelins that became their exclusive preserve. The workers became less of an organized threat, but they became harder to monitor. The tactics and the state 145. Geography of class struggle therefore underwent a radical change, shaping the spaces of social reproduction. In the space of power, power does not appear as such, it hides under the organization of space. 17 Haussmann clearly understood that his power to shape space was also a power to influence the processes of societal reproduction. His evident desire to rid Paris of its industrial base and working class, and thus transform it, presumably, into a non-revolutionary bastion of support for the bourgeois order was far too large a task to complete in a generation. Yet he harassed heavy industry, dirty industry, and even light industry to the point where the deindustrialization of much of the city center was an accomplished fact by 1870. And much of the working class was forced out with it, though by no means as far as he wished. The city center was given over to monumental representations of imperial power and administration, finance, and commerce, and the growing services that spring up around a burgeoning tourist trade. The new boulevards not only provided opportunities for military control, but they also permitted free circulation of the bourgeoisie within the commercial and entertainment quarters. The transition toward an extroverted form of urbanism, with all of its social and cultural effects, was assured. And the growing residential segregation not only protected the bourgeoisie from the real or imagined dangers of the dangerous and criminal classes but also increasingly shaped the city into relatively secure spaces of reproduction of the different social classes. To these ends Haussmann showed a remarkable ability to orchestrate diverse social processes, using regulatory and planning powers and mastering the geography of those neighborhood spillover effects, to reshape the geography of the city. The effects were not always those Haussmann had in mind. in part because the collective processes he sought to orchestrate took matters in a quite different direction. But his project was also political from the very start and automatically sparked political counter-projects, not simply within the working class but also among different factions of the bourgeoisie. Thus Michel Chevalier argued against ridding the city of industry, since this would undermine stable employment and threaten social peace. Until Haussmann had it closed down, Louis Lazare used the influential Revue Municipale not only to execrate the speculations of the pariahs but also to castigate Haussmann's works for the way they emphasized the social and geographical divisions between the old Paris, the Paris of luxury, and the new Paris, that of poverty, a sure provocation, as he saw it, to social revolt. After that, he wrote books denouncing the social effects of Haussmann's works, but by the time they were published, Haussmann was already gone. Haussmann had to seek a coalition of interests in the midst of such warring voices. 18. The search for a class alliance. It was the duty of any prefect to cultivate and consolidate political support for the government in power. Since he had no political party behind him and no natural class alliance to which he could appeal, Napoleon III had to find a deeper social basis for his power than a mere family name and support from the army. 19. Haussmann needed to help conjure up some such class alliance within a politically hostile city and thus give better grounding to imperial power and, by extension, his own. The drama of his fall tends to conceal how successful Haussmann was at this, under conditions of shifting class configurations and stressful modernization, which were bound to stir blind discontent, implacable jealousies, and political animosities. Nonetheless, as kingpin in an incredible growth machine, he had all kinds of largesse to distribute, around which all manner of interests could congregate. The trouble, of course, is that when the trough runs dry, the interests feed elsewhere. Furthermore, as Marx often noted, the bourgeois is always inclined to sacrifice the general interest of his class for this or that private motive, a judgment with which Haussmann concurs, complaining in his memoirs of the prevalence of privatism over public interest. In the absence of a powerful political party or any other means for cultivating expressions of support from some dominant class alliance, Haussmann always remained vulnerable to quick betrayal out of narrow material interests. 20. His slippery financing, from this standpoint, has to be seen as a desperate move to keep the trough full in order to preserve his power. Haussmann's relation with the landlord class was always difficult, since he took a grander view of spatial structure than that defined by narrow private property rights. And the landlord class was itself fragmented into feudal and modern, large and small, central and peripheral. But Gaillard is probably right in sensing the progressive tightening of the alliance between the empire and the Parisian property owners. 21. This, however, had as much to do with the transition in the meaning of property ownership as it did with any fundamental adaptation on the part of government. In any case, property owners of any sort are probably the most likely of all to betray class interests for narrow private gain. Haussmann's alliance with the pariahs was, while it lasted, extremely powerful, but here, too, finance capital was in transition. The downfall of the pariahs and the growing ascendancy of fiscal conservatism in financial circles undermined in the late 1860s what had earlier been a solid pillar of his support. It was, recall, a protégé of Rothschild's who first attacked Haussmann's methods of financing. At the same time, Haussmann's relations with the industrial interests went from bad to worse, so that by the end of empire they were solidly against him. Here he definitely reaped what he himself had sown in his struggle to rid the city of industry. And commercial interests, though much favored by what Haussmann did, were typically pragmatic, taking what they could but not enthusiastically supportive in return. Most interesting of all is Haussmann's relation to the workers. These forever earned his wrath and denigration by voting solidly Republican as early as 1857. 22. And he rarely made attempts to cultivate any populist base. Yet surprisingly little worker agitation was directed at him in the troubled years of 1868–1870, and his dismissal was greeted with dismay and demonstrations in the construction trades. As the grand provider of jobs, he had evidently earned the loyalty of at least part of the working class. And if there were problems with high rents, workers well understood that it was landlords, and not housemen, who pocketed the money. There were deeper sources of discontent that made it peculiarly hard to maintain a stable class alliance within the city. The transformation itself sparked widespread nostalgia and regret at the passing of old Paris, and contributed to that widespread sense of loss of community which Gaillard makes so much of. 23. Old ways and structures were upset. Haussmann knew it, and established institutions to assemble, catalogue, and record what was being lost. He established the Bibliothèque historique de la ville de Paris, and Marville was employed to record changes in the urban landscape. But nothing clearly emerged to replace what had been lost. And here the failure to establish an elected form of municipal government for the city surely hurt. For Haussmann steadfastly refused to see Paris as a community in the ordinary sense, but treated it as a capital city within which all manner of diverse, shifting, and nomadic interests and individuals came and went so as to preclude the formation of any solid or permanent sense of community. It was therefore vital that Paris be administered for and by the nation, and to this end he promoted and defended the Organic Law of 1855, which put all real powers of administration into the hands of an appointed prefect rather than elected officials. Haussmann may have been right about the transitory qualities of the Parisian community, but the denial of popular sovereignty in the capital was a burning issue that pulled many workers and bourgeois into support of the Commune. 24. From this standpoint, Haussmann's failure to sustain a permanent class alliance had less to do with what he did than with how he did it. But then the authoritarian style of his administration had everything to do with the circumstances that gave rise to the coup d'état in the first place. So it stood to reason that he could not long survive the transition to liberal empire. The towering figure of Haussmann dominates the state apparatus of Paris throughout the Second Empire. To say that he merely rode out the storm of social forces unleashed through the rapid accumulation of capital is by no means to diminish his stature, because he rode out the storm with consummate artistry and orchestrated its turbulent power with remarkable skill and vision for some 16 years. It was, however, a storm he neither created nor tamed, but a deep turbulence in the evolution of French economy, politics, and culture, that in the end threw him as mercilessly to the dogs as he threw medieval Paris to the demolisseurs. In the process the city achieved an aura of capitalist modernity, in both its physical and its administrative infrastructures, that has lasted to this day. Chapter 8. Abstract and concrete labor. Besides the factory operatives, the manufacturing workmen and the handicrafts workers, whom it concentrates in large masses at one spot, and directly commands, capital also sets in motion by means of invisible threads, another army, that of the workers in domestic industries. Marx. The collective force and power of workers had proven indispensable to the overthrow of the July monarchy, and their degraded condition subsequently spawned innumerable proposals and movements for social and industrial reform during the 1840s. The question of work therefore lay at the heart of Parisian workers' concerns in 1848. The exact role in this of skilled workers from the craft tradition, a superior class comprising some 40% of the workforce, according to Corbin, writing at the midpoint of empire, is not, however, an easy matter to determine. One by the standard account, these workers, confident in their skills but demoralized by chronic insecurity, convinced of the nobility of work as an ideal but constantly distressed by the experience of it, and believing that labor was the source of all wealth, sought a new kind of industrial order that would temper the insecurity of work, alleviate their relative penury, and stave off growing trends toward deskyling and increasing exploitation. Rancière, however, casts doubt upon the power and character of this craft tradition. To the evidence he adduces, based largely on the writings of worker poets and authors contributing to the newspaper L'Atelier, certainly points to the dangers of romanticizing and homogenizing the craft worker as the bearer of a distinctively proletarian revolutionary consciousness. The workers whose writings and correspondence Rancière studies in detail sought relief from work and had few illusions about the nobility of backbreaking labor. They sought respect from their employers, not revo. Lucian. They wanted to be treated as equals and as human beings rather than as hired hands. They wanted immediate solutions and personal help with their individual problems. They showed little interest in the Blanquist idea of a dictatorship of the proletariat, and most looked to the Saint-Simonian movement as a source of financial support and employment rather than as a fecund source of ideas for social reform. But while Rancière's account administers a corrective to the revolutionary romanticism sometimes pressed by Marxist-inspired labor historians, it is not at all clear that his account captures the sentiments of those workers who did fight on the barricades and participated in the deliberations of the Luxembourg Commission, and who actively supported the efforts of Cabet, Considerant, Proudhon, and the communists/socialists of that time. To be sure, most workers seem to have looked for some form of association, autogestion, or mutualism rather than centralized state control. But the recalcitrance of the bourgeoisie in general, and of employers in particular, often forced them into positions where they had no choice except to take a more revolutionary stance. While there was, evidently, a good deal of confusion and flux with respect to both agenda and means, there is no question that most craft workers looked to the creation of a social republic in 1848 that would support their efforts to reorganize work and reform the social relations of production so as to set the stage for their own social advancement for decades to come. The evolution of Parisian industry during the Second Empire took a very special path. Paris at mid-century was by far the most important and diversified manufacturing center in the nation. And in spite of its image as a grand center of conspicuous consumption, it in fact remained a working-class city, heavily dependent upon the growth of production. In 1866, for example, 58% of its 1.8 million people depended upon industry, whereas only 13% depended upon commerce. But there were some very special features of its industrial structure and organization. In 1847, more than half the manufacturing firms had fewer than 2 employees, only 11% employed more than 10, and no more than 425 qualified for the title of grand enterprises. It was difficult in many cases to distinguish between owners and workers, and Scott shows how the inquiry of 1847 to 1848 deliberately confused the categories for political reasons. For since the craft workers had in any case evolved hierarchical forms of command, there was little basis within the small enterprises for strong class antagonisms. It was also very difficult to distinguish commerce from manufacturing, since the atelier in the back was often united with the boutique on the street front. These conditions varied somewhat from industry to industry, as well as with location. Apart from food and provisions, the textile and clothing trades, together with furniture and metalworking, dominated, cut across by all manner of articles de Paris for which the city had become, and would remain, justly famous. Most of the classic sectors for capitalist industrial development were, therefore, absent from the capital, and even textiles, which had been important, was by 1847 mostly dispersed to the provinces, leaving the garment industry behind in Paris. Plainly, most of Parisian industry was oriented to serving its own market. Only in the metalworking and engineering sectors could any semblance of a modern form of capitalistic industrial structure be discerned. This vast economic enterprise could not easily be transformed. Yet it underwent significant evolution in terms of industrial mix, technology, organization, and location. It surged out of the depression of 1848 to 1850 with a surprising élan that first infected light industry and then, after 1853, spread to the building trades and heavy engineering and metalworking, as well as to the garment industry. During the 1860s the pace of growth slowed, particularly in the large-scale industries, and became more selective as to sector and location. The inquits of 1847 to 1848, 1860, and 1872, though flawed, permit a reconstruction of the general path of industrial evolution. The inquit of 1860 lists 101,000 firms employing 416,000 workers, an increase of 11% over 1847, with most of the net gain due to annexation of the suburbs, since comparable data for Old Paris indicate a loss of 19,000 workers. But the number of firms increased by 30%, indicating a surprising expansion of small firms. However, the number of firms employing fewer than 2 workers had risen to 62%, and the number employing more than 10 workers had fallen from 11 to 7%. This increasing fragmentation was observable in many sectors and was particularly marked in Old Paris. In the clothing trades, for example, the number of enterprises increased by 10%, while workers employed declined by 20%. The figures for the chemical industry were even more startling: 45% more firms and 5% fewer workers. Machine building, the largest scale industry in 1847 to 1848, with an average of 63 employees per firm, had fragmented to an average of 24 workers by 1860. The exact interpretation to be put on this is controversial. On the surface, everything points to the vigorous growth of many very small firms and an increasing fragmentation of industrial structure, a process that continued until the end of the empire and beyond. Furthermore, this growth and fragmentation of small firms could be seen both close to the center and in peripheral locations. The strong absolute growth of large firms between 1847 to 1848 and 1860 was accompanied by their suburbanization. But even here the movement was not uniform. Large-scale printing retained its central location on the left bank, while metalworking moved only as far as the inner northern and eastern peripheries. Large-scale chemical operations, however, tended to move much farther out. The case of the chemical industry is interesting to the degree that it captures much of the complex movement at work in Parisian industry during this period. On the one hand, large-scale and often dirty enterprises either were forced out or voluntarily sought out peripheral locations at favored points within the transport network where land was relatively cheap. On the other hand, product innovation meant the proliferation of small firms making specialized products like porcelain, pharmaceuticals, and costume jewelry, artificial flowers, while other industries, mainly in the articles de Paris category, generated specialized demands for small quantities of paints, dyes, and the like, which could best be met by small-scale production. Within many industries there was a similar dual movement that saw a growth of some large firms in suburban locations and an increasing fragmentation and specialization of economic activity particularly close to the center. This highly specialized development had much to do with the maintenance of superior skills of a small group of superior workers. The fragmentation and turn to outwork paid by the piece may also be seen as concessions to the strong predilection of craft workers to conserve their autonomy, independence, and nominal control over their labor process. Yet there was a major transformation of social relations that the raw statistics hide. For what in effect happened, Gaillard convincingly argues, is that there was an increasingly sophisticated detail division of specialized labor in which the products of individuals, small firms, and outworkers and piece workers were integrated into a highly efficient production system. Many small firms were nothing more than subcontracting units for larger forms of organization. They therefore functioned more as indentured labor systems beholden to capitalist producers or merchants who controlled them at a distance. 6. By having the work done by the piece at home, the capitalists saved on such overhead costs as premises and energy. Furthermore, by keeping these units perpetually in competition for work, the employers could force down labor costs and maximize their own profits. Workers, even though nominally independent, were forced into subservience and into patterns of self-exploitation that could be as savage and as degrading as anything to be found in the factory system. Within this a much-hated and oppressive system of foremen, overseers, subcontractors, and other go-betweens could become all too firmly implanted. So though the craft workers continued to be important, their position underwent a notable degradation. The extreme division of labor helped achieve an unparalleled quality and technical perfection in some spheres, but it yielded neither higher wages nor increasing liberty to the worker. It meant, rather, the gradual subsumption of formerly independent craft workers and owners under the formal domination of a tightly controlled commercial and industrial organization. As a consequence, even Pilat ended up admitting. Paris is the city where people work harder than anywhere else in the world. When workers come up to Paris from the provinces, they don't always stay, because so much graft is needed to earn a living. In Paris, there are certain trades which function by piecework, where after 20 years the worker is crippled and worn out, that is if he is still alive. 7. Behind this general evolution, however, lay a variety of forces that deserve further scrutiny. The reduction of spatial barriers opened up the extensive and valuable Parisian market to provincial and foreign competition. But it also meant that Parisian industry had access to geographically more dispersed raw materials and food supplies to feed its laborers and meet its demand for intermediate products at lower cost. Given industry's powerful base in the Parisian market, this meant that Paris could just as easily compete in the provinces and abroad as it could be competed with. Paris in fact expanded its share of a growing French export trade from around 11% in 1848 to 16% by the early 1860s. 8. As might be expected, the luxury consumer goods in which Paris specialized were well represented in this vast export surge. But more than half the locomotives and railway equipment and a fifth of the steam engines produced in Paris followed French capital abroad, and even some of the food industry could find a place in provincial markets. The Parisian industrial interest, unlike some of its provincial counterparts, was by no means opposed to free trade, since Parisian manufacturing was evidently capable of dominating provincial and international markets in certain lines of production. But its advantageous position in relation to this new international division of labor carried some penalties. Parisian industry was more and more exposed to the vagaries of Paris, capital of modernity 156. Foreign markets. The general expansion of world trade in the period was an enormous. Figure 58. Carpet making at Les Gobelins was a typical high-quality artisanal industry that survived during the Second Empire, and benefited from better access to foreign markets. Boon, of course, but industrialists had to be able to adapt quickly to whims of foreign taste, the sudden imposition of tariff barriers, the rise of foreign manufacturing, and the interruptions of war. Parisian industry also needed to adapt to the peculiar flow requirements of foreign trade. The growth of the American trade, for example, increased problems of seasonal unemployment. The arrival of raw cotton from America in autumn put money into the hands of American buyers, who spent it as fast as they could in order to get their products back to the United States by spring. 3 months of intense activity could be followed by 9 months of dead season. The Enquête of 1860 showed that more than 1/3 of Parisian firms had a dead season, with more than 2/3 of those producing articles to Paris and more than half in the furniture, clothing, and jewelry trades experiencing a dead season of between 4 and 6 months. 9. I shall take up the problems this posed for the organization of production and labor markets shortly. Foreign and provincial competition not only challenged Parisian industry in international and provincial markets, but it also looked with a hungry eye at the enormous and expanding consumer and intermediate goods market that Paris offered. External competition became increasingly fierce in the 1860s. At first, the challenge came from mass-produced goods, in which, with cheaper labor and easier access to raw materials, provincial and foreign producers had a distinct cost advantage that falling freight rates made ever more evident. Shoe production thus dispersed into the provinces, to Pas-de-Calais, Eloise, and similar places. But where mass production went, luxury goods could all too easily follow. The exact process whereby this occurred can best be illustrated by examining the new relations emerging in Paris between industry and commerce. Industry in relation to finance and commerce. The relative power of industrial, financial, and commercial interests shifted markedly in Paris during the Second Empire. While certain large enterprises remained immune, the mass of small-scale industry was increasingly subjected to the external discipline imposed by financiers and merchants. The latter became, in effect, the agents who ensured the transformation of concrete labor to abstract requirements. The rise of a new credit system favored the creation of large-scale production and service enterprises in several different ways. Direct financing of factory production using modern forms of technology and industrial organization became feasible. In this, the pariahs pioneered the way, but were quickly followed by a whole gamut of financial institutions. But the indirect effects were just as profound. The changing scale of public works and construction and the formation of a mass market for many products favored large-scale industry. The absorption of small savings within the new credit structures tended also to dry up small, local, and familiar sources of credit to small businesses without putting anything in their place. The net effect was to redistribute credit availability, putting it more and more out of direct reach of small producers and artisans. The new credit system was not, therefore, welcomed by most industrialists, who saw the financiers all too correctly, in the case of the pariahs, as instruments of control and merger. The class relation between producers and money capitalists was typically one of distrust. Indeed, the downfall of the pariahs probably had as much to do with the power of commercial and industrial interests within the Bank of France as it did with the much vaunted personal antagonism of Rothschild. The lengthy polemics waged against the excessive monopoly power of the financiers toward the end of the Second Empire earned the plaudits of artisans and small businesses, and partly explains the growing bourgeois opposition to the economic policies of the empire. Yet the small-scale producers and artisans, faced as they often were with lengthy dead seasons and all manner of settlement dates, had a desperate need for short-term credit. The Bank of France provided discount facilities on commercial paper but served only a very few customers. Only toward the end of the period did other financial institutions arise to begin to fill this gap. What existed in their stead was an informal and parallel financing system based either on kinship ties or on small-scale credits offered between buyers and sellers, a system that spread down even into the lower levels of the working class, who could not have survived if they had not been able to buy on time. And it was out of such a system that a newly consolidating merchant class came to exercise an increasing degree of control over the organization and growth of Parisian industry. Commerce had always had a special place in the Parisian economy, of course. But at mid-century the distinctions between manufacturing and merchanting were so confused that the expression of a distinctive merchant interest lay with various kinds of specialized traders. Commerce was, for the most part, the servant of industry. The Second Empire, however, was marked by a growing separation of production from merchanting and a gradual reversal of power relations to the point where much of Parisian industry was increasingly forced to dance to the tune that commerce dictated. The transformation was gradual rather than traumatic, for the most part. Owners simply preferred to keep the boutique and give up the atelier. But they did not give up a direct relation to the producers. They typically became the hub of a network of subcontracting, production on command or by the piece, and of outwork. In this way an increasingly autonomous merchant class became the agent for the formal subsumption of artisan and craft labor under the rule of merchants' capital. Sometimes, writes Cottereau, several hundred pseudo-craftworkers and a couple of dozen small workshops were nothing more than the terminal antennae of large clothing interests, each with several thousand employees, managed by merchants, industrialists, or department stores. Worse still, these new nodes of capitalist organization were constantly redistributing work, reorganizing their operations, in order to place as many of them as possible in the hands of a workforce without any recognized skills, laborers, women, children, and old people. The remarkable degree of fragmentation of tasks and specialization in Parisian industry gave it much of its competitive power and reputation for quality in both local and international markets. And the Second Empire saw increasing refinements in this form of organization. Artificial flour making, which already tended to be specialized as to type of flour in different workshops in 1848, was by the end of the empire organized into a system of workshops producing parts of particular flours. Maxime Duchamp complained of the infinite division of labor that called for the coordination of 9 different skills to produce a simple knife. That such a system could work at all was entirely due to the efficient organizing skills of the merchant entrepreneurs who supplied the raw materials, organized the detail division of labor among numerous scattered workshops or through piecework at home, supervised quality of product and timing of flows, and absorbed the finally assembled product into well-defined markets. Yet the very same agents who reorganized Parisian industry to ward off foreign competition also brought foreign and provincial competition into the heart of the Parisian market. Under competitive pressure to maximize profits, the Parisian merchants were by no means loath to search out all manner of different supply sources from the provinces and even from abroad, extending their network of commands and outwork well outside of Paris wherever they found costs cheaper. They thus stimulated external competition as much as they organized to repel it, and in some cases actively organized the geographical dispersal of some phases of production to the provinces. Foreign and provincial merchants, once an itinerant or seasonal presence in the city, tended to settle permanently and, making use of international and provincial contacts, organized an increasingly competitive flow of goods into the Parisian market. Examples even exist, as in the hat and glove trade, of the separation of production from design and marketing, which remained in the capital. 15. There were other developments in merchanting that had a strong impact upon various aspects of Parisian industry. The rise of the large department stores meant the formation of ready-to-wear mass markets. Demand shifted to whatever could be mass-produced profitably, irrespective of its use, value, or qualities. Mass marketing did not necessarily mean mass factory production, but it did imply the organization of small workshop production along different lines. Worker complaints about the declining concern for quality of product and the descaling of work in the craft tradition had much to do with the spectacular growth of this kind of trade as large department stores like the Bon Marché, the Louvre, and Printemps became centerpieces of Parisian commerce. 16. By the 1860s, a hierarchically structured credit system was increasingly becoming the powerful nerve center for industrial development, but it had not yet extended down to the small enterprise. The merchants, well served when necessary by both new and old credit structures, stepped in to become the organizing force for much small industry. The increasing autonomy of this merchant class during the Second Empire was signaled by the formation of distinctive merchant quarters, around the Chaussée d'Antin in the northwest center and, to a lesser degree, around Mail et Sentier and in the northeast center. It was from here that local, provincial, and international production for the Parisian market and for export was increasingly organized. These quarters also offered special kinds of white-collar employment opportunities, which left an imprint on the division of social space in the city. Special traditions arose in these quarters with respect to politics, education, religion, and the like that led merchants to participate very little in either the formation or the repression of the commune. The increasing autonomy of the merchant class and the rise of new financial power spun a complex web of control around much of Parisian industry, while the merchants' concern for profit and their geographical range of operation led them toward a restructuring of Parisian industry to meet the conditions of a new international division of labor. The small-scale producers, once proud and independent craft workers and artisans, were increasingly imprisoned within a network of debts and obligations, of specific commands and controlled supplies, were forced into the position of detail laborers within an overall system of production whose evolution appeared to escape their control. It was within such a system that the processes of descaling and domination, which had been evident before 1848, could continue to work their way through the system of production. That the workers recognized the nature of the problem is all too clear. The Workers' Commission of 1867 debated the problems at length and put the question of social credit and the liberty of work at the forefront of its social agenda. But by then there had been nearly 20 years in which the association of capital had dominated the noble vision of the association of labor. Industry, the state, and private property. Haussmann, as we have seen, had no compunction about expelling noxious or unwanted industry from the city center by direct clearance or use of the laws on insalubrity. 17. He also sought by all manner of indirect means to push most industry, save that of luxury goods and articles de Paris, out of the city center. His anti-industry policies derived in part from the desire to create an imperial capital fit for the whole of Western civilization, but just as important was his concern to rid Paris of the political power of the working class by getting rid of its opportunities for employment. In this he was only partially successful. 18 Though the deindustrialization of the very center was an accomplished fact by 1870, the improvements in communications and in urban infrastructures made Paris a very attractive location. Haussmann to some degree counteracted with the one hand what he sought to do with the other. But his failure to attend to the needs of industry and his patent favoring of residential development earned him increasing opposition from industrial interests, which had, in any case, been powerful enough to thwart some of the emperor's plans for relocation. And to the degree that provincial and international competition picked up in the 1860s, at the same time that Haussmann's campaign against industry intensified, the difficulties of Parisian industry were more and more laid at his door, and a lively opposition to empire was provoked. Rent was an important cost that Parisian industry had to bear. The rapidly rising rents in the new financial and commercial quarters and in the high-quality residential quarters toward the west and northwest either forced existing industry out or acted as a barrier to the implantation of new industry. Rising rents in the center either pushed industry out toward the suburbs or forced it to cluster or intensify its use of space in locations of particular advantage. Metalworking, for example, dispersed a relatively short distance toward the northeast, where it found good communications and access to a superior labor supply. The higher rent areas closer to the center also proved to be very attractive locations. This was particularly true for those industries for which immediate access to the luxury consumer goods market was of vital importance. The attractions of a central location were enhanced by the centralization of commerce in the large department stores, the hotels that served a growing tourist trade, and the central market of Les Halles, which drew all manner of people to it. The public works and urban investments created an additional market of seemingly endless demand, much of it concentrated close to the city center. Many industries had a strong incentive to cling to central locations: pharmaceuticals, toiletries, paints, metalworking, carpentry, and woodworking, as well as the manufacturers of modish clothing and articles de Paris. But the high rents had to be paid. And here the adaptation that saw the growth of outwork paid by the piece made a great deal of sense, because the Paris, capital of modernity 162. Workers then bore either the high cost of rent themselves or the cost of inaccessibility to the center. The merchants could save on rental costs while making sure production was organized into a configuration that flowed neatly into the high points of demand. The independent ateliers that did remain. Figure 60. The tanning factories along the highly polluted Bavor River are captured in this Marville photo from the mid-1860s. These were the kinds of dirty industries that Haussmann sought to expel from the central areas of the city. Were caught in a cost squeeze, which either forced them into the arms of the merchants or pushed them to reorganize their internal division of labor and so reduce labor costs. Rising rents in the city center exacted a serious toll on industry and the laborers, and in so doing played a key role in the industrial restructuring of Paris under the Second Empire. Productivity, efficiency, and technology. There is a general myth, of which historians are only now beginning to disabuse us, that large-scale industry drives out small-scale industry because of the superior efficiency achieved through economies of scale. 19. The persistence of small-scale industry in Paris during the Second Empire appears to refute the myth, for there is no doubt that the small workshops survived precisely because of their superior productivity and efficiency. Yet it is dangerous to push the refutation too far. The industries in which economies of scale could easily be realized dispersed to the provinces, and large-scale engineering either suburbanized or went elsewhere. And the small-scale industry that was left behind and that exhibited such vigorous growth achieved economies of scale not through fusion of enterprises but by the organization of inter-industrial linkages and the agglomeration of innumerable specialized tasks. It was not size of firm that mattered, but geographical concentration of innumerable producers under the organizing power of merchants and other entrepreneurs. And it was, in effect, the total economies of scale achieved by this kind of industry within the Paris region that formed the basis for its competitive advantage in the new international division of labor. There is another myth, harder to dispel, that small industry and production by artisans is less innovative when it comes to new products or new labor processes. At the time, Corbin strongly denied this, detecting a very lively interest in new product lines, new techniques, and the applications of science among the superior workers and artisans, though he did go on to remark that they tended to admire the application of everything new anywhere but in their own trade. 20 But too much success was to be had from product innovation for small owners to let the opportunities pass them by. And new technologies rapidly proliferated. Even steam engines, of feeble horsepower to be sure, were organized into patterns of collective use among the ateliers. And the clothing industry adopted the sewing machine, leatherworking used power-cutting knives, cabinet makers used mechanical cutters, and manufacturers of articles de Paris were fairly possessed by a rush to innovate when it came to dyeing, coloring, special preparations, costume jewelry, and the like. Building and construction also saw major innovations. The picture that emerges is one of lively innovation and rapid adoption of new labor processes. The objections of the craft workers were not to the new techniques but, judging from the Workers' Commission of 1867 and the writings of workers like Varlin, to the manner in which these techniques were forced on them as part of a process of standardization of product, descaling, and wage reduction. 21 Here, too, the increasing integration of specialized, detailed division of labor under the command of merchants and entrepreneurs gave special qualities to the transformation of the labor process. The evident technological vigor of small industry in Paris was not necessarily the kind of vigor the workers appreciated. And in this they had good reason, as Pilote admitted. The three key objectives he had in mind in developing innovations were increasing precision, speeding up production, and to decrease the free will of the workers. 22 In this regard the memoir of Xavier-Edouard Lejeune is instructive. 23 Raised in the country by his grandparents, he joined his single mother in Paris in 1855, at age 10. He found his mother employing 6 to 8 women in the production of women's coats of high quality with special connections to certain retailing outlets. That year was the high point of the boom in the clothing trades, as the stimulus given by state expenditures and the rise of fashion at the imperial court and throughout Paris took hold. His mother lived in fairly spacious and central accommodations, employed a maid, and entertained relatives and friends. 6 years later she employed only one person and had been forced into a number of moves into smaller quarters at much lower rents. She stopped entertaining and dispensed with the maid. Xavier-Edouard did the housework and the shopping for a while, before being sent out to work, for reasons of economy, in a retail store where he received accommodations and food as well as a small wage. The problem for his mother was the advent of the sewing machine and fiercer market competition under conditions of slacker demand. She was gradually driven into poverty. For many small owner workers, the tale was, I suspect, all too common in its broad outlines. The experience of laboring. So what was it like, working in Parisian industry during the Second Empire? It is hard to construct any composite picture from such a diversity of laboring experience. Anecdotes abound, and some bear repeating because they probably capture the flavor of the work experience for many. A recent immigrant from Lorraine in 1865 rents, with his wife and 2 children, 2 minuscule rooms in Belleville, toward the periphery of Paris. He leaves every morning at 5 o'clock, armed with a crust of bread, and walks 4 miles to the center, where he works 14 hours a day in a button factory. After the rent is paid, his regular wage leaves him 1 franc a day, so he brings home piecework for his wife, who works long hours at home for almost nothing. To live, for a laborer, is not to die, was the saying of the time. 24 It was descriptions of this sort that Zola used to such dramatic effect in Elle Samoyer. Coupia and Gervais visit Laurilleux and his wife in the tiny, messy, stiflingly hot workroom attached to their living quarters. The couple are working together, drawing gold wire to make column chain. There is small link, heavy chain, watch chain, and twisted rope chain, explains Coupia, but Laurilleux makes only column chain. The employers supplied the gold in wire form and already in the right alloy, and the workers began by drawing it through the draw plate to get it to the right gauge, taking care to reheat it 5 or 6 times during the operation to prevent it from breaking. This work, though it needs great strength, is done by the wife, since it also requires a steady hand, and Lorilux has terrible spasms of coughing. Still relatively young, both of them look close to being broken by the exhausting and demanding regime of work. Lorilux demonstrates how the wire is twisted, cut, and soldered into tiny links, an operation performed with unbroken regularity, link succeeding link so rapidly that the chain gradually lengthened before Gervais' eyes without her quite seeing how it was done. The irony of the production of such specialized components of luxury goods in such dismal and impoverished circumstances was not lost on Zola. And it was only through the tight supervision of the organizers of production that such a system could prevail. Small wonder that the otherwise very moderate workers' delegation of goldsmiths to the 1867 exposition complained in their report of an insatiable capitalism, which left them defenseless and unable to protest against the obvious and destructive evil occurring in those large centers of manufacture where accumulated capital, enjoying every freedom, becomes a kind of legalized oppression, regulating labor and passing work out so as to create more specialized jobs. 25. This was, interestingly, written in the year of publication of Volume 1 of Marx's Capital in Leipzig. Gervais later encounters a very different kind of production process when she visits Goujet, the metal worker, after a frightening journey through the industrial segment of northeast Paris. This was, by all accounts, an incredibly impressive industrial zone. Lejeune in his memoir from the period describes it this way. There were factories and manufacturing establishments back into the far corners of courtyards and impasses. There were workshops from the ground floor up into the higher floors of the houses, and an incredible density of workers giving an animated and noisy atmosphere to the quarter. Goujet, in Zola's account, shows Gervais how he makes hexagonal rivets out of white-hot metal, gently tapping out 320 mm rivets a day, using a 5-pound hammer. But that craft is under challenge, for the boss is installing a new plant. The steam engine was in one corner, concealed behind a low brick wall. He, Paris, capital of modernity 166, raised his voice to shout explanations, then went on to the machines, mechanical shears which devoured bars of iron, taking off a length with each bite and passing them out behind one by one, bolt and rivet machines, lofty and complicated, making a bolt head in one turn of their powerful screws, trimming machines with cast iron flywheels and an iron ball that struck the air furiously with each piece the machine trimmed, the thread cutters worked by women, threading the bolts and nuts, their wheels going clickety-click and shining with oil. The machine was turning out 44 mm rivets with the ease of an unruffled giant. In 12 hours this blasted plant could turn out hundreds of kilograms of them. Goujet was not a vindictive man, but at certain moments he would gladly smash up all this iron work in his resentment because its arms were stronger than his. It upset him, even though he appreciated that flesh could not fight against iron. The day would come, of course, when the machines would kill the manual worker. Already their day's earnings had dropped from 12 francs to 9, and there was talk of still more cuts to come. There was nothing funny about these great plants that turned out rivets and bolts just like sausages. He turned to Gervais, who was keeping very close to him, and said with a sad smile, "Maybe sometime it will work for universal happiness." 26. Thus were the abstract forces of capitalism brought to bear on the concrete experience of laboring under the Second Empire. Chapter 9. The buying and selling of labor. Power can spring into life only when the owner of the means of production and subsistence meets in the market with a free laborer selling his labor power. And this one historical condition comprises a world's history. Marx. The growth of industry and commerce, coupled with the expansion of construction in Paris, put strong pressure on labor markets during the Second Empire. Where was the supply to come from? How and under what conditions were workers prepared to surrender rights over their labor power to others? And how did the quantities and qualities of labor power offered in Paris affect the form and geographical distribution of economic activity? In 1848, Paris had an enormous surplus of labor power. To those thrown out of employment by the collapse of Parisian industry and trade was added a flood of provincial workers seeking the traditional protections of Paris in times of trouble. The numbers enrolled in the national workshops rose from 14,000 to over 117,000 between March and June 1848. The repression of the June days led many to flee the city, but unemployment remained a key problem in both the city and the nation. The labor surpluses in Paris were partially absorbed during the recovery of 1849 to 1850, but it took the dramatic upsurge of economic activity after 1852 to turn a labor surplus with falling wages into labor scarcity and rising nominal wage rates, though the increases were largely offset by inflation until the 1860s. The response to this scarcity was a massive immigration wave into the city during the 1850s, followed by increasing absorption of that other segment of the Industrial Reserve Army women when nominal wage rates stagnated and real wage rates fell during the 1860s. Thus were the quantitative needs of Parisian industry and commerce broadly satisfied. The qualities of the labor supply are harder to dissect. Paris had already lost most of its real artisans, workers in control of their own labor process and working independently for market exchange. Cottereau puts them at no more than 5% of the economically active population in 1847. But there also were few machine operators. The mass of the workforce was divided between craft workers, who were fully initiated into all aspects of a trade, skilled workers, whose skills were confined to specialized tasks within the detail division of labor, and unskilled workers, often itinerant day laborers, grading into the indigent and criminal classes variously referred to as dangerous classes or lumpen proletariat. Literate and numerate workers also could find employment in the burgeoning white-collar occupations spawned by the revolutions in banking and commerce and by the rise of tourism. The craft workers had evolved means of informal control over labor markets during the preceding half-century. They possessed hidden forms of corporatist organization and were capable of negotiating collectively with owners over rates for the job, conditions of work, and length of employment. Labor markets were often centralized and under collective control, employers hiring from a central assembly point or in a particular locale where workers could exchange information and exert maximum pressure on employers and other workers to respect collective norms. This power did not guarantee steady or secure employment. The ups and downs of trade were felt more as periodic, seasonal, and occasionally prolonged unemployment rather than as variations in wage rates. This system of control had the added advantage of easy integration of migrant craft workers into the urban labor market. It is hard to get any exact estimate of the proportion of Parisian workers operating in labor markets of this kind, but it was plainly substantial. And the craft workers, by their example and their political leadership, undeniably set the tone for the Parisian labor market in the 1840s and were at the heart of the workers' movement of 1848. They were the group with whom the association of capitals had to do battle. The Second Empire saw a diminishing control over labor markets by craft workers. It also saw redefinitions of skills of the sort Marx describes so well in Capital as production moves through the increasing detail and social division of labor to machine and factory production. In some industries, craft skills were eliminated and replaced by specialized skills within a detail division of labor. In others, machine operators replaced craft workers. Some of the specialized skills that arose out of transformations of the labor process were monopolizable, but others were relatively easy to reproduce. Here, too, the tendency was toward descaling and the use of easily reproducible skills in lower quality mass production systems. The boundary between skilled and unskilled became more blurred as it became easier, given changes in techniques and organization, to introduce unskilled migrants or women into the workshops. Traditional labor market controls also tended to break down as the Parisian labor market exploded in size and dispersed in space. The centralized hiring points, still a matter of comment in the Inquit of 1847 to 1848, had all but disappeared by 1870. 6. And most commentators agreed that the labor market had become characterized by a much more pervasive competitive individualism in 1870 than had existed in 1848. Yet the workers continued to exercise extraordinary power and influence. They remained, according to Denis Pilot's vivid descriptions of life and customs in the Parisian workshops of 1870, self-confident to the point of arrogance, opinionated, boisterous, and incurably independent to the point of indiscipline. They resisted the authority of the capitalists with an ironic intensity that characterized what Pilot, from the perspective of an employer, disparagingly called sublimism. They suffered from the incurable belief that Varlin, one of their members, put this way, most workers have nothing to learn from owners who are not skilled in their profession and who are only exploiters. 7. They continued to exercise collective pressure on labor markets, largely by staying put in their traditional quarters. Industries that needed their skills had to go to them. Indeed, part of the whole pattern of locational shift and innovation in Parisian industry during the Second Empire must be interpreted as a response to the power of such workers, who could be bypassed only through deskyling and industrial reorganization. And, of course, this group provided much of the political leadership for the workers' movement. It was from the worker quarters that much of the explosive political force of the Commune emanated. The continued presence of such power and influence is all the more remarkable given the intense repression of the workers' movement after 1852. Denied all rights of association, combination, unionization, public assembly, and going on strike, they were also faced with a battery of laws covering such matters as the levirette, jurisdictional disputes, and worker participation in the Conseils de Prud'hommes, which always kept them in a minority. They were also faced with a surveillance system that was all too ready to cry conspiracy at the least hint of informal or open discussion. Workers, however, had long been conditioned to this kind of repression and knew only too well how to organize covertly within it. Their resort to irony and disrespectful banter, their sophisticated coding of all manner of signs of resistance, became indispensable weapons in class war. This was the essence of what sublimism was all about, and it plainly infuriated employers like Pilot, who saw its eradication as indispensable to industrial progress. But in Paris the workers had another power. Their skills and abilities were indispensable for much of Parisian industry. For this reason legislation on the levirette remained largely a dead letter among the craft workers. 8. It was, in the end, transitions in the labor process that did more to undermine their power than any amount of political repression. As the conditions of abstract labor shifted, the concrete labor that the craft workers had to offer became less significant. But workers still had abundant opportunities to parley their power into new configurations. To the degree that the boundary between master and worker was often highly porous, upward mobility was possible, though less so than in earlier times. The hierarchical organization of their own labor system also gave them opportunities to insert themselves as supervisors, foremen, and subcontractors within the detail and social division of labor. And their skill, education, and adaptability allowed them to colonize new trades as these opened up and to monopolize new skills. In so doing, they lost their status as craft workers and became the core of an aristocracy of labor that was to be the basis of trade union socialism after 1871. The evidence that this transition was already underway is best represented in the evolution of the French branch of the International after 1864, as it moved from expressing the mutualist ideology emanating from the craft tradition to the revolutionary trade union consciousness of an industrial proletariat. The pattern of skills and trades underwent a substantial structural revolution between 1848 and 1870. New trades came into being, while others died out. Machine skills came to both factory and workshop. The sewing machine revolutionized the clothing trades, with particularly bad effects, as we have seen, and replaced older crafts. Shop assistants, bank clerks, managers, hotel employees, and bureaucrats also became much more conspicuous in the 1860s as specialized white-collar occupations arose in banking, commerce, tourism, and government. Here lay the seeds for an upwardly mobile petite bourgeoisie that was soon to match the declining shopkeepers in wealth and power. And it was into this flux that provincial immigrants and women were inserted and craft workers were transformed to create radically new structures within the labor market. All sources agree that wage rates rose by some 20% or more during the Second Empire and that the increases were widely spread across different occupations, including those dominated by women. The wage rates, which remained fairly standardized, though less so at the end of the empire than at its beginning, are much easier to tabulate than are worker incomes, because of unstable employment and the notorious dead season. Thibault draws upon numerous contemporary monographs to get rough estimates of the dead season and annual worker incomes. The latter varied from 700 francs to 1,500 francs for men and 345 francs to 685 francs for women, depending upon occupation. To the degree that these figures refer to conditions at roughly the midpoint of the empire, they presumably underestimate annual incomes toward the end of the period. 9. The movement of real wages is very different. The rise in the cost of living almost offset the rise in nominal wages. If the cost of workers' necessities is used as a standard, then the rise in nominal wage rates would be more than offset. The latter calculation is particularly tricky because the Second Empire also saw revolutions in consumption habits that affected workers as well as the bourgeoisie. 10. However this may be, all sources agree that prices rose during the Second Empire, fundamentally affecting the workers' standard of living. Thomas 11 gives the following estimates of annual living costs for a family of 4. These costs, spearheaded by rent increases that were a never-ending source of complaint, increased by 20%. When we compare these costs with Thibault's estimates of annual incomes, we see that only mechanics and carpenters averaged enough to support a family of 4. All other groups needed a supplementary source of income, that of the woman, if basic family needs were to be met. This condition was universal enough to command widespread comment and concern before the Workers' Commission of 1867. The budgets there drawn up indicated annual needs of between 1,670 francs and 2,000 francs for a family of 4, although a carpenter in that year with 337 days' work could get only 1,470 francs. The single male, who could meet his basic needs for 700 francs or so, was, under such circumstances, ill-advised to form a family unless with a woman who worked. Women, however, simply could not survive alone on the wages they received. This disparity was to have enormous social effects upon working-class life. There were, however, some shifts in timing and pattern within this overall picture of movement in the nominal and real wages. Thibault, for example, detects an increasing polarization within the working class between a small but growing group of privileged workers whose incomes more than kept pace with the cost of living and the increasing mass of workers in the unhappy category who simply could not make ends meet no matter how hard they tried. Such a trend is hard to confirm. But contemporary accounts certainly give the impression that at least some workers were sufficiently well off either to accumulate some small savings or to choose freely not to work on Mondays and to spend lavishly at the cabarets. 12. How hard it was to make ends meet depended, however, on the economy. Conditions appear to have been very difficult before 1857. Bad harvests and the inflationary effects of deficit financing and inflows of gold from California and Australia combined to generate strong price rises in the face of stagnating wages. Conditions improved rapidly thereafter as labor shortages forced wages up and improved transport brought prices down. The rough equilibrium between wage movements and cost of living shifts that appears to have prevailed in the early 1860s came unstuck after 1866 when financial difficulties and the cessation of the public works combined with fiercer external competition to make life extremely hard for much of the Paris working class. This general picture undoubtedly contained innumerable nuances depending upon occupation, sex, and location. Some of the forces shaping these nuances deserve deeper scrutiny. Temporal and spatial fragmentation in the labor market. In Paris, as elsewhere, the struggle for command over the laborer's time was royally fought, Legislation of March 1848 to restrict the Parisian workday to 10 hours had been rolled back to 12 by September, and then so riddled with exceptions that on this score the worker had almost no protection. Fuvaux puts the average workday at 11 hours for much of the Second Empire but notes tremendous variation between craft workers and those who worked 14-hour days in some of the small sweatshops. 13. But the biggest problem of all was insecurity of employment, for which Second Empire Paris was notorious. The dead season in some sectors was so long that even craft workers producing high-quality products for high wages during one part of the year were forced to supplement their incomes by participating in mass production at low wages for the rest of the year. It is very hard, therefore, to translate standard rates for a job into any sense of worker incomes. Furthermore, there existed a fluid conduit for the translation of craft workers for one part of the year into mere skilled laborers for the other part. Though the problem of the dead season tended to diminish in aggregate, there were many contemporary observers who saw its increase in certain trades as a major problem in the closing years of the Second Empire. 14. The instability of employment in certain crafts may well have made regular factory employment more attractive, even at lower wages and with diminished control over the labor process. Certainly one of the attractions of Paris to prospective employers was the availability of qualified labor power at low cost during the dead season. The Parisian labor market also became more fragmented geographically. The growth and dispersal of population, housing, and employment was accompanied by an increasing separation of work and home. Lazare, a contemporary observer of some note, makes much of the increasing journey to work as a growing burden on workers, particularly recent immigrants forced to settle on the periphery. A worker named Tartaret complained in testimony to the Workers' Commission of 1867 that many workers now had to walk 3 hours a day to get to work and back. 15. Cheaper transport systems oriented to workers' needs or a shorter working day to compensate for increased travel time emerged as issues. The craft workers who. The buying and selling of labor power 175. Clung to central locations had few complaints on this score, however, and focused their wrath on high rents instead. The increasing dispersal and fragmentation of the labor market had a variety of effects. Another contemporary, Cochin, worried that the emergence of new employment centers, each with its own tradition, style, and ties, would turn Paris into a city of inhabitants, not citizens. Certainly wage differentials between one part of the city and another became more marked. But geographical fragmentation also increased the sense of separation of workers and owners who often used to live under the same roof, accelerated the breakup of the apprenticeship system, and made the informal systems of labor market control harder to maintain. Though some, like the carpenters, kept their corporatist traditions intact until after the Commune, other trades witnessed a severe erosion of their collective power because of geographical spread and fragmentation. The Parisian labor market had never been totally centralized, of course, and French workers had a well-earned reputation for individualism, as Pilot's Le Sublime so well illustrates. But something more was needed than corporatist tradition to cope with the new geographical patterns and the rising individualism. The shift within the Paris branch of the International from mutualism toward revolutionary trade unionism can be read as exactly such an adaptation. Immigration. The rapid increase in population from just under 1.3 million in 1851 to nearly 2 million on the eve of the Siege of Paris in 1870 was largely fueled by a massive immigration wave of between 400,000 and 450,000 people. 16. Much of the labor reserve in Paris came from the provinces. Its movement was in part to be attributed to depressed rural conditions in the 1850s, provoked in part by changing space relations, which destroyed some rural industries, broke down local self-sufficiency, and generated a slow modernization process in French agriculture. 17. When this was put up against the tremendous boom in employment opportunities created by the public works in Paris and the revival of Parisian industry, it is not hard to understand the fundamental impulse behind the immigration. The Parisian labor market had for many years spread its tentacles out into the provinces, mainly to the north but in some special cases, such as the celebrated migrations of stonemasons from the Creuse and Limousin, deep into rural France. But the coming of the railroads shifted the field of recruitment outward to give it even greater geographical coherence and range. Furthermore, the diversity and size of the Parisian labor market made it an attractive destination, no matter what the differences in wage rate. When rural conditions improved in the 1860s and Parisian wages stagnated, immigration continued, though at a slower rate than the vast flood of the 1850s. The integration of immigrants into the Parisian labor market was a complex affair. To begin with, there was little relation between the skills the immigrants possessed and the jobs they took up in Paris. Many were unskilled, at least in the jobs that Paris offered, and had to find their own paths to job opportunities. The continuing shortages of skilled labor provided an incentive toward technical and organizational change in Parisian industry, even in the face of the vast immigration wave. And the immigrants proved, for the most part, adept at adopting the new skills that opened up. There were, to be sure, certain exceptions. The traditional seasonal migrations of skilled construction workers became a more and more permanent affair, with the stonemasons' lodging houses still operating as employment exchanges and reception points for new immigrants. Privileged paths of integration also existed for those of particular regional origins. In some cases, Parisian industries experiencing shortages of skilled labor recruited directly woodworkers and metalworkers from Alsace, for example. But with the exception of the construction trades, much in demand because of the public works and therefore in the forefront of the immigration wave, it seems that the immigrants did not possess the qualities needed to sustain traditional forms of labor but were quick to form the new qualities required for new labor processes. This mass influx of largely unskilled but adaptable immigrants created all kinds of opportunities for Parisian industry. There were many dirty jobs to be had. The white lead works were a notorious enough death trap that the workers were shunned on the street, and the growth of mass production opened up many semi-skilled jobs for which the new immigrants could be relatively easily trained. And to the degree that most of these immigrants found housing on the periphery, they increased the attraction of suburban locations for certain newer industries. The mass of the unskilled immigrants therefore underwent a socialization process into the ways of industrial capitalism very different from that achieved through the transformation of craft workers. Thus there arose a formidable social division within the Parisian labor market, one that was to have pronounced political effects signaled by the low participation of suburban industrial workers in the events of the Commune. The employment of women. The employment of women, that other great reservoir of surplus labor, underwent some most peculiar gyrations after 1848. Women accounted for 41.2% of the workforce in 1847 to 1848, declined to 31% in 1860, and went back up to 41.3% by 1872. 19. The declining participation in the 1850s is partly a statistical aberration, since the industrial mix in the suburbs annexed in 1860 was more oriented to male employment. But there was still a very real relative decline, explained by the heavy predominance of males in the immigration wave that hit Paris in the 1850s and the deindustrialization and depopulation of the city center that had been the main bastion of women's jobs. Rising male salaries may also have diminished the incentive for married women to engage in what was in any case poorly paid work. Women's rates were less than half those of men for comparable work. And the young single women who did immigrate probably entered as domestic servants brought in from the country estates of the nobility, meaning that most of them ended up on the western, non-industrial side of the city. The east-west division of working-class Paris therefore took the demographic form of a predominantly male east and a predominantly female west. The general reversal of women's participation after 1860 had equally cogent explanations. The increasing competitive pressure on Parisian industry, particularly with the buying and selling of labor power. 177. Respect to labor costs, made the employment of lower-paid women not only attractive but imperative in certain sectors. And in the face of declining immigration, that vast captive labor reserve of women that had been dispersed to the periphery during the 1850s must have been eyed hungrily by many an employer. Women's wage rates, already low, were a third less in the suburbs than in the center. Not only did their employment exert a downward pressure on wage rates, but they could be used directly to confront the power of craft workers in certain trades. The use of women to break one of the first major strikes in the printing workshops in 1862 made a deep impression upon employers and workers alike. 20 And although men, partly as a consequence, typically inveighed against the employment of women, they were increasingly forced to recognize in the 1860s that the male wage was insufficient to support a family. To the degree that the immigrants of the 1850s formed families in the 1860s, the employment of women became more and more of a sheer economic necessity. Within these general trends, of course, there were innumerable nuances, depending upon technological and organizational changes and product innovations that opened up some occupations and eliminated others. Considerable debate also arose over the education and position of women and the organization of their labor. 21 On the one hand, the Parisian convents became centers of tightly organized, low-paid, and highly competitive women's labor, a fact that created considerable resentment in male workers and fueled the anti-clerical sentiment that was to flourish under the Commune. In the late 1860s, small groups of socialist feminists tried to revive the experiments of 1848 with women's cooperatives for production and consumption, before becoming a major organizing force during the Commune. 22 This brings us, however, to broader questions on the position of women that deserve consideration in their own right. Chapter 10. The condition of women. The change in an historical epoch can always be determined by women's progress towards freedom. Marx. The worst destiny for a woman, wrote Michelet in La Femme, is to live alone. He cites the disproportionate number of young women whose bodies were never reclaimed from the public hospitals as grisly support for his thesis on the inevitable fate of a woman who lived outside the protection of the family. He used this distressing fact of life in Second Empire Paris as a basis for moral judgment. But he also thereby gave expression to a pervasive fear in bourgeois circles, that of the unsubmissive, independent woman. For the bourgeois, the term femme isolée signaled the domain of poverty, a world of turbulent sexuality, subversive independence, and dangerous insubordination. In their association with prostitution, these women carried the moral leprosy that made large cities permanent centers of infection. They permitted expression of or simply expressed those tumultuous passions that, in time of political upheaval as in the Revolution of 1848, threatened to overturn the entire social order. Thus, as we shall later see, was constructed a strong connection among gender, sexuality, and revolution. Legally considered a minor under the Code Napoleon, it was difficult though not impossible for a woman to make her own way in life, economically or socially, without some kind of protection from father, husband, kin, lover, pimp, institutions, or employer. That such protection was open to all manner of abuse was all too evident, though there were many men who took their paternalistic responsibilities seriously, while women found innumerable ways, individually and sometimes collectively, to carve out special positions for themselves within the overall constraints that hemmed them in. Consider, first, the possibility of some reasonable economic independence through gainful employment. Women's wages were for the most part insufficient to meet even basic needs. Simon's study from 1861 depicts a woman working at home for 12 hours a day with the shortest possible dead season and receiving, at generous estimate, an annual income of 500 francs. After deducting the basic costs of rent and clothing, she is left with 59 centimes a day for food, enough for some bread and milk. And this presumes that she remains healthy, able to work at full capacity. Employment in the workshops or in services and retailing offered equally dismal prospects. 3. And those trades in which women were predominantly employed, like the 70,000 specialist washerwomen and laundresses found in Paris in 1870, were likewise badly remunerated. A skilled dressmaker, seamstress, or bookbinder could occasionally achieve economic independence. 4. A scattering of independent women, running their own small businesses, could be found particularly among dressmakers, seamstresses, and laundresses, but their livelihoods were precarious because they had little access to capital or credit when things became difficult. The steady displacement of custom-made by ready-to-wear clothing in the garment trade seems also to have diminished one of the few areas where independent women entrepreneurs could successfully compete. The new department stores, which pervade the ready-to-wear clothing, offered a new kind of opportunity for attractive and well-turned-out women, closely chaperoned within a paternalistic system of control. These opportunities expanded after an 1869 strike of commerce workers that led employers to rely more heavily on more docile women's labor. Domestic employment, by far the most important occupation for women in the city, had special characteristics. It offered adequate food, problematic shelter, and less intense conditions of labor. But the hours were long and conditions of living were strictly regulated. Though they might often change employers, they could never escape the condition of virtual enslavement to the employer's whims. And that sometimes meant sexual whims. Since unwanted pregnancy was cause for instant dismissal, that meant abortion or prostitution. Fallen domestics accounted for most of the prostitutes and most of the illegitimate births, and probably made up the majority of the unclaimed bodies that Michelet cited. Yet the position of domestic, if the dangers could be avoided, was not unattractive, given the alternatives. Money wages, though low, could be put by, and some kind of training and even education procured. Faithful domestics could, further, expect a pension or legacy in old age. Domestic service was also a reasonably protected path for the socialization of young rural women into the dangers of urban life. While it was hard to marry, and even harder to have children, and stay in service, a prudent young domestic who put something by as a dowry and had learned skills of household management was not a bad marriage prospect for the shopkeeper or artisan. Most domestics were, therefore, rather young. Educated women could aspire to be governesses, companions, and school teachers, occupations again giving little liberty of action and for which the remuneration was generally poor. 4,000 school mistresses earned less than 400 francs a year. 5 Only women of independent means could avoid the economic basis for social domination by the institutions and customs of a male-dominated society. 6 To be a well-endowed widow was a privilege that many might hope for but that few attained. Married women who separated, like George Sand, could regain control over their property only after a legal struggle that usually rested on extorting concessions from a husband who had the legal power to put his wife in jail for up to 3 years if she left without his agreement. So what, then, could a single working woman do, living on bread and a little milk and working 12 hours a day? There were, most bourgeois commentators agreed, 2 basic options: supplement their income through prostitution or establish a liaison with a man. Prostitution was extremely widespread. 34,000 women were purported to be engaged in the activity in 1850s Paris and treated with the usual total hypocrisy by the bourgeoisie. 7 In regulated establishments, brothels and other licensed places, the activities and health of prostitutes could be monitored by the authorities. The big problem was the large number of women working on their own account who were not registered. The term femme isolées applied to unregulated prostitutes as well as to women working independently as dressmakers or seamstresses, thereby suggesting an association between the two. Prostitution shaded into a wide range of other activities, from the lower-class dance halls to the higher-class opera and theater, and merged into the profession of mistress. For the woman, the temptations were enormous, though the probability of parlaying good looks into a share of a banker's fortune was very low. Besides, there was too much competition at the top, since the high points of courtesan and bourgeois life were already well occupied. But in a large city like Paris, where a certain anonymity could easily be preserved, all kinds of liaisons were possible, none of them without their dangers. It was customary, for example, for the large numbers of students from the provinces to take mistresses, thus giving rise to the curious profession of grisette. One close English observer of student life, while falling over backward not to condone the condition, ended up conveying a certain admiration for such women. They looked after their students faithfully and well, even managed the budget, in return for relief from dull and ill-remunerated employment. While they might, like the ill-fated Fantine in Hugo's Les Miserables, be left totally in the lurch when the student returned to provincial responsibilities, and while marriage was out of the question, they sometimes received support for children and perhaps some sort of payoff in return for their faithful service. Some regretted the gradual displacement of grisettes by lorettes. 8 Named after the quarter of Notre Dame de Lorette, lorettes were women of pleasure who used their powers of seduction for shorter-term gain. Lejeune, in his memoir about life as department store salesboy in the 1850s, provides one instance of how they worked. Called at the last minute to substitute for an older salesman, he took items for sale to a potential customer's house and was greeted on entry by a woman in a diaphanous negligee. Obviously surprised, the woman explained she had not the money right then, and suggested he leave the items for her consideration and ask the other salesman to come for payment later. Lejeune picked up the items and left the house in a hurry. This role of lorette, remarked the English visitor, appeared an appropriate response to a legal system that seemed to have been constructed solely for the protection of men of pleasure. Given the open flauntings of mistresses and the innumerable intersections between the bourgeoisie and the demi-monde of the cafés and boulevards, the theatres and the opera, the possibilities and temptations were infinite. Haussmann, for example, had a fairly open and long-standing liaison with an actress at the opera who thrived on his protection. Most prostitution was, however, out of desperation and sheer hunger. Prostitution was for the most part quite simply as extensive and ghastly as the poverty that bred it. Only an occasional madam was talented enough to turn it into a reasonable business. In 1870 some 15% of the bordello owners were women, and even then it was hard to keep the pimps at bay. 9 But for a woman living on her own with a budget that allowed only for bread and a little milk, the offer of a good evening out or a cheap jewel was more than a little tempting. And for married women with families in the direst straits, prostitution was too often the only option. The industrialist Pilote even worried that working-class women were taking to the streets in a spirit of class vengeance and class war. Compared to this, any kind of reasonably secure liaison with a man of means must have appeared like true economic emancipation. In order to have enough to live on, said Paul Mink, women take a lover and cynically admit it. 10 The trouble was that the woman had an economic need for the man, whereas for the man a wife and children were economic liabilities, unless the woman worked. Out of that inequality all kinds of relations arose. Within the working class of Paris, concubinage was as common as marriage. This was so in part because marriage was expensive and hemmed in by all manner of legalities. Before 1860 many got married in the 13th arrondissement. The relatively rare marriages among the working classes either arose for religious or economic reasons or occurred because of long-standing family connections, often reaching back into the province of origin. Concubinage sometimes meant temporary liaisons, but many were relatively permanent, marriages in all but name. The problem was that, economically powerless entering a relationship and legally powerless to get out of it with any benefits, women were exposed to all manner of exploitation by the dominant males. Either their outside income was indispensable, or their labor power was absorbed as assistants and helpers of men working. From preventing students from studying. On the right, the lorette replies to the visiting gallant's remark that she is as beautiful as always, and that this is, of course, her station in life. At home, they might be taken in and given protection, but then put to work and abandoned if they became pregnant. And they were generally expected to manage the household as well, though the burdens of work often precluded their effective participation as wives and mothers. This was the focus of both male and female objections to the appalling conditions and burdens of labor in many fields of Parisian industry throughout the Second Empire. Taylor delegates to the London Exposition of 1862 complained, for example, that the system of homework to which they were increasingly subjected did not help, as bourgeois theorists proclaimed, shape a more rewarding family life. Working 16 to 18 hours a day and aided by wives working without compensation, there was no time for domestic functions. While the wife rests, the husband does his share and prepares the wife's tasks. When he finishes or rather succumbs to exhaustion, the wife gets up and the husband takes her place. How can a woman in these deplorable circumstances educate and raise her children decently? 12 Worse still, as their male companions became exhausted, sick, and destroyed through exposure to savage conditions in many of the workshops, the women were increasingly relied upon to support them as well as the rest of the family out of a pittance of a wage. To be a worker's widow at an early age was probably the worst of all situations in which a woman could find herself. Women had no real recourse if abandoned for another woman or for the companionship of the cabaret or the wine house. Imprisonment within failed relationships was a severe enough problem that most women speakers at the public meetings after 1868 emphasized the right to divorce and free union. 13 But it was by no means evident that such concentration on legal forms had any meaning for working-class women whose daily life was nothing but a very basic struggle for existence. But there were many effective relationships established between men and women, within or without marriage, and often under the most impoverished of economic circumstances. Most men spoke warmly of the values of family life before the Workers' Commission of 1867, and the few socialist feminists who survived into the Second Empire out of the vigorous movement that peaked in 1848, likewise coupled demands for the right to work at equal remuneration with the recognition of the importance of the family in social life. Pilat observed as many supportive relationships among his workers as more casual liaisons and contested marriages. The women, he complained, could end up playing the game of sublimism just as well as the men, and often formed strong partnerships against the employers. The social inquiries of Le Play showed that women often controlled the household budget, even allocating the man his lunch money. This practice, which employers sought to enhance by giving take-home pay slips, led Pilat to characterize the good wife as one who knew how to economize and manage household expenditures while encouraging sober and industrious. The condition of women 185. Habits on the part of her maid. Employers sought an alliance with the wives in their struggle to control their workers. But such a strategy rarely worked, and solidarity between husband and wife in the face of employer exploitation appears to have been quite general. 14 The good wife had a number of important ideal roles in bourgeois thought. Increasing constraints on women's access to public life, the separation of home and workplace, and the growing disorder and chaos of urban life revolutionized the role of bourgeois women in 19th-century Paris. 15 Bourgeois women became not only managers and governors of the household but also took on the role of creators of order, particularly a spatial and temporal order, within the interior space of the household. The latter became more and more strictly their preserve, they managed the servants, kept the accounts, and imposed a strict discipline on the inner organization of the household. The discipline was simultaneously an expression of capitalist rationality and a kind of structured and controlled response to the perceived disorder and uncontrolled passions that reigned not only in the streets but also in the marketplace. This outer space of excessive stimulation and passion was supposed to be closed to them. A contained woman, contained in a corset, contained in a house, was an orderly woman. She was, as Michelet portrayed her, supposed to be the guardian of a different kind of private intimacy and caring within the household different from that exhibited in the marketplace. 16 This was the arena on which the two most celebrated women impressionist artists Berthe Morisot and Marie Cassatt concentrated their attention. But it would be an error to conclude that this reflected the general condition of women as opposed to a small group of women who seemed just as dedicated to promoting the ideals of feminine domesticity and motherhood as Michelet or Simon. Pollock may exaggerate somewhat when she claims that Morisot's and Cassatt's art reflected the fact that a range of places was closed to them while open to their male colleagues who could move freely with men and women in the socially fluid public world of the streets, popular entertainment, and commercial or casual sexual exchange. That they ought not be in these other places, according to bourgeois opinion, and that they reflected this in their art is undeniable, that the spaces were actually closed to them is another matter. 17 Domie conveys a completely different sense of the varied roles of women in different class positions in Parisian public spaces and society. Some bourgeois women tried to stay close to the worlds of work and power, even dabbling in the stock market. And as shoppers and consumers as well as exhibitors of fashion, they played, as we shall see, a key role in consumer culture and the presentation and public display of commodities as spectacle. Moreover, the salons of Second Empire Paris were as renowned, if not more so, than their predecessors, as centers of political, financial, and cultural intrigue. But that was not supposed to be the path of the good bourgeois wife who, like Olivia Haussmann, simply ruled competently over the household. It was within this interior space that a kind of domestic feminism could arise, a center of considerable women's power. Perhaps it was this that the women impressionist painters were seeking to capture and even celebrate. Within the household the woman also acquired an extremely important role as educator, this in spite of Proudhon's influential protest that the education of children ought to be under the authority of the father. The education of women in turn became the focus of intense public debate and concern. The Church saw its almost exclusive grip on the education of girls as essential to the perpetuation of its moral influence, while bourgeois reformers, like Jules Simon and Victor Duroux, thought that social progress depended crucially upon more liberal and thorough education of women of all social classes. The respect accorded the mother was quite extraordinary. Le Play records, for example, that respect for the mother was a key element in the Carpenters Corporation's ritual. And the mere terrible lurks in the background of almost every piece of poetry and fiction of the period. If the various manuals of the time are anything to go by, it also seems that the role of sexual partner was not to be neglected. The incidence of painful gynecological diseases was so great as to be a serious barrier to a regular sexual partnership. 18 Venereal diseases also took a terrible toll in life and pain. These roles appear to have carried over into even the lowest strata of working-class life. 19 Of course they had to be much modified by the fact that the working-class wife was expected, besides taking care of the household, to supplement the family income as seamstress or outworker, by retailing food, taking in laundry, or acting as the condition of women 187. Man's assistant in the atelier or the shop. Better off workers could hope to set their wives up as corner grocers, wine sellers, laundresses, and so forth. But some women appear to have had considerable control over household management and accounts, education, healthcare, and even family limitation. In those roles they appear to have been trusted and often highly valued companions. Most feminist proposals for reform followed Flora Tristan in seeing the family as a central institution for the construction of the good life, but recognized that family life of a fulfilling sort was impossible under the social relations and prevailing economic conditions of capitalism. It was also generally recognized that the status of working-class women, as proletarians of the proletariat in Tristan's memorable phrase, meant that the tensions between gender and class, between feminism and socialism, were relatively muted in these years. The Women's Union was to play a very important role in the Paris Commune. The issue of family limitation opens up the thorny problem of abortion. Domestics, mistresses, and actresses had strong incentives to terminate unwanted pregnancies. So, too, did working-class women whose contribution to the family income was at stake and who often appear to have had the tacit approval of men who saw little sense in breeding their own competition. The Parisian birth rate was extremely low, compared to the national average. Later observers considered that abortion was already a large-scale business by the 1850s, and the widespread knowledge of all kinds of methods of inducing abortion later in the century surely had its roots in earlier times. 20 But here, too, women appear to have exercised a certain amount of control over their own bodies, consistent with the thesis of a domestic rather than a strongly public and political feminism. Conventional family structures, whether legally sanctified or not, survived and allowed women all the possibilities and limitations inherent in such a situation. Many marriages within the bourgeoisie were pure business ventures, a habit that spread down to shopkeepers and petits commerçants with particularly vicious effects. But working class relationships appear to have been far more supportive than bourgeois opinion allowed. Pilat complained that his many attempts to get the wives on his side in class struggle all too frequently backfired. The wine shops on Saturday nights were regularly overflowing with whole families celebrating whatever advantage they had taken that week over employers. Most women who participated in the siege and the commune, far from being enraged, bestial furies, as the bourgeoisie so often described them, were simply being supportive of their men in very traditional ways. And to the degree that an alternative feminist politics was evident in the women's clubs and associations then set up, it was oriented not only to the right to divorce and to work, but also toward establishing an economic basis for the emancipation of women through the collective organization of production and consumption. The rank and file of the women involved in the commune were the seamstresses, dressmakers, finishers, cutters, washerwomen, trimmers, and artificial flower makers, who had had long experience of the economic basis of their own domination and who, like men, saw collectivist and cooperative politics as their answer. 21 But if a single theme stands out during the Second Empire, it is that of increasing women's control over the interior space of the household, coupled with the increasing commodification of women in public life. One has only to read Balzac to realize that this was not entirely new, any more than land or financial speculation was new. But, as in these other cases, the Second Empire saw a quantum leap onto a different plane of practices. Both the monetization and the commodification of sexual relations and personal liaisons in all classes, and the increasing significance of women within the domestic economy of the household as well as in the labor market, bade open a sea change in the role of women in society. But it was a sea change blocked by traditional legal structures of male domination and economic organization. Yet within the increasing monetization of social relations, a guerrilla war was unfolding, a war in which domestics learned how to use and even swindle their employers, prostitutes to shortchange their clients, lorettes to replace grisettes, wives or companions to put tighter clamps on the circulation of revenues, bourgeois women to take the lead in shaping fashionable consumer culture, and working women to take up the challenge of new kinds of factory work and service roles, and to explore alternative forms of organization that could form an economic basis for their future emancipation. It was as if women learned that if they were a valued commodity with a money value, then they could use the democracy of money as a tool for their own liberation, whether as consumers or producers. Chapter 11. The reproduction of labor power. Variable capital is therefore only a particular historical form of the labor fund which the laborer requires for maintenance of himself and his family, and which, whatever the system of social production, he himself must produce and reproduce. Marx. The reproduction of labor power, for which women then, as now, bore heavy responsibility, has two aspects. There is first the question of food, sleep, shelter, and relaxation sufficient to return the laborer refreshed enough to be able to work the next day. There are then the longer-term needs, which attach to the next generation of workers through having, rearing, and educating children. It is probably fair to say that on the average the resources available to the mass of male workers were barely sufficient for daily needs and quite insufficient for long-term needs of child rearing. This general judgment, which, to be sure, needs much nuancing, is consistent with many of the basic facts of Parisian demography during the Second Empire. In 1866, for example, only a third of the total population could claim Paris as their place of birth. Even in the 1860s, past the peak of the great immigration wave, natural population growth was 9,000 a year, compared to an annual immigration of 18,000. The long-term reproduction of labor power appears to have been very much a provincial affair. Paris met its demand for labor, as Marx once put it, by the constant absorption of primitive and physically uncorrupted elements from the country. The links with the provinces were more intricate, however, than the bare facts of immigration. Children were often sent back to the provinces to be brought up, and even the working class engaged in that common French practice of putting their children out to rural wet nurses, which, given the high death rate, was more akin to organized infancy. Paris, Capital of Modernity 190. Figure 67. Domier's La Soupe depicts family reproductive relations within the working class. Contrasted with the serenity of the bourgeois family, the woman hastily and hungrily consumes a soup while suckling an infant at her breast. Side then to the reproduction of labor power. 2. Paris was, in any case, full of single males. Marriages, if contracted at all, occurred relatively late, and the average number of children per household stood at 2.40, compared to 3.23 in the provinces, with an illegitimacy rate of 28% compared to 8% elsewhere. Furthermore, the natural population growth there was almost entirely due to the young age structure of the population, itself a function of immigration. The demographic picture did shift somewhat toward the end of the Second Empire. Household formation picked up in the 1860s and shifted outward to the suburbs, leaving the center single and older in age structure. The chronic slum poverty of the center, which affected mainly new immigrants and the old, was now matched by the suburbanization of family poverty, affecting the young. The changing age structure triggered by the vast immigration wave of mainly young unmarried people in the 1850s worked its way through the demographics of the city, quarter by quarter. The idea that those who drew so freely on this labor power had some sort of responsibility or self-interest in its reproduction dawned slowly on the bourgeoisie. And even those, like the emperor, who saw that bourgeois failure in this regard had had something to do with the events of 1848, were unable to define a basis, let alone a consensus, for intervention. Bourgeois reformers were nevertheless much preoccupied with the question. Fecund with ideas, though short on their application, their inquiries and polemics yielded much information and many ideas that, after the trauma of the Commune, became the basis for social reform under the Third Republic. How and why the configuration of class forces stymied their efforts in housing, nutrition, education, healthcare, and social welfare deserves careful reconstruction. Housing. The Second Empire witnessed a radical transformation in the system of housing provision. Bourgeois housing was largely captured by the new system of finance, land development, and construction, with the effect of increasing residential segregation within the city. A parallel system of small-time speculative building to meet the demand for working-class housing also sprang up on open land at the periphery. But though the system of housing provision changed, worker incomes remained relatively low, putting fairly strict upper limits on the housing they could afford. A relatively well-off family with stable employment and 2 people working might make 2,000 francs a year in 1868 and be able to afford not much more than 350 francs a year rent. How much and what quality of housing could be provided for 350 francs or less? Under the best of conditions, the answer was not much, and under the worst, where land and construction were expensive and landlords aggressively sought their 8% or more, housing conditions were nothing short of dreadful. Rapidly rising rents placed an increasing burden on the working population. As early as 1855, Lyonce signaled 20 to 30% rises all over the city, so that a single room could not be had for much less than 150 francs. Corbin put rents on working-class housing in 1862 at 70% higher than before 1848, and Thomas has housing costs increasing by 50% in each decade of the empire. The statistical series assembled by Flaws indicates a lower figure of between 50 and 62% for the whole period, with rents less than 100 francs increasing by only 19.5%. But there were few rents less than 100 francs to be had. The rent of a single room for registered indigents averaged between 100 francs and 200 francs in 1866. A report on the rents paid by these 40,000 or so indigent families put the average at 113 francs in 1856, rising to 141 francs in 1866, even after the annexation of the suburbs had brought the cheaper suburban housing into the sample. There is a strong consensus that rising rents outpaced workers' nominal incomes, particularly during the 1860s. 3. The rental increases were consistent with the general rise in property values and affected all social classes. Those living on fixed incomes or even off the stagnant rents of rural estates, and who could afford to pay no more than 700 francs or so, had a particularly hard time of it. Innumerable cases of hardship and of forced relocation could be found within this segment of the bourgeoisie. But for those who participated in the economic gains of the Second Empire, the rising rents posed no problem. For the more than 500,000 people who lived by their labor in the city, it was an entirely different story. Paris, capital of modernity 192. Figure 68. The total population living in lodging rooms in 1876 and the indigence rate in Paris in 1869. Workers could adapt to this situation in a number of ways. There is evidence, largely anecdotal, that they spent an increasing proportion of their budget on housing. Workers may have been spending as much as 1/7 of their income on housing in 1860, compared to 1/10 in earlier times, and by 1870 the figure may have gone as high as 30%. For they could also save on space. For a family already confined to one room, doubling up came hard, but it was not impossible and far from uncommon for the poorer families. It was easier for single people, and many lodging houses did indeed take on the aspect of barracks, with multiple beds per room for low-paid single workers. It was also possible to seek out lower-cost accommodations on the periphery, thus often trading off a long journey to work on foot for a lower rent. But the pressures were such that the rents for speculative housing on the periphery, though lower, were by no means that much lower, particularly given the strong penchant that suburban builders and property owners had for getting their cut of the Parisian property boom by profiteering at the workers' expense. The last resort was to populate one of the innumerable shanty towns that sprang up, sometimes temporarily, on vacant lots on the periphery or even close to the center. The paucity of worker incomes relative to rents left its indelible stamp upon the city's housing situation. And it was partly out of this history that Engels fashioned his famous argument that the bourgeoisie has only one way of solving the housing question, by moving it around. There is no better illustration of that thesis than Paris under Haussmann. The health commissioners complained of the temporary shanty towns that arose next door to the new construction sites in the city center. Conditions there, to which everyone turned a blind eye, were simply horrifying. 5. The proliferation and overcrowding of lodging houses close to the center, the construction of poorly ventilated, cramped, and poorly serviced dwelling houses that became almost instant slums, and the celebrated additions, which in some cases transformed the interior courts behind Haussmann's splendid facades into highly profitable working-class slums, were all a direct concession that worker incomes were insufficient to afford decent housing. Far from ridding the city of slums, Haussmann's works, insofar as they assisted the general rise in rents at a time of stagnant worker incomes, accelerated the process of slum formation, even in the heart of the city. On a simple traverse from the city center to the fortifications, Louis Lazare counted no fewer than 269 alleys, courtyards, dwelling houses, and shanty towns constructed without any municipal control whatsoever. Though much of the housing for impoverished families was in the suburban semicircle running around the east of the city, with particular concentrations in the southeast and northeast, there was intense overcrowding of single workers in the lodging houses close to the city center, and there were patches of poor housing even within the interstices of the predominantly bourgeois West. Such a dismal housing situation could not but have had social effects. It presumably accentuated what was already a strong barrier to family formation, and both Simon and Figure 69 Daumier takes landlords to task for using their power to exclude unwanted elements, such as children and pets, who are then forced to spend their nights on the streets. Pilat attributed what they saw as the instability and promiscuity of working-class life to high rents and inadequate housing. There was also considerable evidence to connect inadequate and insalubrious housing to the persistent though declining threat of epidemics of cholera and typhoid. Sheer lack of space also forced much social life onto the streets, a tendency exacerbated by the general lack of cooking facilities. This forced eating and drinking into the cafés and cabarets, which consequently became collective centers of political agitation and consciousness formation. With bourgeois reformers deeply aware of and nervous about such a condition, and an emperor who recognized that the consolidation of working class support through the extinction of pauperism was important to his rule, it is surprising that so little in the way of tangible reform was accomplished. Laws on insalubrity, passed under the Second Republic at the urging of a Catholic reformist, either were used selectively by Haussmann for his own purposes or remained a dead letter. Less than 18% of the total housing stock was inspected in 18 years. 6. The plan to build a series of sites ouvrières was launched in 1849, with Louis Napoleon subscribing some of the funds, but quickly ground to a halt in the face of virulent conservative opposition, which saw sites ouvrières as breeding grounds for socialist consciousness and as potential hearths of revolution. The workers, however, viewed them more as prisons, since the gates were locked at 10 o'clock and life was strictly regimented within. Proposals for individualized housing, more acceptable to the conservative right and the Proudhonists of the left, generated many designs but little action, since the proposal to subsidize the provision of low-income housing had generated only 63 units by 1870, and the one cooperative society had built no more than 41 units by that same date. The failure of action in spite of the emperor's evident interest was partly a matter of confused ideologies. Fourier, with his collectivist model, and Proudhon, who came out very strongly in favor of individual home ownership for workers, split the left. Proudhon's influence was so strong that no challenge was mounted to property ownership under the Commune, when resentment against landlords was at its height. With such a wide consensus stretching from Le Play on the Catholic right to Proudhon on the socialist left, the only real option was to take care of the housing problem within the framework of private property. But home ownership for the workers was not feasible except with government subsidy. And at that point the government ran up against the powerful class interest of landlords, to whom it was increasingly beholden as a basis for its political power, and a general attachment to freedom of the market, which, for someone like Haussmann, was a cardinal principle of action. Powerful class forces compounded ideological confusion to stymie any action on the housing problem over and beyond the slum clearance that Haussmann masterminded. It was only after the Commune, when the reformers saw that the pitiful slums and inner courtyards were better breeding grounds for revolutionary action than any sites ouvrières could ever have been, that housing reform began to have any teeth. Nutrition. The revolution in consumption, facilitated by failing transport costs of agricultural products and by economies of scale and efficiency within the Parisian distribution system, did not entirely pass the worker by, even though it also meant an increased stratification of diet and taste across the social classes. 7. Bread, meat, and wine formed the basis of a distinctive working-class diet and was increasingly supplemented and diversified by fresh vegetables and dairy products. Meat was rarely eaten by itself, of course, but was incorporated in soups and stews, which formed the heart of the main meal. To the degree that diversity and security of food. The reproduction of labor power. 195. Supply improved. There is evidence that standards of nutrition improved at the same time that the cost of living rose. That Paris was still vulnerable to harvest failure became all too evident in 1868 to 1869, when there was a repeat of the very difficult phase of high prices of 1853 to 1855. It then became evident, too, that restricted working-class incomes made it difficult for the mass of the population, as opposed to the bourgeoisie, to take advantage of the more diversified food base. The system of food distribution had some important characteristics. The large lodging house population and the lack of interior cooking facilities for many families forced much food consumption and preparation onto the streets and into the restaurants and cafes. The periodicity of worker incomes meant that much food was purchased on credit. Yet the food typically entered the highly centralized markets or abattoirs or wine depots in bulk. The breakdown of bulk via a system of retailers, street vendors, and the like also rested on credit. This opened up innumerable possibilities for small-scale entrepreneurial activity, often organized by women, though here, as in other aspects of life, usually under the ultimate control of men. This intricate system of intermediation had interesting social consequences. Workers evidently viewed it ambivalently. On the one hand, it provided many opportunities for supplementary employment, and even a chance of upward mobility into the petit bourgeois world of the shopkeeper. On the other hand, the intermediaries made what were often close to life and death decisions as to when and when not to extend credit, and were often viewed as petty exploiters. It was to circumvent this that the workers' movement began to build a substantial consumer cooperative movement in the 1860s, and many of these cooperatives had considerable success. Nathalie Lemel joined with the indefatigable Varlin to found La Marmite, a food cooperative to which workers could subscribe 50 francs annually and then have rights to cheap, well-prepared food on a daily basis at much lower cost than in the restaurants. By 1870 there were 3 branches doing a very busy trade. Lemel and Varlin had dual objectives. Not only did they seek to take care of the needs of those who had no place to cook for themselves, but they also saw the cooperatives as centers of political organization and collective action. In this they were simply confirming the slowly dawning fears of bourgeois reformers, that the mass of the population of Paris, deprived of the facilities and comforts necessary to a stable family life, were being forced onto the streets and into places where they could all too easily fall prey to political agitation and ideologies of collective action. That the cabarets, cafes, and wine shops provided the premises for the elaboration of scathing criticism of the social order and plans for its reorganization was all too evident to Pilote. That they were hearths for the formation and articulation of working-class consciousness and culture became all too apparent as political agitation mounted after 1867. The emphasis that bourgeois Republicans like Jules Simon put upon the virtues of stable family life was in part a response to the dangers that lurked when food, drink, and politics became part of a collective working-class culture. Education. The social reformers of the Second Republic had envisaged a system of free, secular, and compulsory state primary education for both sexes. What they got, after the victory of the Party of Order, was the Falloux Law of 1850, which promoted a dual system of education, one religious and the other provided by the state, while bringing all teaching under the supervision of local boards in which the traditional power of the university was now matched by that of the church and of elected and appointed officials. It is generally conceded that the law brought few benefits and many liabilities. Coupled with niggardly state educational budgets, it contributed to the dismal record of educational achievement during the Second Empire. 9 problems arose in part because educational policy lay at the mercy of church-state relations. Anxious to rally Catholics to his cause, the emperor not only supported the Falloux Law but was reluctant to undermine its spirit until 1863, when, already at loggerheads with the Pope over his Italian policy, he appointed Duroux, a liberal freethinker and reformer, as Minister of Education. Duroux struggled against great odds and with only limited success to give a greater dynamism to the state sector and thus undermine the power of the Church. His moves toward free and compulsory primary education and toward state education for girls were often vitiated by legislative tampering and meager educational budgets. But there were all kinds of other conflicts. Apart from the interminable philosophical and theological debates, there was no clear consensus within the bourgeoisie as to the objectives of education. Some saw it as a means of social control that should therefore inculcate respect for authority, the family, and traditional religious values, a total antidote to socialist ideology, which some teachers had been rash enough to promote in the heady days of 1848. Even traditionally anti-clerical Republicans were content to see a hefty dose of religion in education if it could protect bourgeois values. The trouble was that the religious values promoted within the Church were, for the most part, of an extraordinarily conservative and backward variety. As late as the 1830s the Church had preached against interest and credit, and by the 1850s it was little enamored of materialist science. The Church's backwardness in such matters in part accounts for the violent anti-clericalism of many of the students who made up the core of the Blanquist revolutionary movement. 10 others, however, saw education as a way to bring the mass of the population into the spirit of modern times by inculcating ideals of free scientific inquiry and of materialist science and rationality appropriate to a world of scientific progress and universal suffrage. The problem was how to do it. Some, like Proudhon, were deeply antagonistic to state-controlled education, while others feared that without centralized state control there would be nothing to stop the spread of subversive propaganda. Dürer struggled for responsible and progressive education, and was simultaneously appreciated and vilified on all sides. Given such confusions, it is not surprising that the net outcome was meager progress for educational provision and equally meager progress in educational content. Yet the debate in the 1860s over the role of education was to have a lasting influence on French political life. 11 progressive Catholics and Republicans alike were, in education as in housing and other facets of social welfare, striving to define a philosophy and practice that would give mass education a new meaning in bourgeois society. The debate was vital, even if the achievements before 1870 were minimal. To the degree that Paris drew its labor power from the four corners of France, the general failure to improve education had a serious impact upon the quality of labor power to be had there. The general decline in illiteracy throughout France was helpful, of course, but it still left around 20% of Parisians illiterate by 1872, and even many of those who could read and write had only the most rudimentary form of education, leaving them with marginal abilities when it came to any kind of skill demanding formal schooling. There was little in the educational system of Paris to offset this dismal national picture. The government initially sided with those who saw education simply as a means of control. State and religious schools developed equally side by side. 12 Haussmann's budget allocations to education were parsimonious in the extreme when compared with his lavish expenditures on public works. He looked to religious and private schools to meet the needs of new immigrants and the newly forming suburban communities, and did his best to limit free schooling to the children of indigents, so payment to attend state schools was commonly demanded. Teachers' pay, around 1,500 francs a year, was barely sufficient to make ends meet for a single person, and certainly insufficient to raise a family. For purely budgetary reasons Haussmann preferred to leave schooling to the private sector, particularly to the religious institutions, where teachers' pay was even lower. This picture began to change only after 1868, when Dürer finally forced through the principle of free public education and Griard set about reforming educational provision in Paris. But by then Haussmann's laissez-faire and privatist strategy had shaped a very distinctive map of educational provision in the city. The annexed suburbs formed what can only be described as an educational wasteland of few and inadequate public schools and weak religious or private development, since this was hardly an area of affluent parents who could afford to pay. Haussmann's neglect of schooling here is best evidenced by the fact that he spent only 4 million francs on new schools in the annexed zone between 1860 and 1864, compared to 48 million for the new mairies, 69 million for new roads, and 5.5 million for new churches. The rate of school attendance was low and illiteracy higher than the city average. Here were to be found those ragged schools in which were assembled children of all ages who had nothing in common save their degree of ignorance. Here was the space of social reproduction of an impoverished and educationally marginalized working class. In the bourgeois quarters of the West, Haussmann's system worked, since the public schools were used free by the poor quite separately from the private and religious schooling preferred by the bourgeoisie. In some of the central quarters populated by craft workers, petits bourgeois, and those in commerce, the public schools were seen as a common vehicle for educating all children in technical and practical skills, which the Catholic schools found it difficult to impart. Thus the increasing social segregation of space in the city was reflected in the map of educational provision. 13. The qualities of this educational system also varied greatly. While there were progressive Catholic schools, the state sector usually had an advantage in science and other modern subjects. However, the tight surveillance of teachers made possible by the supervisory board set up in 1850 kept the whole of the educational system biased toward control and religious indoctrination rather than enlightened materialism. But to the degree that the Catholic schools preached intolerance as well as respect for traditional values, they became less and less popular with the liberal bourgeoisie, many of whom turned to the Protestant schools. The education of girls was left, until Duru's reforms of the late 1860s, almost exclusively in the hands of the Church. Interestingly enough, it was here that the question of the proper balance between moral teachings and vocational skills became most explicit as the issue of women's role came to the fore. The failures of the formal educational system to produce a labor force equipped with modern technical skills would not have been so serious were it not for a breakdown of other, more traditional modes of skill formation. The apprenticeship system, already in serious trouble by 1848, went into a generalized crisis in the Second Empire. 14 In some trades, given the pressures of competition and fragmentation of tasks, apprenticeship degenerated into cheap child labor and nothing else. The geographical dispersal of the labor market and the increasing separation of workplace and residence created a further strain within a system that had always been open to abuse unless there was close surveillance and control by all parties involved. The system seems to have survived reasonably well in only a few trades, such as jewelry. Furthermore, even some of the traditional provincial centers of skill formation for the Parisian labor market were more and more cut off as seasonal migrations gave way to permanent settlement. There therefore arose, on the part of both employers and the working class, a demand for a school system that could replace the apprenticeship system through vocational training and skill formation in educational institutions. The few private institutions that were formed in the 1860s realized some success, thus pioneering the way for educational reform after the Commune. But it was mainly the children of the petite bourgeoisie or well-off workers who could afford the time or money to attend them. The same limitation affected the popular adult education courses that were established in central city areas in the 1860s. The rudiments of working-class education then, as now, were imparted in the home, where, according to most bourgeois observers and in spite of Proudhon's injunctions, the woman usually played the main role. Simon's strong interest in the education of women in part derived from what he saw as the need to improve the quality of the education that mothers could impart. Thereafter, children's education ran up against the conflict: the more they earn, the less they learn, a vital problem for households close to the margin of existence. Much of the uneducated working class proved hostile to compulsory education and the apprenticeship system for this very simple reason. A different attitude prevailed among craft workers, who venerated the apprenticeship system and bewailed its degeneration. It was from this sector of the working class that the demand for free, compulsory, and vocationally oriented education was most strongly voiced. And they were prepared to take matters into their own hands. There was no lack in Paris of dissident freethinkers and students anxious, as the Blanquists were, to offer education for political reasons or, more frequently, for small sums of cash. Varlin, for example, both educated himself and learned principles of moral and political economy from a part-time teacher. 15 Herein, as the more savvy members of the bourgeoisie like Pilote realized, lay a serious threat: the autodidacts among the craft workers, with their free-thinking and critical spirit, might lead the mass of uneducated laborers in political revolt. That the free-thinking students who formed the core of the Blanquist revolutionary movement, who joined the International, or who adhered to the popular radical press could take on similar radicalizing roles also became all too apparent in the numerous public meetings to which many an uneducated worker was drawn after 1868. And it was, after all, in the educational wasteland of the periphery that the anarchist Louise Michel began her extraordinary and turbulent career as a teacher. From this standpoint, the bourgeoisie was to reap the harvest of its own failure in the field of educational reform and investment, a lesson it was to take to heart after the Commune, as education became the cornerstone of its effort to stabilize the Third Republic. The policing of the family. What really went on in the heart of the family, whether legally constituted or not, is for the most part shrouded in mystery. How effective the kinship system was in integrating immigrants into Parisian life and culture and in providing some kind of social security is likewise open to debate. The occasional biographies and autobiographies indicate the tremendous importance of family and kin within the social networks of Parisian life. Yet we are dealing here not only with politically active people, but also with educated craft workers or petit bourgeois professionals or shopkeepers whose social condition, as we have seen, was quite different from that of the mass of uneducated immigrants. Many of the latter, however, drew their mates from their province of origin and presumably imported into Paris as many systems of family and kin relations as existed in provincial France. 16 For the first generation of such immigrants, the Parisian melting pot probably had little meaning, and through the formation of distinctive colonies from Brittany, Creuse, Auvergne, and Alsace, they could even preserve provincial cultures within the overall frame of Parisian life. Yet there are many indications also of a too rapid melting into the alienation and anomie of large-scale urban culture. The unclaimed bodies from the hospitals, the high rates of children apprehended for vagabondage, the orphans and abandoned children, all point to the breakdown of traditional security systems embedded in the family and kinship organization in the face of insecurity of employment, wretched living conditions, and all the other pathologies and temptations of Parisian life. Within the family and kinship systems that did survive, it appears that the older woman acquired a certain prestige, based upon her capacities as mother, nurse, and educator, as the manager of the reproduction of labor power within the home. This was a role that many men clearly valued, that bourgeois reformers sought to encourage as a pillar of social stability, and that the church sought to colonize through the education of girls as purveyors of religious values and morality. Such a role was doubly important because one of the key values that women were expected to inculcate was respect for the authority of the father within the home and of church or state outside the home. That such an ideology was hegemonic is suggested by the fact that the farthest most radical feminists went was to claim mutual respect within free union. For it was, as we saw earlier, almost impossible for a woman to survive, economically or socially, outside of a liaison with a man. Even though women may have controlled the purse strings, there was all too often too little in the purse to provide for the proper reproduction of labor power. The Dead Sea sun meant terrible seasonal strains on income, and rent payment dates put a similar strain on expenditures. It was hard for families to stay together under such material conditions without some other forms of support. The numbers with savings in the caisses d'épargne expanded enormously, but the average amount put by fell to around 250 francs per depositor by 1870, enough for a rainy day or two but not much more. The other resource to farm out children to kin probably was equally limited insofar as most kin were in the same financial boat. 17 Where the kinship system was probably most effective, however, was in tracking down employment opportunities for those in immediate need. Outside of this, the family had to look to state or charitable support. Paris had traditionally been the welfare capital of France, with a tradition of religious and state charity as a right that all indigents could claim. This system, under attack by conservative Republicans in the Second Republic, was steadily dismantled by Haussmann, whose neo-Malthusian attitudes to the welfare question we have already noted. The idea, of course, was to reduce the fiscal burden and to force welfare provision back within the framework of family responsibilities, a strategy that would have made more sense if families had had the financial resources to meet the burden. As it was, hospitals and medical care could not be so easily displaced, and the poverty problem was such as to keep support for indigents a major item in the city budget. Haussmann's strategy of decentralization and localization of responsibility for welfare provision simply kept pace, in the end, with the rapid suburbanization of family and child poverty. The only other strategy was to look to the formation of mutual benefit societies and other forms of mutual aid within the working class. The government took several steps to encourage such organizations but was terrified that they might become centers of secret political mobilization, which, of course, they did. Their considerable growth and their attempted surveillance and control by the government forms an interesting chapter in the struggle for political rights and economic security. Women found it hard to gain access to such societies, and they could not independently draw upon their benefits, a limitation that in part undermined the fundamental aim of support to the family. But the government's insistence on strict surveillance and control also limited the development of the societies in important ways. Here, as with the surveillance system that attached to welfare for indigents, the authoritarian state was stepping crudely down a road toward the policing of the family, which was to be trodden with much greater sophistication by subsequent generations of bourgeois reformers. Chapter 12. Consumerism, Spectacle, and Leisure. The relations connecting the labor of one individual with that of the rest appear, not as direct social relations between individuals at work, but as what they really are, material relations between persons and social relations between things. Marx. The spectacle of empire initially had a purely political aspect that focused on the populism of the Napoleonic legend and the presentation of imperial power. The plan for Paris to assume the mantle of imperial Rome and become the head and heart of civilization in Europe was part of Haussmann's mandate. Court ceremonies, imperial marriages, burials, and visits of foreign dignitaries, military parades all provided occasions to mobilize spectacle in support of imperial power. Haussmann's appointment to Paris in part depended on his successful orchestration of Louis Napoleon's spectacular entry into Bordeaux in the autumn of 1852, shortly before the empire was declared. Haussmann was a master at organizing spectacles of this sort, and transformed the Hôtel de Ville into a perpetual center of spectacle with balls and galas for every occasion. Boulevard openings, Sebastopol, Malesherbes, and Prince Eugene were elaborately staged and decorated events, as were the unveilings of monuments. All such events were turned into spectacular celebrations in which an adoring public could applaud imperial munificence, grace, and power. Popular support for the emperor was likewise mobilized through galas, fetes, and balls. August 15 was declared a day of the fête impériale. The more permanent monumentality that accompanied the reconstruction of the urban fabric helped support the legitimacy of the new regime. The drama of the public works and the flamboyance of the new architecture emphasized the purposive yet festive atmosphere within which the imperial regime sought to envelop itself. The Universal Expositions of 1855 and 1867 added their weight to the glory of empire. Yet there was, as Van Zanten notes, a rapid falling off in this theatricality after 1862 as imperial power gradually faded before that of capital and commerce as driving forces in the reconstruction of Paris. Haussmann thereafter increasingly lost mastery of the urban process. The architect Garni, in the midst of the Universal Exposition of 1867 and on the eve of the fête of August 15, had to organize the unveiling of the newly completed facade of his new opera house with no public help or participation. One spectacle, even that of the city itself, has always been fundamental to urban life, and its political aspects have long played an important role in the construction of legitimacy and social control. There had been no lack of spectacle under the July monarchy, but much of it escaped social control by the authorities. Sunday excursions took the workers outside the city limits to the bars and dance halls of places like Belleville, culminating in Consumerism, Spectacle, and Leisure. 205. A ribald and riotous evening descent back into the city center. The fear lurked that spectacle of this sort could all too easily lead to riot and revolution. This was particularly true of the carnival in the week preceding Lent during the 1840s, characterized as the last, exuberant fling of a pre-industrial theater of excess which cut hard against the nascent ideologies of the metropolitan city. The promiscuous mixing and reversals, the cross-dressing, the temporary loss of class distinctions, threatened the social order. Carnival too rudely mocked the careful modulations between spectacle and urban menace staked out across the city. In making gestures, looks and appearances both more explicit and more explicitly counterfeit, in mixing them pell-mell as if no ill would come of the brew, it called the bluff of the Boulevard des Italiens, the Chaussée d'Antin. The authorities and those bourgeois who were not drawn into the frenzy were fearful and horrified. 2. The macabre carnavals in which the bodies of those shot down on the Boulevard des Capucines on that February evening of 1848 were paraded around the city as an incitement to revolution drew upon such traditions. This, then, was what the socially controlled spectacles of the Figure 72 military parades played a vital role in the construction of imperial spectacle. This one, in May 1852, preceded the formal declaration of empire. Second Empire set out to displace. The aim was to transform active players into passive spectators. The Belleville Carnival declined during the Second Empire through a mix of displacement, active repression, and administrative shifts. The troublesome image of the descent from Belleville remained, however, and when it was finally resurrected in the late 1860s, it was with the clear intent of ending empire and making revolution. But Second Empire's spectacle went far beyond imperial pomp. To begin with, it sought directly to celebrate the birth of the modern. This was particularly true of the Universal Expositions. These were, as Benjamin remarks, places of pilgrimage to the fetish commodity, occasions on which the phantasmagoria of capitalist culture attained its most radiant unfurling. 3. But they were also celebrations of modern technologies. In many respects, imperial spectacle dovetailed neatly with commodification and the deepening power of the circulation of capital over daily life. The new boulevards, besides generating employment, facilitated circulation of commodities, money, and people. The expositions drew massive crowds from the provinces and from abroad, stimulating consumer demand. And all those spectacles took skill, labor, commodities, and money to mount. The stimulus to the economy was therefore considerable. Housemen worked at all these levels simultaneously. The new boulevards created their own forms of spectacle, through the hustle and bustle of carts and public conveyances over newly macadamized surfaces. The arrival of the new department stores and cafes, both of which spilled out onto the sidewalks of the new boulevards, made the boundary between public and private spaces porous. The proliferation of cabarets, circuses, concerts, and theaters, and popular opera houses produced a frenzy of popular entertainment. The transformation of parks like the Bois de Boulogne, Monceau, and even squares like that at the Temple into places of sociality and leisure likewise helped to emphasize an extrovert form of urbanization that emphasized public show of private opulence. The sociality of the masses of people drawn to the boulevards was now as much controlled by the imperatives of commerce as by police power. The increasing power of the commodity itself as spectacle was nowhere better expressed than in the new department stores. The Bon Marché, opening in 1852, was the pioneer. It was followed by the Louvre in 1855. Such high turnover stores needed a large clientele drawn from all over the city, and the new boulevards facilitated such movement. The shop windows were organized as an enticement to stop and gaze. The commodities visibly piled high inside the department stores became a spectacle in their own right. The stores were open to the street and encouraged entry of the public without obligation to buy. An army of ushers and salespeople patrolled behavior in the interior space at the same time they sought to cater to consumer desires. The sexuality involved in this was blatant. Women therefore had a much more important role, as both buyers and sellers. Moret, the fictional proprietor of a store like the Bon Marché in Zola's retrospective novel Au Bonheur de Dames, explains the techniques of modern business to a baron. Of supreme importance, says Moret, was the exploitation of woman. Everything else led up to it, the ceaseless renewal of capital, the system of piling up goods, the low prices that attracted. Paris, capital of modernity 210. People, the marked prices that reassured them. It was woman the shops were competing for so fiercely, it was woman they were continually snaring with their bargains, after dazzling her with their displays. They had awoken new desire in her weak flesh, they were an immense temptation to which she inevitably yielded, succumbing in the first place to purr. Figure 76 leisure days in the countryside became a feature of Second Empire life, but here Daumier comments on the competitive trauma of getting there on overcrowded trains. Note the contrast with the restful scenes typically presented by the Impressionist painters. Chases for the house, then seduced by coquetry and, finally consumed by desire. By increasing sales tenfold, by making luxury democratic, shops were becoming a terrible agency for spending, ravaging households, working hand in hand with the latest extravagances in fashion, growing ever more expensive. "Get the women," he said to the Baron, laughing impudently as he did so, "and you'll sell the world for." The art of enticement began with window display. Morat was depicted as the best window dresser in Paris, a revolutionary window dresser who had founded the school of the brutal and gigantic in the art of display. The role of the boulevards, already established under the July monarchy as important centers of public display, was re-emphasized and rendered far more extensive. There, theatricality fused with the performative world inside the many theaters, cafes, and other places of entertainment that sprang up along them to create spaces for the display of bourgeois affluence, conspicuous consumption, and feminine fashion. The boulevards, in short, became public spaces where the fetish of the commodity reigned supreme. The new rail communications also facilitated the rise of new leisure forms. Many more tourists and foreigners came in, and excursions for weekends at the coast or in the country became exceedingly popular. The symbiotic relation between commercial and public spaces and their private appropriation through consumption became crucial. The spectacle of the commodity came to dominate across the public/private divide and effectively unified the two. And while the role of bourgeois women was in some ways enhanced by this progression from the arcades to the department stores, it was still their lot to be exploited, though this time as consumers rather than as managers of the household. It became a fashionable necessity for them to stroll the boulevards, window shop, buy, and display their acquisitions in the public space rather than squirrel them away in the home or in the boudoir. They, too, became a part of the spectacle that fed upon itself and defined public spaces as exhibition sites for commodities and commerce overlain with an aura of sexual desire and sexual exchange. This was, obviously, in deep contradiction to the cult of bourgeois domesticity that sought to confine women to the home. The other effect, Sennett claims, was depoliticization. Paris, capital of modernity 212. Figure 78. The fashion for crinoline dresses afforded Daumier multiple opportunities for humorous commentary. The capitalist order had the power to throw the materials of appearance into a permanently problematical, permanently mystifying state. In public, one observed, one expressed oneself, in terms of what one wanted to buy, to think, to approve of, not as a result of continuous interaction, but after a period of passive, silent, focused attention. By contrast, private meant a world where one could express oneself directly as one was touched by another person. Private meant a world where interaction reigned, but it must be in secret. 5. Yet in important ways the private world mirrored the public even as it inverted it. Baudelaire, for example, fully acknowledged the power of the spectacle over interior states of mind. In certain almost supernatural inner states, he wrote, the depth of life is almost entirely revealed in the spectacle, however ordinary, that we have before our eyes, and which becomes the symbol of it. 6. Who were all these consumers? Increasing mechanization, falling costs of raw materials, improving efficiencies in both production and consumption, and a rising rate of exploitation of labor power cheapened many commodities, clothing in particular. This broadened the consumer base for certain products down to the lower middle classes and even to the better paid workers. The older segregations remained. Tortoni's and the Boulevard d'Italien still centered the haute bourgeoisie and the Boulevard du Temple the anxious middle classes, but mass consumerism backed by the democracy of money proliferated all over the place at the same time that it muddled some of the spaces. The mixing that went on in the exterior spaces, the boulevards and the public gardens, was hard to control, despite the evolution of a more segregated residential ecology within the city. Policing the public space became difficult. The boundary between respectable women and women of easy virtue called for stricter surveillance, and the politics of street life, the itinerant musicians and pamphleteers, was a focus of considerable police activity. From this there arose a sense of insecurity and vulnerability, of bourgeois anxiety, even of anomie, behind the turbulent mask of spectacle and commodification in the public spaces. Paris, capital of modernity 214. Consider, for example, how this anxiety is expressed in Baudelaire's prose poem The Eyes of the Poor. 7. He opens by asking his lover if she understands why he suddenly hates her so. Throughout the day they had shared their thoughts and feelings in the utmost intimacy, almost as if they were one. And then that evening, you wanted to sit down in front of a new cafe forming the corner of a new boulevard still littered with rubbish but that already displayed proudly its unfinished splendors. The cafe was dazzling. Even the gas burned with all the ardor of a debut, and lighted with all its might the blinding witness of the wall, the expanse of mirrors, the gold cornices and moldings, nymphs and goddesses bearing on their heads piles of fruits, pates, and game, all history and all mythology pandering to gluttony. But then on the street they see a grey-bearded man about 40 with 2 children dressed in rags, staring at the cafe in admiration of its beauty. The eyes of the father said, all the gold of the poor world must have found its way onto those walls, and the eyes of the little boy said, but it is a house where only people who are not like us can go. The boy stares, awestruck. Baudelaire says. Songwriters say that pleasure ennobles the soul and softens the heart. The song was right that evening as far as I was concerned. Not only was I touched by this family of eyes, but I was even a little ashamed of our glasses and decanters, too big for our thirst. I turned my eyes to look into yours, dear love, to read my thoughts in them, and as I plunged my eyes into your eyes, so beautiful and curiously soft, into those green eyes, home of caprice and governed by the moon, you said, those people are insufferable with their great saucer eyes. Can't you tell the proprietor to send them away? So you see, the poet concludes, how difficult it is to understand one another, my dear angel, how incommunicable thought is, even between two people in love. The public space of the new boulevard provides the setting, but it acquires its qualities in part through the commercial and private activities that illuminate and spill outward onto it. The boundary between public and private spaces is depicted as porous. The poem signals ambiguity of proprietorship, of aesthetics, of social relations, and a point of contestation for control over public space. The poet's lover wants someone to assert proprietorship over the public space. The cafe is not exactly a private space either, a selected public is allowed in for commercial and consumption purposes. The poor family sees it as a space of exclusion, internalizing the gold that has been taken from them. They cannot ignore it, and are forced to confront it in the same way that those in the cafe cannot ignore them. The poet sees them as part of the spectacle of modernity, a sign of those thousand uprooted lives that constitute Paris. He appreciates the differences and the mixing. She wants the poor evicted, just as Cavaignac cleared the revolutionaries off the boulevards in the June days of 1848. She looks for safety and exclusion through segregation. The spectacle, Clark insists, is never an image mounted securely in place, it is always an account of the world competing with others, and meeting the resistance of different, sometimes tenacious forms of social practice. 8. Haussmannization, he maintains, failed to put together an account of anomie with that of social division, it to map one form of control upon another. And it is this failure that is highlighted in the eyes of the poor. The social control of commodification and spectacle runs up against the clear signs of exploitation of the poor to spark either anger or guilt. The sense of bourgeois anxiety and insecurity in the midst of the spectacle is palpable. The anxiety in part reflected the rise of new senses of class distinctions based on consumption and appearances rather than on relations to production. Class divisions stood out more than ever, the mask now became more significant than the reality as daily life came to mimic the facades displayed at the masked ball or during carnival. Faces are eclipsed by clothes, feelings by landscapes, wrote Goncourt. 9. How this all played out in terms of political identifications within the bourgeoisie is a matter of conjecture. But I suspect that Sennett has it roughly right when he argues that presentation of self in the public sphere came to substitute for representation, and that the presentation of self was more and more reduced to a matter of commodification and spectacle. The public sphere became, as a result, more and more mystified. In the spectacle few people play an active role. while, therefore, the public persona was a participant in the sense that individuals became bearers of the spectacle, they were passive in the sense that it was what they were bearers of which mattered, rather than what they might stand for politically or socially. By the same token, the withdrawal into family life on the part of the bourgeoisie became more marked, for it was there and only there that intimacy, trust, and authenticity seemed possible. But the price of that was extreme secrecy, isolation, and constant fear of exposure, to say nothing of fierce pressures on bourgeois women to conform to these new requirements while straddling the contradiction between their role as bearers of commodity values and their role as guardian of all that was left of intimacy and warmth within the bourgeois household. The mass of workers, condemned for the most part to live on miserable wages and faced with notoriously unstable conditions of employment, had to live and consume somewhere else. A predominantly immigrant male population resorted for its sustenance to the innumerable small eating and drinking establishments and turned to the cafes, dance halls, cabarets, and drinking establishments for its pleasures. Transformed into what Balzac called the Parliament of the People, a place where all the notables of the quarter gather, the working-class cafes came in for a lot of regulation and surveillance during the Second Empire. But the inexorable increase in their numbers guaranteed their burgeoning importance in social and political life. The café may have become the most stable and accessible space in many a worker's existence. And women and families were by no means excluded. Many marriages took place in cafés. The café or wine shop therefore performed an institutional as well as a political and social role in working-class life. Workers who frequently changed dwellings often stayed in the same neighborhood and continued to patronize the same café. The café or wine shop, in short, became a center through which working-class solidarities were forged on a neighborhood basis. 10. For the working-class women, the wash houses that proliferated after 1850 likewise became exclusive centers of social interaction, intimacy, and solidarity, gossip, and occasional conflict. More fortunate male workers could construct a rather different life. Concentrated in the center, they relied upon small-scale commercial establishments as centers of sociality, political discussions, and pleasure. The dingy private and commercial spaces in these areas cast a shadow over public space, while the roiling turbulence of proletarian street life could do little to reassure the anxious bourgeoisie that they lived in a secure world. Such spaces were to be feared, and most bourgeois steadfastly avoided them. The Second Empire authorities sought to regulate them, but there was a limit to this, and housing scarcity and cramped conditions ensured that the street and the café were always in demand as centers of sociality in working-class quarters. The Second Empire began with tremendous emphasis upon imperial spectacle, but as time went on, it was more and more the spectacle of the commodity that prevailed. Not everyone appreciated these changes. Ernest Renan, a man of letters of some renown, inveighed against them at length and assailed the weakness of women in the face of the sordid commercial temptations that beset them. The Goncourt brothers were equally horrified, Edmond writing in their diary for 1860. Our Paris, the Paris in which we were born, the Paris of the manners of 1830 and 1848, is disappearing. And it is not disappearing materially but morally. Social life is beginning to undergo a great change. I can see women, children, husbands, and wives, whole families in the café. The home is dying. Life is threatening to become public. The club for the upper classes, the café for the lower, this is what society and the common people are coming to. All this makes me feel like a traveler in my spiritual homeland. I am a stranger to what is coming and what is here, as for example, to these new boulevards that have nothing of Balzac's world about them, but make one think of London or some Babylon of the future. 12. How, then, to distinguish oneself in the midst of that restless crowd of purchasers that confronted the rising ride of commodities on the boulevards? Benjamin's stunning analysis of Baudelaire's fascination with the man in the crowd, the flaneur and the dandy, swept along in the crowd, intoxicated by it, yet somehow apart from it, provides one interesting masculine reference point. 13. The rising tide of commodity and money circulation cannot be held back. The anonymity of the crowd and of money circulation can hide all kinds of personal secrets. Chance encounters within the crowd help us penetrate the fetishism. These were the moments that Baudelaire relished, though not without anxiety. The prostitute, the rag picker, the impoverished and obsolete old clown, a worthy old man in rags, the beautiful mysterious woman, all become vital characters in an urban drama. The poet is startled by an encounter in a public park. It is impossible not to be gripped by the spectacle of this sickly population which swallows the dust of factories, breathes in particles of cotton, and lets its tissues be permeated by white lead, mercury and all the poisons needed for the production of masterpieces. 14. Open to chance encounters, the poet can reconstruct, at least for the male bourgeois man of pleasure, the innumerable interrelations between the medley of hands that money touches. The insecurity was something to be reveled in rather than feared. But there were more disquieting signs at work within the culture of governance and pacification by spectacle. When, for example, Louis Napoleon invited the workers from the various trades to report collectively to him on their impressions of the wondrous new technologies on display at the Universal Exposition of 1867, the workers failed to be impressed by the spectacle and pointed instead to the degradation of labor and of skills, as well as to the inferiority of the product. It was better, they generally concluded, to form worker associations supplemented by new technologies to improve efficiency as well as to ameliorate conditions of labor. And when someone remembered the poor unfortunate Baudin, the Democratic Socialist deputy senselessly shot down on one of the few barricades erected to protest the coup d'état of 1851, the result was a campaign to erect a monument by public subscription as part of a more general argument to counter the imperial monumentality that Haussmann had imposed. It was at this time that the idea of a monumental statue of liberty to be placed somewhere was first mooted as a political gesture with obvious implications. Even more troublesome was the habit of turning funerals of almost anyone who had the remotest connection to 1848 or the resistance of 1851 into spectacular political occasions for fiery graveside rhetoric. And when Napoleon's nephew killed Victor Noir, a Republican journalist, in an argument in 1869, the burial was attended by at least 20,000 people. The whole symbolic order turned back upon itself as the return from Père Lachaise cemetery and the descent from Belleville fused into a threatening spectacle that augured ill for the regime as a harbinger of revolution. Theatricality and spectacle could be turned to account by both sides, and as the empire weakened, the center of gravity of spectacle shifted not only toward commodification but also toward political opposition. Paris, capital of modernity 218. Chapter 13. Community and Class. The Commune was therefore to serve as a lever for uprooting the economical foundations upon which rest the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. Marx. Individuals develop allegiances broader than those given by the individualism of money and loyalty to family and kin. Class and community define two such broader social configurations. There is a tendency in modern times to see these as mutually exclusive categories that give rise to antagonistic forms of consciousness and political action. This plainly was not so in Paris, neither before nor during the Second Empire. That many felt at home with the idea that there was a community of class as well as a class of community was not an ideological aberration, it had a real material base. What was perhaps more surprising was the way many evidently felt not only that community and class provided compatible categories and identities, but also that their synthesis was the ideal toward which any progressive civil society must strive. This was the basic idea of communism in the 1840s, and the idea of association so fundamental within the workers' movement and in the ideals of Saint Simon that underlay the practices of finance capital either ignored or unified the distinction. Yet it was also true that the conceptions and realities of both community and class underwent a very rapid evolution as the Second Empire progressed. Haussmann's works and the transformation of the Parisian land and property market upset traditional notions of community as much as they upset the socio-spatial structure, and transformations in financial structures and labor processes had no less an impact upon the material basis of class relations. It is only in terms of such confusions that the extraordinary alliance of forces which produced the Paris Commune, the greatest class-based communal uprising in capitalist history, can be fully appreciated. To put things this way is, of course, to invite controversy. Gould rejects the idea that class had anything to do with the Commune. It was, he says, a struggle to gain municipal liberties in the face of an oppressive state, and therefore purely communitarian in inspiration. There have, over the years, been many such attempts to municipalize the revolutionary tradition in France. One Cobb, to take one well-known example, disputed Sobol's class-driven account of 1789, and Castells, abandoning his earlier Marxist-inspired formulations, interpreted the Commune as an urban social movement in the city and the grassroots. And there are, in addition, numerous books, such as Ferguson's, which so highlight the revolutionary tradition of the city as to turn it into a social force that in and of itself played a critical role in political and cultural change. Against this, Paris, capital of modernity 220, shall argue that there had long been local, neighborhood, and even communitarian identifications of class. Those Marxists who refuse to acknowledge the importance of community in the shaping of class solidarities are seriously in error. But by the same token, those who argue that community solidarities have nothing to do with class are similarly blinded. Signs of class and of class consciousness are just as important in the living space as in the working space. Class positioning may be expressed through modes of consumption as well as through relations to production. Class. Domard's reconstruction of the fortunes left by Parisians in 1847 yields a vivid picture of the distribution of wealth by socio-economic category. Four major groupings stand out. At the top sat the haute bourgeoisie of business, landed gentry, and high state functionaries. Accounting for only 5% of the sample population, they had 75.8% of the inherited wealth. The lower classes made up 3/4 of the population but collectively accounted for 0.6% of the wealth. Between lay and upper middle class of civil servants, lawyers, professionals, and upper management combined with pensioners and those living off interest. Shopkeepers, once the backbone of the middle class, were, as we have already noted, on the way down the social scale. But they still were a notch above the lower middle class of employees and lower-level managers and the self-employed. The disparities of wealth within this class structure were enormous. We can look at this class structure another way. To begin with, what Marx called the old contrast between town and country, the rivalry between capital and landed property, is very much in evidence. The disproportionate presence of rural gentry and state functionaries is directly connected with the centralized role of Paris in national life. The peasant class is not actively seen, but its presence is everywhere felt, not only as the reserve of labor power upon which Paris could draw, but also as the source of the taxes that sup. Category Index of Average Value of Wealth per Recorded Death. Percent leaving no wealth. Percent of recorded deaths. Percent of total wealth. Business. 7,623 26.31.0 13.8. Land and property 7,177 8.63.7 54.0. Ported government and the unearned incomes that the property owners spent so liberally. When we add in pensioners and rentiers, we find nearly a tenth of the population of Paris, controlling more than 70% of the wealth, lived off unearned incomes. Here lay much of the enormous effective demand that Parisian industry was so well placed to satisfy. The dominance of the idle rich or consuming classes had tremendous implications for Parisian life, economy, and politics, as did the overblown role of state functionaries. We find only a fifth of the haute bourgeoisie engaged in economically gainful activities. This had a great effect on the comportment of the bourgeoisie, its social attitudes, and its internal divisions. The internal divisions within the mass of the lower class are harder to discern. The differences between craft, skilled, unskilled, casual, and domestic laborers were obviously relevant, though Pilat later preferred distinctions based on attitudes toward work, and work skill and discipline. Contemporaries often dwelt on that most contentious of all social divisions, between the laboring and the dangerous classes. Before 1848, much of the bourgeoisie lumped them together. 3. The workers' movement of 1848 defined a different reality without totally dispelling the illusion. But it left open how to classify the owners. High functionaries 7091 13.00.68.0 Liberal professions and managers 1469 39.42.05.6 Middle functionaries 887 16.91.73.2 Rentiers and pensioners 709 38.25.78.3 Shopkeepers 467 35.76.15.8 State and private employees 7152.82.70.4 Home workers 6148.51.80.2 Clergy 1575.90.40.1 Domestics 1381.66.90.2 With this attribution 479.229.10.1 Workers 292.830.20.2 Manual laborers 180.58.10.0 All categories 503.72.6 100.0 Note, I have combined certain minor categories from differently constructed tables without, I think, violating the overall picture. Source, Domard, 196-201. Paris, capital of modernity 222. Miscellaneous mass of street vendors, rag pickers and scavengers, street musicians and jugglers, errand boys and pickpockets, occasional laborers at home or in the workshop. For housemen, these were the true nomads of Paris, floating from job to job and slum to slum, bereft of any municipal sentiment or loyalties. For tiers, they constituted the vile multitude who saw the erection of barricades and the overthrow of government as pure theatre and festival. Marx was hardly more charitable. The whole indefinite, disintegrated mass of vagabonds, discharged soldiers, discharged jailbirds, escaped galley slaves, swindlers, mountebanks, lazzaroni, pickpockets, tricksters, gamblers, maquereaux, brothel keepers, porters, literati, organ grinders, rag pickers, knife grinders, tinkers, beggars, scum, offal, refuse of all classes made up a lumpen proletariat, an important support for Napoleon's coup d'état. For Corbin, a contemporary observer, tried to take some of the drama out of the contrasts. 5. The useless class accounted for only a fifth of the lower classes, and many of them, like the rag pickers, were so impoverished as to be both passive and inoffensive. They were not socialized to regular labor, produced and consumed almost nothing, and lacked intelligence, ambition, or concern for public affairs. The vicious group among them might be shiftless and perverse, but again had to be distinguished from the minority of truly offensive dangerous classes made so much of in the novels of Hugo, Sue, and Balzac, and given such political prominence by analysts as diverse as Thiers and Marx. Then, as now, the question of how to define marginality or the informal sector and its economic and political role was contentious and confusing. Given the insecurity of employment, the boundary between the street people and the workers must have been highly porous. The large number of women trapped in poverty and forced to make a living off the street also gave a strong gender component to the actual constitution of this lowest layer in the population. The street people living off rather than in the city were, however, a vital force in Parisian economy, life, and culture. The boundary between these lower classes and the socio-economic groups that lay above them was also confused and rendered porous by social and economic insecurity. Hugo remarked, for example, on that indeterminate layer of society, sandwiched between the middle and lower classes, which consists of riffraff who have risen in the world and more cultivated persons who have sunk, and which combines the worst qualities of both, having neither the generosity of the worker nor the respectable honesty of the bourgeois. 6. Many shopkeepers were close to this margin of survival. Locked in a network of debt, they were forced to cheat, scrimp, and cut corners in order not to lose the little they had built up out of a lifetime of hard work. Ruthlessly exploiting the people they served, they could also latch onto revolution in the hope for economic improvement. Many of the workshop. True workers, mixed workers. Work habits and skills. Skilled workers, not always as capable as the sublimes, they agree to everything the owner demands in order to win promotion. They work nights and Sundays willingly, and never absent themselves on Mondays. They cannot be diverted from their duties by comrades, friends, or family. No more reasonably skilled, but willing to work nights and Sundays, and never absent themselves on Mondays. They are motivated solely by monetary gain. Least skilled, and incapable of supervising anyone. They simply follow the flow of the rest and will sometimes take Mondays off with them. Drink and society. Of an exemplary sobriety. They never get drunk and control their bad humor or sadness by keeping it to themselves. They seek consolation in work. They refuse the camaraderie of the workshop and are often rejected by their workmates for that reason. They get pickled occasionally, but usually at home on Sundays. They rarely drink with workmates because their women would not permit it. They get drunk most often at home but also with workmates, and celebrate paydays, Monday mornings, and collective events. Life before marriage. They prefer professional prostitutes rather than seduction, and marry without practicing concubinage. They sleep around with laundresses, domestic servants, etc., and thereby avoid the cost of rent or having to live in with the masters. When they marry, they often desert their mistresses and look for a good housekeeper from their native region. They are either celibate in rooming houses or marry a shrewish wife, or pass to sublimism. Economic condition. They are the most well-off, have savings, and participate in mutual benefit societies from which they try to exclude the sublimes. Their wives are often concierges or small-scale retailers. They sometimes have some surplus money to pay off their debts. Their wives are often concierges or small-scale retailers. They have permanent difficulties making ends meet. Family life. They act as heads of households, regard their women as inferior by nature. They put strong barriers between their family and work life. The wife usually manages the household and often controls the friendships and behaviors of the husband. The wife is a rough policewoman feared by her mate. She has a tight hold on the purse strings and is the main barrier. Paris, capital of modernity 224. Between the worker and sublimism. Politics. True Democrats, they are against both the empire and socialism. They share Proudhon's views on just aspirations to ownership and look to association between capital and labor. They read the Republican opposition journals, rarely attend political meetings, and disapprove of utopian schemes and work demagoguery. They defend the Republic and are scorned by socialists. They do not really understand socialist rhetoric and reject the more advanced ideas. They like to go to public meetings, where they can be persuaded by the demagogues. They follow the ideas of the sons of God and read what they recommend. They often go to the public meetings and defer entirely to the ideas of the leaders. Simple sublimes. True sublimes, sons of God and sublimes of sublime skilled workers, capable of directing a team, but often see ripping off the boss as a duty. Will quit work rather than submit to strict discipline, and therefore move a lot from master to master. Always take Mondays off and refuse Sunday and night work. Elite workers of exceptional skill and indispensable to the point where they can openly defy their bosses without fear of reprisal. Often earn a living working only 3½ days a week.